Good morning. Welcome everyone to this broadcast of the 2024 Transvulcania adidas TERREX from the beautiful La Palma Island. We are already 2 hours and a half inside of the race of this major day that we have today with the ultramarathon of 73 kilometers, of the marathon of 42 and the half marathon of 26. Here in the heart of the ocean, of the Atlantic Ocean. Owen, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, everybody. You're very welcome to the Canary Islands. Welcome to La Palma, the fifth largest of the Canary Islands, with a population of 80,000 people. An island where this is practically a national sport, trail running. They love their races here. And Marty, what an incredible day we have in store today. We've got our ultra marathon, we've got our marathon, and we've got our half marathon as well, with world champions, European champions, and Spanish champions here. What an incredible day we're going to have.
Absolutely. Runners, some of the best of our sport in all three distances, but especially in the ultra, that's where we're going to be having our focus today. The ultra marathon of 73K, one of the classic races, one of the major races in the ultra running world. And then some great, look at that images. We're having a beautiful day. It's a perfect day for running, I would say. It's not as hot as is usual here in the island, and I think it's going to be a fierce competition until the end. Here's some of our candidates for today. Our leaders, actually, of the ultra so far up to El Paso, up to the pass of Las Deseadas, around 18K into the race, with the American from the United States, Yeshurun Small, leading together with Dakota Jones, followed by the British contingent of Tom Evans and Jonathan Albon, and also Benjamin Stout in that same field, all from the US and the United Kingdom. Then we have Dimitri Midyaev, David Echeras, Antoine Thiriat, Tobias Geiser, and Lionel Christian Manole in a second group, all chasing, but all within 1 minute, which kind of gives the impression of what sort of race are we going to have today.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a surprise there, Marty, to see Joshua Run Small up there leading the field at the moment. He's had some really good top 5 runs over the last year or so, but he hasn't had that big breakout victory moment. As we move on to the top 10 and look at that, Ruth Croft and Ida Nelson in the lead, and they've got a big, massive lead as well. You've got Marion Hogan in third place, but as of now, it looks like the battle is between our two heavyweights. Ruth Croft, she put the hammer down from the gun. She is going for her first win, hoping to repeat the 2 wins of her fellow Kiwi Anna Frost, who won in 2012 and 2014. Will it be a hat-trick of wins for New Zealand? And at the moment, Ruth is looking very strong. But Ida Nielsen from Sweden, she has won here before 3 times. She is not going to go down without a fight. She's about, 2.5 minutes behind Ruth there. What an incredible battle we have in store. We see the Americans there in 4th and 5th, and in 7th place, Helen Mino Faulkner and Keely there as well. An incredible women's fields that we have. The best runners from all over the world, with some of the very top Spanish runners as well.
That's it. Yeah, Ruth that already knows the race. She raced here back in 2016 or 17, if I'm not wrong, and she was on the podium. But this is a completely different game now. Ruth has jumped to the top scene of ultra running in the last 2 or 3 years, having won Western States and being a completely highlighted athlete now. She's one of the undefeatables, let's call it, in this sport, and also running together with one of the others undefeatables on the women's side.
And the two of them, Mary, actually have a very similar background. They are steeped in athletics tradition and history. The two of them came from the sport of track and field. Ruth was a national champion in New Zealand in, I think, the 3,000 meter steeplechase, just like Ida was as well. Ida represented Sweden in the World Championships in athletics. She's from a family that is steeped in athletics as well. So to see the two of them all these years later battling together on these incredible mountains, as you can see there on the screen in La Palma, what a wonderful day for athletics, for mountain running, for sport in general, to see these two heavyweights go head to head.
Absolutely. It's going to be fun to see both incredible runners. Oh, there we have Raul Butachi. Now we're watching him. getting towards the El Pilar aid station. Let's see how it goes. We're starting to get imagery from the field. The El Pilar is the 26K. There we have our leader now running towards El Reventon. After this is between kilometer 26, just right after El Pilar, heading towards El Reventon. We have our leader right now, Jeshurun Small, now leading the 2024 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX. The Adidas TERREX runner, Owen, is now leading together with that's Thibaut Varognan, the French runner from Salomon, also running together. We are assuming they are leading the race. There's changes already.
This is going to be a tremendous battle. And of course, today's race, you can nearly separate it into two parts, Marty. We've got the big climb towards 50 kilometers and the Roque de los Muchachos, where the guys are going to hit 2,417 meters of altitude. But then we've got, about 23 kilometers, more than 10 miles down to the finish line in Los Llanos de Aridane. So it's not only somebody that can climb really well, but the winner of today's race is going to have to descend extremely well. We saw it last year in the women's race. The eventual winner got back over 27 minutes on the athlete that was in second place, Andres Rodriguez, last year. So to be able to descend is fundamental in this race.
Yeah, and especially in this field right now, if I got a bet, I'm going to say who's the best downhiller of these three is Mr. Jonathan Albon, that it's running in third right now, together with Cheshurun Small, with Thibaut Varognan, all three together. What a tandem of talented athletes we have right now, heading towards El Reventon around 28K now. They are traversing around 28, 29K into the 73 of Transvulcania. This is the flat-ish part, let's call it. It's never flat in the island, but this is more sort of the runnable section of this ultra. They're gonna head now. We have our camera biker right now that is gonna transition to a camera runner soon. It's Biel Raffles there. Thank you, Biel, for your work there. But look at this tandem of three amazing, talented athletes. As I was saying, they have this rolling part towards El Reventon, and they're gonna start the climb, and then that beautiful downhill of 17 kilometers and 2,500 meters of negative of elevation loss would be, right?
Yeah, and they've made a real effort over the last couple of years here in La Palma to make these trails as accessible as possible for trail runners. It's an island where the Spanish national trail running team come to train, come to prepare for big championships, for European championships, for world championships. An incredible island really for trail running. So guys, no matter where you might be viewing and listening into us from today, whether it's in mainland Europe, whether it's over in the United States, guys, put La Palma on your map. This is such a fantastic island to come and train, to come and race, and you can see it there today. Lovely trails for running, such a beautiful island that really has it all for the trail runner.
Absolutely. Now we see a bit of a move to see the expressions. It's a bit cloudy up there in the ridge. They're all having a good laugh. Jeshurun and Jonathan with Thibaut a bit in just a few meters back, but it's good to see what's happening exactly right now. They were all running together. It was a group of 5 or 6 runners, including Dakota Jones, including Dimitri Mityaev, some other like Tom Evans and Benjamin Stout, but now there is another gap after the aid station at El Pilar. And now we will see how the race unfolds. It's going to start almost 2 hours and 40 minutes of race elapsed, which is when the race, this is around a 7 hours race. Should be the record of the race is around 6 hours and 50 minutes. So we are getting closer to the half point of the race. And it's good to see some movements already.
Yeah, because we expect our winners to come in maybe around 12:30, 1 o'clock. So guys, don't go anywhere. I know you trail runners that are out there looking at the images, you like to go for your run on a Saturday morning. But guys, if you haven't gone out yet, stick with us. put the coffee on, enjoy your breakfast over the next couple of hours, and save that training run for later on this afternoon, because the next couple of hours are going to be absolutely spectacular. As we see some of the images from the start line today in the Faro de Fuencaliente, what an incredible moment, as it is always year when you see those thousands and thousands of runners take that initial climb up towards Los Canarios. A special moment every single year here in La Palma.
It's one of the most beautiful start lines in the sport, I would say. As we see Dimitri Midyaev there, we see Jeshurun Small, there we see Ekaterina Midyaeva, Tom Evans there on the right, some of the best in the world line up there. As this race here we have Raul Butachi and Lionel Cristian Manoli too. The podium of the past Transvulcania in February, and there it is, the start, the fantastic start of this 2024 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX. Wow, it's now we're gonna see the beautiful sea of headlamps going up the hill.
Yeah, it really is wonderful, Marty, isn't it? And of course, we were talking on Thursday about the start of this race. That first 400 meters, these guys have a tough climb, so they need to make sure that they have a couple of minutes warm up done, because as they come away from the beach, this beautiful 200 meter black sand beach, they do have a bit of a climb to get themselves onto the trails, and we can see it there, guys. Just look at that imagery from 6 o'clock this morning, when we had the start of our 73-kilometer ultra race.
As we see the runners from early this morning heading up the hill with Jeshurun Small leading from the gun on that group, we want to let you know that we will focus mostly on the coverage of the ultramarathon today, of the 73K. We're going to be showing you all the variables of the race on the ultra, both for men and women, and then we're going to have updates and some finish line imagery for the marathon and the half marathon, sticking around to so we can have the most out of it. This is the massive effort the organization and the streaming production is doing to bring you, from whatever you're watching us, all the action straight out from the island, La Isla Bonita, the beautiful island of La Palma. So here we are seeing the runners coming through Los Canarios, the first small village that awaits for the runners. There's a small aid station there too, on around 8K, but it was a beautiful tandem of around 12 athletes all running together. And yeah, it's gonna be, I think this is gonna be, there we have a beautiful fist bump between
two of the greats right there, Marty. And of course, Jonathan Albon. I mean, if you're thinking about who might actually win this race, Jonathan Albon, one of the big favourites. What an athlete, one of the legends of our sport. 5-time obstacle racer world champion. He was the trail running world champion in 2019. He's won the OCC, he's won the CCC over in Chamonix. He's won team gold at the world championships for Team GB as well. An absolute living legend of the sport. So guys, if you are putting money on anybody, Jonathan Albon is going to be right up there, and you can see that he means business as we see him in the top 3 in these early stages of the race. But of course, Dakota Jones is here as well. Dakota, he had a tricky winter. I think he did have an Achilles injury over the winter time, but we've been talking to him over the last couple of days and he was feeling confident. So he is going for his hat-trick of wins after Dakota won in 2012, and of course that famous, there he is there, and that famous win last year as well. Dakota Jones, he's not going to go down without a fight.
That is what we're watching right now. It's Kim Shriver on the podium of the marathon. These are images up from El Roque de los Muchachos, the top of the island. Look at that. Look at the sea of clouds as we relive again the start of the ultramarathon. But we had a second to watch Kim Shriver, the Adidas TERREX woman that was in the podium. Let me just check really quick. Kim Shriver is the leader right now on the marathon on the women's side, and she's already facing the descent up from El Roque de los Muchachos to the finish, to the Puerto de Tazacorte, where the marathon is going to finish. Now we have Tom Evans running just a few meters back from Thibaut Barognani, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah. Tom, of course, one of our big favourites today as well. An incredible running CV over the last couple of years. He broke onto the scene with that famous win in CCC in 2018, and ever since then he's gone on to do incredible things in the sport. He, of course, won the Western States in 2023, as we see Ruth Croft there storming through Refugio de El Pilar.
Getting her aid. Look at that. Ruth Croft leading the 2024 Transvulcania adidas TERREX through El Refugio del Pilar, 26K into this 73 kilometers race. We can see Ruth with her poles getting some refreshment there. And just a few seconds before watching Ruth, we were able to see Inés Astraín and Gemma Arenas, both from Homa team, in second and third place, chasing Kim Shriver up on El Roque de los Muchachos on the marathon. But now, through El Pilar, the big dish of today, the main dish of the day, we're seeing Ruth Croft leading in 2 hours, 46 minutes elapsed the women's race at the Ultramarathon. Now we're back up with Inés Astraín from Homa team, and behind her we see Gemma Arenas getting to the highest point of the island, the highest point of this race. Wow.
Absolutely beautiful, Marty. And a big hello as well to all of our friends on our YouTube chat, guys. Thanks a million. We see you all. You're all commenting away there already. We have people tuning in from Germany, from France. Edu Toussaint says, Allez Thibault, good to have you here, Edu, with us. And we've also got Trail Junkie 69 from Germany. Great to have you here with us. Pat Carroll as well. Pat, that's an Irish name if I ever heard one. And Pat, hopefully you're enjoying the coverage so far. A big hello as well to, who else do we have here? Anton Kulakov as well. Go Dimitri. Dimitri, one of the big favourites for today as well. Hopefully we'll see Dimitri have a really good race. Do, guys, join the comment section on our live chat. Any questions that you might have, any insight that you might have on the runners that you see on the screen. As we see two of our leading ladies here, a little bit of confusion as they seem to have gone off the course.
Oh, shoot. Well, things of the life.
Yeah, that's Gemma Arenas there, very experienced Spanish runner. Spanish international athlete. She's represented Spain at European Championship level, at World Championship level.
Well, they're back. They're back on course.
They're back on course, yeah.
These are things that usually happens. Important for Kim Shriver now that she was probably escaping from these two. They've been battling all during the whole morning. But now, I wouldn't like to be chased by two of the strongest ladies in this distance, as we get to see Ida Nilsson, our second place, coming now through El Pilar. Ida Nilsson is now in 2 hours and 48, around 2 minutes and a half behind Ruth. Through El Pilar, we got to see her for a second, the craft athlete, 3 times winner of this race, current record holder, if I'm not wrong. And it's going to be a battle between those two.
Yeah, Ida knows this course, Marty, inside out. She's won it in 8 hours 14, 8 hours 40, and that course record in 2017, 8 hours 4 minutes and 16 seconds. And she is right up there fighting for the victory with Ruth Croft. As we look at our two leading ladies, I think, in the marathon, Gemma Arenas is in great form this year. She's won 4 out of 5 races in 2024. She won in Peñagolosa in the 60K. She won in the 42K of the Ultra Sierra Nevada, and she won the 30K of the Trail Desafío La Mora. She was third, of course, in the World Championships in Thailand just 2 years ago now. So Gemma Arenas going out strong and looking for her 5th victory of 2024.
Absolutely. Gemma, one of the legends of Spain in ultra, mostly in ultras, mostly in longer races up to 100K. But she's been doing great also in marathons, and she's been doing great in this shorter distance, to quote it at some point. But
she's 44 years of age, and even though she's 44, she actually only started running on the mountains when she was 35. So she's still a very young trail runner. She's got 9 years of racing and climbing in her legs. She started running when she was 28 years of age and only went onto the mountains about 7 years later, and boy, she has achieved so much. She's the 2023 European Skyrunning champion as well. An incredible athlete. As we see, Kim Schreider from Germany, from the team Adidas TERREX. Adidas TERREX, they've brought so many of their top athletes this weekend. They are hoping to have some big results. Great to have them on board in the 2024 Transvulcania.
Absolutely. Kim leading right now the marathon. The German athlete also kind of with a young career in trail running, but jumping straight out to the big scene. And now she's gonna, if this continues to go well, she's gonna add one great result to her CV. Let's wait now, because they are reaching the hardest part of the race, which is the downhill, and that is not for everyone. That downhill is a killer. That downhill can be a game changer for absolutely everyone. And in difference, the main difference between the marathon and the ultra is that the marathon is finishing where the downhill ends.
Yep.
They finish at the Puerto de Tazacorte, and they are not coming up to Los Llanos de Aridane, so they are playing the whole thing. They are playing the whole race in this 17K downhill.
Marty, you've been running for a long time yourself. Any tips for the viewers on how to downhill fast? Or guys, if you're listening in and if you're a good downhill runner, let us know what your tips are on how to get down, nearly 10 miles running downhill. What do you think, Marty?
I was in great shape for downhill when I was running this race. This was part of my... I was really bad at coming up hills, and I really enjoyed downhills because that's where I was recovering a lot of space with the rest of the runners. And I gotta say, in this downhill, I passed 100 people.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, fantastic.
Yeah,
so
that was a great.
You were out there.
I wish I was out there today. It was a great. It's like one of my great memories in running, and one of my greatest sufferings also, because I dropped out everything in the downhill, and then I forgot I gotta go up again.
Yeah.
So it was a bit painful to finish that year, but it was great. It was it's a beautiful race. It's not technical. That's one of the greatest thing about this downhill. Even though it's super long, it's super steep at some points, but it's not technical. You can run, but then your quads, like you will use every single muscle on your legs and in your back to hold yourself, to stay still, to not fall, to keep controlling your body and not just go forward. But I would say train the downhills. You can a race can be won in the uphills, but it can be lost.
It can be
lost
in the
downhills.
Absolutely. Yeah. A couple of weeks ago, I interviewed one of Ireland's top trail runners, a fantastic guy called Eddie O'Connor, who is a superb descender. And I said to him, Eddie, like, what are your tips for downhill running? And Eddie actually came from a boxing background.
Oh,
and
so
he was saying that,
fear.
To be honest, from the boxing background, where it's so important, quick movement there around the ring, like, it was very natural for me then to transfer those skills onto the mountain. So, I mean, exercises, drills at home about fast feet, quick movement, things like that might actually really help you then out in the mountains.
Absolutely. And then it's one of my all-time coach from all my life. He was always telling us not to be watching your next step. You gotta be preventing at least 3 to 5 steps, watching your eyes gotta be longer in the longer side to prevent any sort of movement, and especially when you're tired, especially when your muscles are kind of out of control after so much time going down. You gotta be quick. And then there's a little thing about being fearless, like being the most fearless you can to jump there. But I don't want to go up talking about ourselves. Look at this beautiful, stunning image we're having of El Roque de los Muchachos, one of the most iconic places in the world of ultra running, of trail running right now, with bright sun. I don't know if you guys were watching where the runners were on the lower part. Well, it's not the lower part, it's lower than this. It was cloudy. It was cloudy back where Jonathan Albon and Thibaut Barognan were running just a few minutes ago. They're coming on the same path, and they're going to be where Kim is right now in a couple minutes, in a couple hours maybe.
Yeah.
But look how bright the sun is out there. It might be really, really hot which also changes the strategy a lot.
Yeah, and it's been actually a nice couple of weeks here in the Canary Islands. It hasn't been too hot. I mean, the average temperature here in the island of La Palma during the month of May is about 22 degrees. It might be just a little bit hotter there today, but I don't think we're going to have any of the extreme weather that we've seen over the years. I mean, we go back to that year in 2012 when the legend himself, Killian, fainted because of the heat. The year that Dakota Jones took his first victory. I don't think we're going to have any problems like that there today. You can see up in the Refugio de El Pilar, the guys there, the spectators, they have their jackets on.
Marion Hogan.
It looks like perfect weather for running, as we see there. Marion Hogan there going through from Canada.
Absolutely. No, I just didn't want to interrupt you. There we have we have some action on the women's side in the ultra of this 2024 Transvulcania adidas TERREX. We are seeing now Yekaterina Mityaeva getting also to getting her approach to the El Refugio del Pilar 26K. Let's see what the positions are, so we can give you some proper information of who is behind Ruth Croft, who is leading right now. Ida Nilsson in second place. We have Sunmaya Buddha from Nepal in third, Marian Hogan in fourth, that we were able to watch for a second. Then it was Sara Garcia de los Salmones that we were not able to see, the Spaniard, and now it's Yekaterina Mityaeva, the Adidas TERREX athlete, in sixth position, running super strong. Oh, they're coming together. They're coming out together with Sara Garcia, with Yekaterina. Man, we're gonna have a competition today. We're gonna have a battle up for the whole top 5 of the podium as we see the first dog of the race. This is Sunmaya Buddha, the Nepali athlete who was running in third place earlier. Before we missed her for a second, so we were also bringing you the image of the Nepalese. It's also really good to have Nepali runners back in Europe, back running, as we had Mira Rai back in the day, or the legend himself. I'm not going to remember his name.
Well, I know Sunmaya has a fascinating story, Mary, doesn't she? Her parents actually had her for an arranged marriage all those years ago. And she said, no, I want to go and study. I want to go and be a runner. And thankfully she was able to change her parents' mind, and boy has she had an incredible running career so far. She's won renowned races such as the Translatu Hong Kong, the Lighthouse 50 in Hong Kong, the TNF 100 in Hong Kong, and she was also runner-up in the CCC at UTMB. And at 25 years of age, she is only just going to get stronger and stronger.
Absolutely. Kind of grabbing the legacy of Mira Rai, that also had an interesting story coming out from Nepal, as we see Dakota Jones in image right now, the US athlete that is coming back for his trying to go for his third win.
Yeah.
But I think he's going to have it a bit complicated today with the level of runners.
It's going to be a tough day. He hasn't had the winter build-up that he would have liked, I think. He's in good form. He's been in great form all week. He loves coming here. He speaks Spanish. He loves integrating into the community here in the island. He's a superstar walking around town. You know, he really is. He's a great guy. So we wish him well today, and hopefully, if not the win, it'd be great to see Dakota up on the podium.
Absolutely. I want to say a couple shout outs on the chat. We saw Juli out there that's traveling from Berlin to Amsterdam. As we see, we have more runners from the female top. I think that is speed number 18. That's Hannah Osowski from the US, coming out in 7th place out of El Pilar. We're going to... She missed something. Oh, she missed something from the from her aide, from her crew.
Yeah, about 500 milliliters of water going into her backpack there to help keep her fully hydrated.
We're back with the top, with the leaders of the marathon. That's Ines Astrain, the Homa athlete, who was second last year at Ultra Pirineo in the marathon. And she's been having some great performances After that, that was in October. Up to today, she's locating herself as one of the top Spaniard athletes. And we're back with Hannah Osowski from the US, 7th right now, coming out of El Pilar towards El Reventon.
I've heard so many runners, Mary, say over the years, and I've experienced it myself here, that when you're running through these trails, on these roads, you nearly have to prevent yourself from stopping, to take out your phone, to take out your camera and take photographs of some of the sites as you're running through. It is such a beautiful island.
Yeah.
You can see it there, lots of greenery. It's very different to some of the other Canary Islands, the likes of say Lanzarote, Fuerteventura, that are more sand based. Because this is exposed on the western front of the Canary Islands, it does have more cool temperatures coming in from the Atlantic, and therefore, you know, we get to appreciate the beautiful greenery, the volcanic, of course, ground as well. An incredible island for trail running.
Absolutely. As we see the ultra runner Kili Hininger, if I am not wrong, Liam, correct me, I know you're there on the chat. Kili Hininger from the Pacific Northwest. I think she's an Oregonian. Is it Oregonian, right? That's
from Oregon?
From Oregon.
From Oregon. It could be Oregonian. I'm not too sure on that one, Mary.
I'm not sure. I'm just going to use it anyway, and somebody's going to correct me in the chat. But Kili Hininger from the United States, chasing her co-Terranian Hannah Osowski in 7th and 8th place. As we see some images, this is from the start of the marathon, if I'm not wrong.
The start of the marathon, yeah. And there, that looks like there now the start of the half marathon. Oh, that's the start. Still the start of the marathon. Still the start of the marathon. They had a road section just at the start.
It started earlier today at 6 a.m. together at the same time as the ultra from El Refugio del Pilar, 26K into the ultra, but this is kilometer 0 for the marathon, and they head up for it's the mid 42K of the ultra. And I like this format where you have almost the 3,000 runners all running together on the same course. The half marathon does the first part of the ultra, the first 26K, then the marathon does the mid 42K, and if you want to do the whole experience, you can just go from south to north of the island in the ultra, in this 73 tough but beautiful distance that they have here in the island in La Isla Bonita. So it's a beautiful journey you can traverse during your running. Every year after the other, you can just come back and do a bit more of the island.
Yeah, we haven't mentioned too much the half marathon either, guys, and you can see maybe on your live trail if you're following at home that in both races it looks really exciting. We have maybe a surprise leader in the men's race. The latest information that we have is Fabian Venero Jimenez is leading ahead of the big local favourite Daniel Sanz from Spain, Spanish international, and then our surprise package from Japan, who took the win in the vertical kilometre 7.26 race on Thursday night. Ryunosuke Omi had that fantastic win. He looks so strong, he looks so comfortable, and he's right up there in 3rd place. In the women's race in the half marathon, the Spanish international athlete Andice Turbi, she has the lead at the moment from Camila Maglioni, and the local La Palma runner, great to see her up there in the top 3, Moana Lily Kerdes. I'm sure she was a little bit disappointed to not be on the podium on Thursday night in the vertical kilometre, but she is in 3rd place currently in the half marathon.
I think there's a message for you in the chat.
Oh, let's have a look.
Yeah, that's a special one.
Thanks for tuning in, Mom. Great to have you on board with us. Have a nice day there back in Dublin.
Yeah, so let me do a quick update as we see some images from the drone from the Caldera del Taburiente, the heart of the volcano that formed this island back a million years ago, probably. And we see Ines Astra and Kim Shriver, the leaders of the female race in the marathon. We have one more lady coming out of El Refugio del Pilar. That is Emily Coulomb, if I'm not wrong, Emily Coulomb from Italy. That's, we're gonna see her running towards El Reventon now. Runners coming, some of the the popular runners, some of the mid-pack runners coming towards El Pilar. Look at that beautiful aid station to get some refreshment, get some fuel, and keep going for the rest of the 40-something kilometers that you have ahead if you're doing the ultra. But I just want to come back. The leaders, the men leaders, the top 10 have gone already through El Reventon, around 35K into the 2024 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX, with Jonathan Albon leading in a pack together. Just a few seconds, they are separated just a few seconds from each other, with Jeshurun Small, Tom Evans and Thibaut Varognan in a tandem there. Then we have a bit of a separation of 2 minutes with fifth place runner Benjamin Stout. Then it's in 6 and 7 running together is Dakota Jones and Davide Sheraz. And then a few meters back, it's Lionel Christian Manole together with Dimitri Midjaev. And then just 3 minutes back from them, it's Tobias Geiser from Italy getting towards El Reventon. Then outside of the top 10, just outside of the top 10, we have Borja Fernandez and Antoine Thiriat. This is the start of the half marathon, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, there's Joel de la Paz, one of the great runners from La Palma, one of the big local heroes, one of the big favorites for today's half marathon race.
Absolutely. I want to give also, before we go to some live images again, I want to give an update of the top 10 of the women, with Ruth Croft and Ida Nielsen leading, with Ruth with a gap of almost 3 minutes over Ida. Then it's Sunmaya Buddha from Nepal, around 7 minutes behind Ida. Marianne Hogan, Asara Garcia, Yekaterina Midjaeva, and Hannah Osowski running all together. Well, not together, but just separated, but just 2-3 minutes. Then it's Keely Hinninger, Katarina Hartmuth running in 9th. That was the Hoka athlete that we were watching before. Sorry about the confusion. And then we are waiting for the top 10 women to finish, to come through El Pilar, as we see the start of this fast half marathon. Back down there we see Ezequiel Paulusac from Argentina, a good friend of mine coming from Argentina too, running this beautiful uphill that we have. It's completely different scenario from what it was for the ultra this morning. And now we have Emily Colom rounding up the top 10 coming out of El Pilar on the ultra. We have a lot of information coming around. We have a lot of data, of images, which is great. It's beautiful. I hope you can keep track with us, and if not, just bring the questions. We are here to bring you any information you may need. I want to give a nice shout out to our good friend Martin Gaffori, that it's back in France, probably drinking some mate. And this morning saying interesting comeback from Sunmaya. She'll probably be one of the most dangerous ones on the downhill to Tazacorte. I believe so. She's got a really interesting, really interesting downhill skills. We'll see how it goes. What's the difference between the rest with Ida and Ruth, to see how the gaps are cut there, and let's see how it goes. There is still a lot of race going. How are you all doing? Where are you all right now? Where are you watching us from? We want to hear, as we see Tere, our friend Tere, your student.
Yeah, Tere has been with me for a couple of years learning English, as has Pablo Villa in the men's marathon race as well, the Adidas TERREX athlete. It's great to be able to teach English to them. And of course, what do we talk about in our English classes, Marty? Yeah. We talk about running. And to be honest, to learn a new language, the best way to do it is to learn it by talking about subjects that you're interested in. And Marty, where did you learn your English? Of course, you're from Argentina originally, but you're speaking with your fluid and dulcet tones in English here. It's fantastic to hear. I always have so much respect for somebody, especially who is able to work in a professional environment like you are now and talking English. Where did you learn your English?
Thanks, buddy. That's let me just give a shout out. Is that no? That's not. I started studying really young. I have an elder brother who likes heavy metal and rock music.
Okay.
So he had a couple records of Metallica, Aerosmith back in the day, and I didn't understand the lyrics. So the purpose was just to try to understand English.
Yeah.
Back when I was 6 years old, because I didn't know what was that weird thing they were singing. And I was lucky enough that my parents were able to send me to an institute, like a school of English outside of the elementary school I was back in the day. And I was able to study for 13 years straight English. I had a couple years of British English, a couple years of American English, and then I had the thing, I was curious and I was interested about the language, but it was years of studying outside of school, and then I was lucky enough to be curious and travel around and be talking to people. I'm from Patagonia, and in Patagonia it's a destination, a global known destination. So there's a lot of international people from the US, English speaking people. And I remember being a child in restaurants and just poking people around. It's like, hi, I speak English. Can you speak English with me?
Well, it's such a gift, Marigan. To be here all these years later, commentating on one of the biggest races in the world. An absolute joy to have you here with us. As we look there at the top 10 in the female race, and you can see the big lead that our top two athletes have, Ruth and Ida as well. They are well ahead of the pack. They have a good 40 minutes ahead there. So they are our two clear leaders. And perhaps one of the most interesting challenges today will be who will get that third podium place in the women's Ultra 73K.
As we see Ruth Croft, the leader of the 2024 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX, in her solid Adidas TERREX kit, leading in complete comfort. We can see her stride. She looks super comfortable with this lead. I know she put some distance on the first climb towards Ida, and I believe that's a smart move, considering Ida is a great downhiller. She's a great downhill runner. Having a bit of a gap towards her, I think it's solid for her competition.
Yeah, one of our friends on the chat, Marty, is asking when do we think the marathon leaders will get down to Puerto de Tazacorte, and we expect maybe in about 20 minutes time, and around 9:30 we're going to have our first champions of today. And the latest information that we have is Francisco Jose Anguita Bayo is in the lead, and he's got a comfortable big lead as well. Perhaps a surprise. I mean, Francisco Anguita is a very, very strong runner, but we didn't maybe think that he had the caliber as some of the big names like your Pablo Villa, Zaid Malex, and Peter Frano, of course, as well. So this is potentially the biggest win of Francisco Anguita's career so far.
So the last timing point we have is from the top of El Roque de los Muchachos, and then that's where the downhill starts. And let me tell you, with a guy of the caliber of Said, just around 7-8 minutes behind you.
Yeah.
Do you know the story about Said and the Ultra back in the day, that he was 11th at the top of El Roque and he ended up 3rd?
Really?
Yeah, he cut like 10 minutes, 15 minutes to his competitors. Let's see how he is now. This is a completely different year. This was like 8 years ago. Said is now a father of 2. He's being taken racing a bit chillier than it was before.
And you can understand that, Marty. As a father of 4, I've stopped running downhill altogether, because I want to prolong my running career.
Yeah.
So you can understand maybe if Zaid doesn't throw himself down the mountain as much. Such a fascinating, a very much loved runner here in Spain, Zaid, as well. I'm sure everybody that's listening in knows Zaid's story, and just in case you haven't heard of his story before, Zaid came to Spain, I think around 2008, hidden in the back of a lorry. But he integrated himself into local society. He joined a football club, he joined an athletics club. He went on to represent Spain with distinction in European and World Championships. He's got an incredible CV over the last couple of years as well. So Said is not out of this battle yet.
As we see Marina Cugneto, the Scarpa runner from Italy, running in 12th. Hilary Allen went through El Refugio del Pilar also in 11th. Hilary, who also knows what's being in the podium of this race, one of the most talented athletes, that she's back running. She's after a tremendous, horrible fall back in the day in 2017. She was able to recover, recompose, get out of that dark spot and be back running, be back cycling, and enjoying life at the most.
Yeah, she was actually over in Ireland with us there last year, Marty. She won the 47k in the Eco Trail Wicklow, which was great to have her there. Such an inspiration. And if you haven't seen Hillary's TED Talk on YouTube, turn it on later on, and that alone will inspire you for the rest of the weekend. It's such an inspirational athlete and a really sound person as well.
Let me interrupt you, Owen, because we have a colleague there. That's Corinne Malcolm from the US. Shout out to the Free Trail friends. Corinne, that is always commentating races too. We have a tandem of Adidas TERREX. We saw also Monse Martinez there, the Spaniard, who is also running. We have what a deep field of both men and women that we have. Monse is coming out right now of the aid station at El Pilar in 26K. That is... We're going to have, as I see, we're going to have almost like 3 competitions on the women's field. We're going to have a competition for the podium with Ruth Croft, Ida Nielsen. Then for the third spot of the podium with Sunmaya Buda, Marian Hogan, Azara Garcia, Yekaterina Midyaeva. And then for the back of the top 10, to finish the top 10, it's Hannah Osowski, Kelly Hininger, Katarina Hartmuth. But they are not so far away from Emily Colom, Hillary Allen, Marina Cuñeto, Corinne Malcolm, Monse Martinez, and I don't want to say her name wrong, but there was another Adidas TERREX runner there. So we're going to have a beautiful battle until the finish.
And there's very good prize money on offer, Marty, today as well. The winner of the Transvulcania this year will take home €6,000. Second place, 2,500, and third place, 1,500. And it goes all the way down to the top 10 as well. So there's plenty of cash on offer and a nice big €6,000 for the winner.
That is beautiful. That's a beautiful payday.
Yeah.
As we hear Monse asking for some references to our camera runner there, doing a fantastic job today. Our team coming. He's probably gonna grab now some of the other ladies that were coming out of the aid station. Yeah, that is Marina Cuñeto, who lost a few positions on the aid station while she was aiding, but they're all together. They're all running super close. Marina from Italy and the Scarpa team. The Scarpa team led by the man himself, the legend, the 6-time world champion Marco De Gasperi, who's also been running here back in the day, but now he's working as the team manager of Scarpa for the world. We see there more runners coming through. These are the few meters after El Pilar, but this is great. Thank you, Luiso, for bringing us the map, the beautiful track of this incredible race. Starting down south of the island, going through the GR 131, el Recorrido del Bastón is in Spanish, through the island, traversing all the volcanoes. This is called the Ruta de los Volcanes, the volcano route, traversing from south to north, the ridge of the island, the ridge that divides the island of La Palma in two, and it's super tough.
And if anybody's wondering where the volcano was there just a couple of years ago, just there in the bottom left of our screen, El Paso, we're just going by it there now. That's where that incredible volcano was towards the end of 2021 when it finally finished erupting. I think it was Christmas time, after 3 months, a really difficult couple of months for the island. But they all worked so hard together. They all worked so well to try and get life back to normal. Only a couple of months after the volcano erupted, they of course held the European Championships in that summertime, which was a fantastic event in El Paso. We had teams from all over Europe here, and they put on a really fantastic race. So they're big fans of trail running, despite some of the hardships that they've had over the last couple of years with forest fires, with volcanoes, with COVID of course as well. They have continued to put on some incredible races in the island, and of course this very, very special day today with the Transvulcania TERREX here in La Palma.
It's great to see the resilience of the island, of the people, of the society of the island, of recovering themselves 1 year after the other from one punch one punch here, one punch there, and they were able to recover, to be here. And we are so glad to be bringing you these images, to be bringing you the excitement of the 2024 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX. So wherever you are watching from, you can get the bug, you can get the itch of coming to race, of coming to travel, to visit, to train, whatever, to get you here to the island of La Palma, one of the most beautiful tourist destinations for trail running.
A big hello to a friend of mine, a very good friend of mine from at home, listening in from Wicklow, Rene Borg. Thanks for coming onto the chat, Rene. Great to see you here. And Rene, good luck with your own race, the Glendalough Lap of the Gap, now in a couple of weeks' time. I know you're working hard, mate. And we've got a couple of Irish runners here today as well. Always great to see some Irish runners out on the courses here in La Palma. They had a big team here at those European Championships that I just mentioned back in 2022 as well. So hello to all of our Irish trail runners and mountain runners listening back home.
As we see some images of Daniel Sanz from earlier today running for the half marathon with Fabian Benero, who was also one of the main runners of the vertical uphill race on Thursday, but they are now pushing together, trying to win, trying to get that prized win in the half marathon. But for what we can see on the live trail, it was now we're seeing on the images that Fabian Benero made a move over Daniel Sanz earlier today. But the experience of Danny is amazing. Danny made it to the top of the island, to the first climb of the island in Las Deseadas in first, with almost a 2 minutes gap on Fabian. Just this was right after what we're watching right now is before the start of the climb towards Las Deseadas. But I'm glad that Fabian was so brave, trying to escape from Danny. But now we are in Los Canarios, which is they were entering the town of Los Canarios before. That was the aid station at Los Canarios, and then it was Danny who took the lead. And now we're waiting. They should be on the finish line at El Refugio del Pilar in the next 15 to 20 minutes.
Yeah, and Danny is on a mission, Marty, isn't he? Because you could see how disappointed he was on Thursday night. He was going for that win on Thursday night, but just something wasn't right. He looked very laboured. He was working really, really hard. And I know from talking to him after the race, he was very, very disappointed. He was nearly angry with himself that he didn't get the result that he wanted. So he is going big time for that victory today. As we look at some of the leaders from the half marathon race there as well.
Yeah, it's wow, look at that.
There's the peloton. There's the peloton climbing up there, one of our volcanic trails.
As we see Onditz Iturbe also earlier today, climbing up towards the Las Deseadas, and then the most precious finish line of today, the precious finish line of the ultra of the Transvulcania Ultramarathon Adidas TERREX.
Yeah, who is going to cross that line first, Marty? Guys, if you're listening in, if you're looking at the images here, drop us a note. Let us know who you think is going to win.
Beautiful. I like to see the chat starting to gain its own life. Tell me again, Luiso, please. Perfect. Thank you to our man, our conscience, our consciousness.
Yeah, we've got a couple of interviews coming up now soon, which I think is great. As we see some of our colleagues down there at the half marathon finish line, as they're getting ready to welcome home the first champions of this fantastic day here, the 11th of May 2024 at the 2024 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX here in the island of La Palma.
This is going to be great. I was saying that I like that the chat is starting to gain some life, starting to gain its own life outside of what we were saying. Thank you guys for being there. Bring all your friends. Drop if you're an iMessage guy, just drop the link everywhere. If you're a WhatsApp guy, just drop that link in every single running group you have. Bring everyone to our live broadcast, either in English or in Espanol, whatever you prefer. Just bring people to share with us today on this Transvulcania.
As we see some of the local organisers of the race there, on the left-hand side there, Sergio Rodriguez, president of the local government here in La Palma, as we've got an interview, I think, coming up with Cordine.
I'm really excited to participate in Transvulcania. I was first here in 2017 and didn't get to complete the race, so I'm really excited to be back. It's the coolest thing about running through the natural spaces, particularly on this island, is that you run through so many different ecosystems. You start in black volcanic sand, and then you're in pine forests and the caldera, and then back down through banana plantations on your way to town. The variety is particularly cool. My expectations, some might say, are pretty medium. I want to be calm and cool and collected and then slowly move up throughout the course of the day, but it's the early season for me and I'm still working my way back from an injury, and so really my goal is to make it from the start to the finish healthy and happy and in one piece, and if I can do that, it'll be a good performance.
Teníamos, oh, sorry, that's Spanish. We had Corinne Malcolm, the adidas TERREX representative, one of the legends of this sport, also not just because of her running career, but also because of her commentating journalism career. You've heard her voice, I'm sure you've heard her voice in several races, especially in the US. So it's great to see her back. She's been injured. So it's great to see her back. She definitely has got the talent to be competing out there. As we are back on the finish line of the 26th of the half marathon, let's call it straight out by its name, the half marathon at Transvulcania. We're gonna be seeing the winners in around 15 minutes or a bit less. So I'll go back to the chat because it was there's someone super excited about Ruth for 30 minutes, 4 minutes and a half lead. That guy, I think he's there's something around that guy.
She's running really strong, Ruth. And Mummy Flynn back on. That's actually my Mrs. Jenny who's tuning in to the live streaming. Jenny's actually from Gran Canaria, and she's just saying how the local palmeros are great. They absolutely are. And I was just talking there about the... Oh, we've got another interview.
I think this island's incredibly special, probably mostly because it's so unique. I've never run anywhere like this, and the terrain is super challenging at points, but when you're suffering and things are really hard, you just look up and you look around you, and it's absolutely incredible. And I think with the recent history of the volcanic activity on the island, it has been constantly changing. So yeah, to be able to run on trails that have been affected by the volcano, I think is incredibly special, and yeah, bringing a bit of awareness to such a beautiful landscape is really important for me. I think having not raced here before, everyone says that you need to take the first half relaxed. So for me, it's to have a very sensible first half of the race and then see if I can push in the second half.
Tom Evans there, one of the leading contenders for this year's race, the former army captain from Loughborough, and yeah, an absolute superstar of the sport over the last couple of years. He had, of course, that great win, as I mentioned earlier on, in the CCC in UTMB, but then he experimented on the road for a couple of years as well, and he had a very unfortunate stress fracture in 2021 before coming back and getting that great win in Western States in Squaw Valley in 2023. As we have an interview with Ruth Croft from New Zealand coming up. Oh no,
all right.
We're actually going back to Ruth live on the trails.
This is great. Ruth's got a 4 minutes and a half lead, and as we see her right now, pushing through her poles towards El Roque de los Muchachos. This is the beginning, the absolute beginning after El Reventon. Ruth is pushing hard. She's using poles right now, like trying to get this pace, to get her pace, her uphill pace right now towards El Pico de la Nieve. Ruth that is super strong in the uphills, and I think this gap is going to be growing even more.
Yeah, she is a woman on a mission. The athlete from Stillwater, from the west coast of the southern island of New Zealand. An athlete that is steeped in running history. She was the junior national champion in New Zealand in the 3,000 metre steeplechase before she went on to do incredible things in the world of trail running. She was second in the Trail World Championships. She's won Western States with that great victory in 2022. She won the Ultra Cape Town in South Africa back in November in 2023, and she's had a great start to the year this year. She won the Tarawara Ultramarathon, the 62k, so she's coming into the early summer in superb form. And Marty, I actually think that she's had a bit of a change in mentality to her running and her training over the last year or two. She spoke about how before running was nearly an obsession, nearly an unhealthy obsession for her, where now she's flipped the switch a little bit. Running is important to her, but it's not just everything that she does in life. She says it's her passion, it brings balance, but that unhealthy obsession that sometimes we can all fall into that trap when we're training every day and have big race objectives. Thankfully, Ruth has found balance in her life again, and you can see it's paying off here as she storms, for the moment, what's looking like a comprehensive victory.
Especially,
early days.
Absolutely. Especially after at this point of careers where you are really good, where you have a background of running superb races in shorter distances, in long distances, you're good. You realize you're a good runner. You're a world-class runner. You're the top of the top in a sport. I can easily understand why you fall in a sort of obsession, and that's why it's really important to have a team behind you, to have a support of family, friends, the loved ones that hold you, that keep you together and bring you back to switch cameras. Let's switch the What a beautiful image of as we were watching Ruth take the lead.
But it is interesting, Marty, that our two leading ladies have come from an athletics background. Ida Nilsson from Sweden, she's got 10 national gold medals in cross country and track. So if anybody's tuning in from at home, if you're a track runner, if you're a cross country runner, if you're a road runner, give the mountains a shot. I mean, Ida has such pedigree from an athletics background. She's a two-time NCAA gold medalist. She's from a family steeped in athletics. She's the Swedish Masters road champion as well. But boy, has she been kicking ass on the mountains as well. So if you're listening in, if you're a road runner, you know, go down to your local mountain race, go down to your local trail race, give it a shot, and who knows, you might be joining us here in the start line in La Palma in 2025.
And just to not move away from the story of Ruth, she was mixing already, being one of the best top trail athletes in shorter distances, while also trying to qualify to the Olympics, to the Summer Olympics with New Zealand. She was running. She ran the Seoul Marathon, trying to get her Olympic qualifier time. She was really short of it, but she ran a 2:30. I don't remember if it was 2:29, 2:31 road marathon around 2015. Trying to aim for the 2016 Olympics. But she was let's say 1-2 minutes short back in the day when she was training with New Zealand legend Jonathan Wyatt. But then she switched to that, and I saw her crush a couple of races, being in the top five in Zegama in 2017, and then being second at the Classic Lavaredo Ultra Trail. So it's great to see her progress, great to see her doing that quality jump to the there is a group of athletes in the world of trail and ultra running that are the ones that you do not discuss. Like you say, these are they are one little step forward. If I gotta give
the cream of the crop,
yeah, absolutely,
the cream of the crop, the superstars,
which is in the men's side, it could be guys like Jonathan Albon, guys like Tom Evans, guys like Kilian Jornet, of course, Francois Den, people who once they turn to a race, they're gonna be crushing for sure. And in the women's today, it should be according to Walter for sure. It's Katie Scheid, it's Ruth Croft. Now also in that group of in that selected group of runners that are just a few steps above the rest.
Yeah. As we look at the finish line of the half marathon in El Refugio de El Pilar, and guys, I reckon we're about maybe 5 minutes away from our leader, our new champion to come through. It looks like it's going to be Daniel Sanz, unless Fabian Venero Jimenez is able to put in a tremendous comeback, which can happen, of course, but it looks like Daniel Sanz is going to be coming around this final bend in probably less than 5 minutes time, as Danny adds another incredible victory to his palmarès. He's 25 years of age, he's a medical student, he's had an incredible couple of years, he's represented Spain in European Championships, World Championships. He was the first European home at the 2023 vertical kilometer World Championships. He was the first European in Innsbruck that year, after really a whole group of East Africans. So that's the calibre of athlete that Daniel Sanz is. He was third in the European Championships uphill here in La Palma in 2022. He was second in Pikes Peak in the 20k in 2022 as well. He won the Junior World Championships in the vertical kilometre in 2019. So as you can hear from some of those results, Danny is a born winner. He's a born competitor, highly talented. And there was talk of Danny being the future king of trail running, with Luis Alberto pushing on into his mid-40s. Danny has his eyes set on the crown of the king of Spanish trail running.
Absolutely. He's definitely the leader of the new generation, one of the leaders of the new generation of trail runners in Spain. We are seeing a massive change. Even though we still have 49 years young Migueleras charging at every single race we see him, call it an ultra, call it a small race. He's still there, but there's a new generation of runners that definitely Danny is a part of. And I wanted to tell you, Owen, that I don't know if you're going to see Danny come out first of the half marathon, if you're going to see Fran Anguita win the marathon.
Over the marathon, it's going to be close. We've got Danny due in at 9:39 according to our live tracking, and Fran at 9:42.
Yeah.
So let's hopefully we'll be able to split our screens, or certainly get images of both of our sets of winners over the next couple of minutes, guys. We hope you are enjoying our coverage. We hope you're enjoying your breakfast on a Saturday morning, wherever you might be in the world, whether it's here in the Canary Islands, whether it's up in mainland Europe, whether it's over in the US, Australia, over in Asia. Guys, you're very, very welcome. And of course, Marty, all your friends down in South America and Argentina as well. And I do remember on Thursday, you told me that when you did come over to La Palma, those, 10 years or so ago, you came over with about 105 Argentinians, was it?
Yeah, that was crazy. Between runners and families, it was a huge contingent of people coming to just to travel, you know, just to travel. I was checking the whole data. It was around 50 runners and 50 people coming to visit. It was like families. It was like a whole trip of people running together. I found a couple pictures. I'm gonna show them later. It was incredible. It was incredible back in the day to just get to the airport, to the international airport in Buenos Aires, and seeing like you are going to Transvulcania.
Well, he's got running shoes on.
We're taking the same plane.
He's got a running watch on. He's got a Garmin watch on his wrist. He must be a runner too.
Yeah. And it was super fun to watch, especially once you get to. We were all mostly coming through Tenerife, so when you got to Tenerife, hearing like see people drinking mate and waiting to jump to the small plane to get to La Palma, it was a beautiful moment for Argentinian trail running. It was different times. As we see now, El Puerto de Tazacorte shining bright. It's 9:38 a.m. local time. Look at that beautiful morning. We're gonna be watching. What we're watching on the down right side of the image is the finish line of the marathon today at the 2024 Transvulcania adidas TERREX, and also the last big aid station for the ultra before that last 4-5k of uphill of the infamous Barranco de las Angustias.
Yeah,
that hurts.
It's a tough one for our ultra runners, isn't
that
it?
One
Because
hurts.
they're going to come down that big descent, 18 kilometers, just over 10 miles, but then they've still got another 5k to go, a 338 meter climb. So if they're hurting at the Puerto de Tazacorte, boy, are they going to be hurting when they get to the finish line in Los Llanos de Aridane. As we see Ruth motoring through the course, she's looking super strong. She has her poles out. She's alternating between with poles, no poles. And I think, Marty, that's actually probably the best strategy, isn't it? Because by doing that, you're giving different muscles a break every couple of minutes, a bit like an interval session. 3 minutes on, 3 minutes off. It's a fantastic strategy.
We saw her also just walking, running, changing the walking, running strategy. She's, I'm pretty sure she knows she's in a comfortable lead. Trying to get this is also another thing that I like to watch, the different sort of techniques used for poles, like a bit of a push in front, and then a bit of the skiing thing, as if she was skiing, cross country skiing with the poles.
She had a fantastic rhythm there, didn't she, as she was moving through and taking a little bit of a break there as she gets her breath back and enjoying the views. Look at the views there just over the horizon. It is such a beautiful island for trail running. Guys, make sure that you stick it on your agenda, stick it on your travel plans. If you're looking for somewhere, whether it's to go for a trail running training camp just like the Spanish national team do, they come over here as they get ready for their European and World Championships. If you're preparing for a big race, guys, if it's in the winter time especially and you want some hot weather training, get yourselves over to the Canary Islands, especially La Palma, where you'll have these amazing, beautiful trails to enjoy. And of course, fantastic people here as well. They love their trail running, really hospitable people as well. They put on such good races, plenty of nice hotels here as well. We're down in the Ache. Yes, the H10, just beside the sea, just beside the capital city. So guys, a fascinating island to come and visit.
Absolutely. Just to put in context, she's running now around 34 to 35k into the race. She's coming up to El Pico de las Nieves, one of the most exposed areas of the race. That's where she's gonna start getting above the tree line and starting to be super exposed to the sun, to the wind, and where she's gonna have to take care of the nutrition for sure, herself and everyone, from first to finish, first to last, to be careful not to screw it up, not to ruin a fantastic race and suffer. I mean, it's just ruining it because you're going to start suffering and not because anything else. That's where she's from, heading towards the next point of tracking, the next timing point we're going to have, which is El Roque de los Muchachos, the highest part of the race, at 51k.
And if I'm right, Mary, I think that's the descent from the Roque de los Muchachos down to Plaza de Tazacorte. Oh, here we go, guys. Here's our champion, our first champion of the 2024 Transvulcania adidas TERREX. It's in the half marathon. It's the Spanish athlete, Daniel Sanz Lobarda. He is a happy man. He had such a disappointing run on Thursday, but he has put all of that behind him. It's our first champion of the day. Congratulations to Daniel Sanz Lobarda.
What a race for Dani, the Adidas TERREX, the doctor, the youngling from Spain, getting his wing and turning the back on the not so happy performance he had on Thursday. You can see now that he's incredibly happy, and we are really happy for him too. Great job, Dani, on being the first winner of today, of this Saturday, of 3 races down in La Palma.
Yeah, and we were worried about Danny on Thursday because he had that such a disappointing run. As we get ready for the winners of our marathon, as we just get word from our colleagues down at the finish line, the winners of the marathon are getting very close to the finish line there as well. I suspect any minute now we're going to have our top 3 coming in, and I think that's Francisco Jose Anguita Bayo, the Spanish runner. He's getting closer and closer. He's waving to the crowd. I think he knows he has the victory. He's got a big lead, 4 to 5 minutes over the second place athlete Peter Fernando. Here he comes around the final bends.
That's it. That is Fran Anguita, the man who's going to be taking the win. Probably his first win, his first very important win, and you're seeing him now cheering. Look at the crowd there waiting for him. It is Francisco Jose Anguita Bayo, Fran Anguita, the winner of the marathon at the 2024 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX. Fantastic race for Fran, fantastic downhill for him, and a great performance.
And that's a bit of a surprise, isn't it, Marty, as well?
Absolutely.
I think when we were talking about potential winners of the race, we thought Francisco might be up there. I suspect a lot of people might have said the top 5, but to take the win comprehensively like that is an incredible performance. People would have been looking at the names, the likes of Pablo Villa, Said Ayed Malek, the Spanish internationals, the fantastic Gran Canarian runner Alejandro Mayor Guzman would have been one of the big favourites as well. Peter Frano, of course, who looks like he's going to take the runner-up spot here. But just look at the joy, look at the happiness there at the finish line. Francisco Jose Anguita Bayo, our marathon winner of the 2024 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX here in the island of La Palma.
Amazing, and he was able to hold the pace. He was able to hold his difference, his gap on the rest of the runners that he made on the Roque de los Muchachos. I think that's Peter. I think that's Peter Frano.
Yeah, that's Peter Frano.
He's dressed up as in Scarpa, if I'm not wrong. Peter Frano is going to be the runner-up of this 2024 Transvulcania Marathon by Adidas TERREX. He's going to get down to El Puerto de Tazacorte. I'm surprised the gap that Fran was able to make. They were all running together, running super close, especially in this downhill where you can all see each other and try to compete. But if you are able to hold and if you're able to push a bit harder, that little difference is going to make you the winner or the runner-up. And that's exactly what happened between Fran and Peter. We're seeing him coming down the zigzags towards El Puerto de Tazacorte. And I'm really happy to see the crowd there welcoming our runners. It's really early in the morning. People are coming probably with a little bit of a coffee there and to hang out to see the runners coming through. Transvulcania is a party. It's one of the, if not the major sports event and the major event of the island, with people coming from all around the world. 3,000 runners are today on course right now on the GR 131 in different portions of the GR 131. As we see Peter Frano getting down towards the finish line.
He's nice and comfortable there, Marty, isn't he?
Yeah.
And I'm just looking here at Peter Frano's page on the internet. He was born in 1996 in Brezno in Slovakia. He was born near the low Tatras mountain range, so he was very, very close to the trails from an early age. He started running when he was 18 years old, and what a career he's had. And one of his favourite quotes that he has here beside his name is, "Work hard in silence. Let your success be the noise." And what a great successful run this is going to be for Peter Frano. He's going to take second place here in the Transvulcania.
Absolutely. Fantastic race for the Scarpa kid. He's 96. Jesus. He's a youngling. He's super young. And we are really happy to see him be the runner-up behind Fran Anguita on today's marathon at the 2024 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX. Look at that beautiful image of the town of Tazacorte, of El Puerto de Tazacorte. And we're going to see him now getting to that finish line. It is Peter Frano from Slovakia, the guy from Team Scarpa, with a beautiful, amazing performance, finishing in second place. He looks that he could have done better. he doesn't seem happy with his performance, even though it was great. It was fantastic being second today with the level of runners that we have behind a relentless Fran Anguita. I think that it's great.
Yeah, well, he's got a couple of minutes gap, I think, on the third place athlete, Milli Vanilli dos Santos Lopez de Brito. What a fantastic name.
That's a great name.
Milli Vanilli.
Green.
There he is.
From Cape Green. From Cabo Verde.
Fantastic. He's a regular runner here on the Canary Islands. You often see him. They often come over, himself and his teammates. They're fantastic athletes. They're always give it everything, always fighting for the podiums in races across all of the Canary Islands as well. They're with his sponsor, and their sponsor helps the guys come over from Cabo Verde. Normally they come over in a group of 3 or 4 fantastic athletes. Of course, Cabo Verde is such a great place for trail running as well. Lots of good mountains there. And congratulations, that's our top 3: Francisco Jose Anguito Bayo, Peter Fernando, Milli Vanilli, Dos Santos Lopez de Brito, our top 3 of the marathon in this year's 2024 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX.
Absolutely, as we were also watching the finish line of the half marathon, where Fabian Benero Jimenez was second, around 1 minute back from Dani Sanz, and then it was Álvaro Escuela, the Spanish guy, who finished in 3rd place, overpassing Ryonosuke Omi, the Japanese runner who took the win at the vertical uphill the other day on Thursday. And now we have a complete podium on both the marathon and the half marathon at today's Transvulcania Adidas TERREX, with Dani Sanz winning the half marathon in 2 hours and 12 minutes 35 seconds. Fabian Benero Jimenez second with 2 hours 13 and 32, and Álvaro Escuela in 2 hours 18 and 36. A massive gap between the first 2 runners and the third.
Yeah, and again, it just shows the importance of trying to get the balance right. When you're doing 2 races like that, Marty, on a Thursday night and a Saturday morning, we all thought that Ryonosuke Omi from Japan, he would have been up there in the top 3, but perhaps just the effort that he made to get that victory on Thursday night might have just taken out those couple of small percentage points that you need to be able to challenge the likes of Dani Sanz for a win in the slightly longer race here in the half marathon. So an exciting couple of days of racing. What a fantastic start to the morning that we've had. We see our 3 finishers there talking about the battle that the 3 of them had together. Great racing from Dani, Fabian and Alvaro.
Amazing. And now we're going to be waiting for the women's on both the marathon and the half, but also in any minute we're going to start seeing the ultra runners getting up to top of El Roque de los Muchachos, also getting to the 50K mark. And I just wanted to bring some commentary that our friend Martin gave me on the private line about Ruth. He knows they've been training a lot in New Zealand. Look, we have we have another runner from the marathon. It's Tomas Masacek from Czech Republic, finishing in 4th, if I'm not wrong. Let's just see. Yeah, absolutely. Thomas is 4th now in the marathon at the 2024 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX. And to wrap up the idea, he was telling me that Ruth has been practicing a lot in New Zealand with the poles. She's been training to be where she is now on the usage of the poles. But also, he tells me that she won't let go the gas pedal even with the big lead. She's not going for the win, she's going for the best performance she can.
Wow.
So that is incredible. That's great to hear also, because we're going to see her push, and not just for winning or for a record or for beating someone or whatever. She's just going to go for her best, trying to be the best of herself, trying to give her the major performance she can. And if that comes with whatever it can come, call it a win, a course record, or whatever, a podium spot, she's going to be happy about it. And I believe that it's going to be great for her after a rough end of the 2023 season, where she was supposed to be doing the long loop at UTMB, and she was last minute out because of sickness. She was able to turn the tables around in Cape Town at the end of the year, but we know that this is a big event, a big race, where I'm sure she want to perform.
It can often happen, Marty, can't it, that when you're in fantastic form, when you're in top shape, that those flus and viruses can often come along at the most inopportune time. It happened myself one year, Marty, as well. I was getting ready for the Dublin Marathon back home, and on the Saturday before the race, I got a flu, and I knew I was out of action. And sometimes you see it, when we're so fit, when we're training hard, when we come off that peak, when we're in our taper towards a big race, sometimes we might catch a flight and our defenses might come down a little bit. That's when those little viruses, those little flus creep in, as it did with Ruth. So certainly, there we have Saidi. He doesn't look happy as he's crossing the finish line.
Buzzing the watch. Look at that. He ended up in 5th place in the end. He was running around top 10, and he crushed the finish line, ending up in 5th. Said Aid Malek, one of the best downhillers on the world circuit of trail running. He is now 5th at the 2024 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX Marathon. What a great race for Said. He looks incredibly happy. He's always happy. He's always in a great mood. He's always with that big smile. But today he seems like relieved, like he had that feeling of relief.
Yeah, he's a great guy, always full of energy, full of personality, much loved, muy querido, as they say here in Spain. Has lots of fans all around the Canary Islands and all around mainland Spain as well.
That's a great image of the zigzags that can give you a bit of the perspective of how technical those rocks are, how hard, how steep those zigzags are. Incredible. Come on, I'm gonna get back to the chat. There's been a lot of discussion there. Martin said, this is so Peter for Peter Frano. No matter what, he's pulling a poker face. He was second, and he definitely had a poker face. Great job for Peter. Amazing.
Yeah, Thomas is asking who watched Dakota coming in before Killian in 2012. So guys, if we've got any of the vets out there listening in, any of the trail running fans from back in the early days, from back in the early 2010s, guys, if you did see it happen live, that fantastic win from Dakota when he won the race in 6 hours, 59 minutes and 7 seconds, his first big win, when Killian fainted that day because of the heat. Do let us know, guys. Let us know your memories of the Transvulcania. There's been such legendary performances here. We, of course, Killian came back to win in 2013. We had the hat-trick of wins from Luis Alberto Hernando from 2014 to 2016 when he smashed the course record of 6 hours 52 minutes in that fantastic year. And then, of course, on the ladies' side, Ida Nilsson with a hat-trick of wins between 2016 and 2018. The Kiwi Anna Frost, who of course won twice in 2012 and 2014. So guys, do share your memories with us. It has been an island where so many fantastic races have happened. If you've been here, if you've been watching before on the live streams, do let us know.
That is Walter Claudio dos Santos, also from Cabo Verde, from Cape Green, finishing in 6th place, if I'm not wrong. We should be seeing Pablo Villa finishing soon too, the Adidas TERREX guy, who's also coming out from a really long, really bad injury, and it's great to see him running again in Transvulcania. We've seen him being in the top 10, crush the Ultra, but now he's going to be also doing a great performance on the marathon. Pablo, the one from León.
Yeah, exactly.
From the heart of Spain. He's going to be finishing around in 6th, 7th position, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, and Pablo, he does love coming to the Canary Islands. He had that famous win in the Gran Canaria in 2022. And, of course, the day when he came across the finish line together with the legend in 2020 with Pau Capel. As we see Alejandro Mayor there, one of the local favourites as well from Gran Canaria. I think Alejandro might be just a little bit disappointed that he wasn't able to get onto the podium there today. He's a Sky running silver medalist at the World Championships. He's represented Spain as well in the World Championships there last year in Austria. A very experienced runner, a great guy as well. I was on a little warm-up run with him there yesterday, and his partner Yasmina is out on the course as well, and we might see Yasmina try and break into the top 5 today as well, I think.
Absolutely. Ale was eighth, if I'm not wrong, but Pablo finished, and we missed his finish. Pablo was sixth.
Ah, okay.
There it is. There it is.
yeah.
Then we have a replay on Pablo Villa's finish, sixth place finish. Fantastic race for the one of Leon. Also, a runner who made his first big appearance here in Transvulcania back in the day, back in 2014, 2015. He was this was one of the places where he showed up, where he started being the Pablo Villa. For the wow, we had an awful fall from one of the runners right live. Come on, buddy, get up. It's just a scratch. Whoa. Jeez, that was horrible.
Okay.
Hopefully he's fine. That was an awful fall.
A little bit shaken,
Wow.
perhaps. He might have a cut knee. A little
Oh, no
he's
way.
just checking himself out there to make sure he's okay. Still moving, which is good. Good job, buddy. Keep it going.
It's just there. It's about to finish.
He's about,
Jesus.
maybe 2-3 minutes away from the finish line there. He should be okay.
He should be fine. There he's back running.
Yeah, he's moving well. He's moving
my
well.
God. What a fall. What a brave guy to get up and keep on running. We're going to see a replay of that, of course. Yeah, it's... he's
that
geez,
is
you can
sore.
see the dust. Oh,
Marty,
dude.
I've been there.
Yeah.
That's happened to me. I'm a terrible descender. I've had many a fall like that.
Yeah,
and it
take
is
it
nasty.
easy, buddy. It's just you getting towards the finish line. You gotta end up in one piece. The world keeps on spinning. We gotta keep on running, and we're gonna see him continuing towards the finish line. But we've all been there. I'm not gonna believe any of the trail runners who say that they never fall on the on a downhill. That's a lie. That's 100% a lie. Twisted ankles and falls in downhills is our jam.
Yeah, the key is bouncing back up again, isn't it?
Oh, Jesus. Our friend Liam says his ghost will finish the race for him.
yeah.
Jeez. Yeah, no, but he's fine. He's there. These are the things of following a race live. We can see you falling. We can see you winning. We can see you performing or even puking and rallying. We've seen everything
Yeah.
during live coverage. But we're back with Ruth Croft. With that, that pace that Ruth has, that small steps going uphill, going downhill in a completely controlled run. But that stride, that small stride, that can be a killer. She's constantly running faster or slower, or going up or going down, keeping that stride. That is also part of her trademark. On performing in trail running.
It's a very efficient way, Marty, isn't it, to run an ultra like that? Nice small strides. You're not exposing the quads to an overload too soon, too early in the race. Nice, quick, sharp movements. It's absolutely a very, very fast and efficient way to run and to conserve energy as well.
Yeah, it's like sort of like a march, right? Like the classic walk. But faster.
And it's probably going to be for probably roughly just over 8 hours. And I know Ruth maybe doesn't have her thoughts on the record, but maybe deep down she knows that there is a record there up for grabs. It's 8 hours and 4 minutes, and I wouldn't be surprised at all if she gets very, very close to it. As we see more finishers here at the marathon. Well done, guys. Great to see us happy. Great to see that you've enjoyed it.
So I would have loved to see. Let's just do a quick update on the top 10 of the half marathon that has already finished, with Daniel Sanz winning in 2 hours and 12 minutes. Fabian Benero in 2 hours 13. Álvaro Escuela in third in 2 hours 18. In fourth it was Damien Humbert from France in 2 hours 19. Ricardo Cherta also from Spain in 2 hours and 19 minutes, just a few seconds back from Damien. Sergio Alvarez in sixth in 2:21. Josep Miret in seventh in 2:22. Joel De Paz, the local, the guy from La Palma, finishing in eighth in 2 hours and 22. Look at that. Ryonosuke Omi in ninth in 2:22. Anabel Carretero rounding up the top 10. There were 5 guys in 13 seconds. That sprint must have been beautiful. And a huge shout out to my buddy Ezequiel Paulusac, El Tati, from Argentina, from Buenos Aires, finishing in 14th place today on the half marathon. Fantastic performance for Tati, and a huge shout out for Jaime, our speaker out there, who's been helping us with some interviews. As we see Ruth Croft coming down the hill in the lead of this 2024 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX. We still have a lot of action. It's still really early in the morning. We already have a bunch of finishers. We need to see the women's finishing the half marathon. We need to see the ladies finishing also on the marathon. And then, of course, the whole thing for the ultra.
Yeah, Marty, and I might just switch over to the leaders in the half marathon. I think, guys, in about 2-3 minutes time, we're going to have the winner of the half marathon in the women's section come through. It looks like it's going to be the Spanish international athlete Andis Iturbi Arginzonis. Andis, she's in her mid-30s, about 33 years of age. She is the Spanish champion in the vertical kilometer. She was the silver medalist in the Spanish uphill only mountain running championship as well, and she was 11th when she represented Spain in the European Championships in El Paso. So an athlete with a lot of quality, a very experienced runner, especially on the uphill races as well. And it looks like Andis is going to take the win from the Italian athlete Camilla Maglioni, who's been in very good form this year. She recently ran in the Chianti Ultra Trail by UTMB at the end of March. She won the BVG Trail 23 kilometers only a couple of weeks ago on the 20th of April, and she had a fantastic year last year in Italy with a hat-trick of wins. She's represented Italy in the Trail Running World Championships, and she is going to get another podium today. She's got about a 5-6 minute lead on Moana Lily Cordes, the fantastic local athlete from La Palma, who herself has an incredible CV behind her. She's about 26-27 years of age, and she has already achieved so much as well, with more to come, I think, as well. And it looks like Moana might get the podium today. Great to see a local Palmera, a local athlete from La Palma, on the podium.
Absolutely. It's great to see also Joel De Paz in the top 10 on the men's side. I just wanted to bring up that Ruth is getting to outside of the tree line. She's getting already to that exposed area as we were watching her running, grabbing those sunglasses to protect her eyes and get ready to traverse towards El Roque de los Muchachos. She's going to be doing now the whole traverse around it's a crater in English?
Yeah, crater.
The crater of the volcano.
Yep.
This beautiful Caldera del Taburiente one. It's just amazing. And then I don't know if you've seen the astronomic observation places. How do you call those in English? It's observatorio in Spanish.
The sky observatory, where you can see the beautiful stars at nighttime here in El Paso. They actually have a special foundation here called the Foundation Starlight.
Wow.
Nice. It's one of the most famous places in the world, Marty, to see the sky at nighttime. Just because, again, it's a small island, 80,000 population. There's no major industry. There's no major big motorways. The air, therefore the trails and the mountains, they're all very clean. And at nighttime, you can literally see the whole galaxy. A galaxy far, far away. You can see everything at nighttime. It's really, really beautiful. So guys, again, we encourage you, wherever you might be in the world, stick La Palma on your to-do list, on your places to visit list, and you will be very well rewarded indeed. Whether it's to come for a trail running race or whether it's to come to see the beautiful skyline at nighttime and those amazing stars, La Palma is a must visit. Yeah, and I just wanted to bring up also, it's part of the it's a great place for astronomic studies because of the atmosphere, the atmosphere, how the sky, the whole how tall it is to put the observatories where they are, and how the landscape is, and how the whole atmosphere is. And there's another place that is similar, that has similar place for studying the stars as in here in La Palma. And it's also full of observatories. It's San Pedro de Atacama, the desert of Atacama in northern Chile. They have like the same
sort of geography and air or whatever, like environment for star studying. That's something I learned here like 10 years ago.
And actually, one of the races here on the island, the Reventon Trail in El Paso, they actually have a nighttime race, a vertical kilometer nighttime race, and it's officially the only race I think in the world officially endorsed by the Starlight Foundation. As we see, I think that's
Iturbe.
The Ondis,
Ondis Iturbe.
Here she comes
from Domusa Technic, the Basque runner, ready to finish and take the win on the 2024 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX Half Marathon. That's Ondis Iturbe from Euskal Herria, taking the win, this precious win on the half marathon at Transvulcania.
Well done, Ondis. She's a Spanish champion. She was inside the top 15 at the European Championships here 2 years ago in La Palma, and what a victory. She has taken the win here today in the Transvulcania Adidas TERREX. What a fantastic, fantastic win. Congratulations indeed, Ondis. Doing your country proud. Well done.
That is an amazing run for Ondis. From the Domusa Technic team, the brand new trail running team that was founded last year with headline. Ondis is one of the headliners of the team, together with Aritz Egea, another of the Basque runners. Now we see her. She looks completely composed.
Yeah,
like
and
she just crashed it.
She's got a big lead on this as well. I think she's at the winning that race by about 5 or 6 minutes ahead of Camilla Maglioni, and then Moana is probably about 5 or 6 minutes back as well.
Amazing. I just want to bring, we're going to have a beautiful finish also for the women's side, on the women's side for the marathon. We saw before that there was a coming and go in between Kim Schreiber that was leading, trying to make her move over experienced Spaniards Gemma Arenas and Inés Astrain. But also, let me be proud of this one too, because Maria Florencia Milanesi, Flor Milanesi from Argentina, she has now cut some distance on the downhill. She was able to cut a lot. She was around 10 minutes back, and now she's just 4 minutes back. Kim Schreiber, who is now in third. But let's just go with Ondits on the finish line.
Tiempazo auténtico el que te has marcado, carrerón auténtico, una corredora además que forma parte de la selección española, que también nos ha representado en el Mundial. Imagino que hoy, pues, con ese calor palmero, muchísimo más fácil, ¿no?
No llevo muy bien el calor, pero la verdad que como hemos salido pronto se ha agradecido y sufrí más el jueves a la tarde que hoy ha sido más fresquito, mejor.
Danny, he just asking how the race was. Ondis is saying that she suffered a lot on Thursday, or she suffered more on Thursday than she actually did today.
Sí, la verdad que venía psicológicamente con muchas dudas porque había estado con gastroenteritis y esta última semana no podía entrenar. Pero bueno, escuchar al cuerpo.
She wasn't sure how she was going to perform today. She hasn't been able to train over the last week.
Se ha demostrado que cuando trabajas luego recoges los frutos.
Si tuvieras que hacer un dibujo de cómo ha sido esta.
But yeah, she's shown today that she still has good form despite the tricky period that she's had.
La llegada aquí al refugio de la zona de las deseadas, ¿cómo lo harías? ¿Haznos un dibujo para los que no podemos correr esta edición de Transvulcania?
La verdad que tenéis una suerte aquí, con razón le llaman la isla bonita, espectacular el paisaje, la zona, el entorno, la gente.
Ondis just talking about how beautiful the race is, absolutely. She mentioned the other name that the island has, La Isla Bonita, the beautiful island, and she's saying that that's reflected in the race, in the course today. Thanks a mil, Danny down at the finish line there, doing the interview with our champion, Ondis Iturbe from Spain. As I said, a Spanish champion. She is a silver medalist on the Spanish Classic uphill as well. She's represented Spain at the European Championships, and that is a big win for Ondis Iturbe. Well done.
Yeah, that was great. Great job, Owen, there, translating over the minute by minute as we see a sprint for the those were a lot of guys sprinting to get one more position. Beautiful. That was a great finish. For the guys there on the half marathon, that's beautiful. I love to see that. They are fighting probably for the 45 and 46, and they're still crushing.
Marty, in case the viewers can't see us, we've got big smiles on our faces as we're seeing those guys cross the finish line there. And that's what it's all about. I know we have our champions, we have our winners, we have our superstars, but we've also got the runners in the peloton as well who are having an absolutely great day. And just look at this, look at the descent here.
Camila, that's Camila Magliano, ready to finish in second place to take second at this half marathon at today's Transvulcania. Adidas TERREX, the Italian that was on the podium on the vertical uphill. And here she is, the ultra representative, Camila Magliano from Italy, is now second at the 2024 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX half marathon.
Well done, Camilla. Yeah, very experienced runner as well. She runs for the Italian trail running team. And Mary, anybody that makes the Italian trail running team is a superstar.
Is a superstar, absolutely.
Is that a talented runner.
That's one of the most precious and most talented teams in general. Like not just for individuals, but in teams. Like the work they've done in the past 30 years for mountain running, for trail running, even for ultra running, it's fantastic. So making the cut in that team it's really big deal.
Yeah, I can't remember, Mauri, back in the World Championships in 2019 if Italy got the gold medal at all. But I've been at a couple of European Championships and World Championships where literally gold medal after gold medal went to the Italian team.
Yeah.
And you know what? You never got tired of hearing the Italian national anthem because they love the win so much. They love getting up on the podium. They love singing their national anthem. They're great trail runners, a real great asset to the sport of mountain running and trail running.
Absolutely. It was great to watch those battles between the Gemelli de Mateis, the twins, the Matei twins, and Joe Gray, and the Kenyans and the Ugandans that were always fighting.
Yeah.
On the mountain running circuit.
I'll tell you a quick funny story, Mary. I was running for Ireland in the European Championships in 2013 and I was in good form. I was having a good season and I thought, you know what, Mary, I'm going to go out with one of the twins here. I'm going to try and hang on to the back of them. It lasted about 500 metres and they blew me out the back door and I went from maybe in the top 10 right back down to the 50s and 60s and that's where I finished, I think. It was
Beautiful.
A big mistake trying to go out with the Italian twins.
It's just worth trying. The year I ran Transvulcania, they were running the half marathon. It was the gap between the ultra and the half was not that long back in the day. But I'm gonna tell that story later because we have our third woman about to finish in the half marathon. Go for it, Owen.
It's Moana Lidikerdes, the local runner from La Palma. Look how strong she's running in. They love her here. She has been winning races. She has been on podiums for the last 5 or 6 years. She grew up here in the athletics community and she is doing the island of La Palma. Super proud. Just look at that smile. She was disappointed on Thursday night, so it is great to see Moana with a big smile on her face. She is the junior world champion from back in 2021 in the vertical kilometre, and a fascinating story. Her family were actually evacuated from their home 2 years ago when the volcano happened. So you can imagine how tough the last couple of years has been. She studies medicine, she works extremely hard, she trains extremely hard. So what a beautiful reward for Moana and indeed for the athletics community here in La Palma that they've got one of their very own on the podium.
Fantastic race for Moana. She's getting the love there from Josep Miret, her partner, both younglings, both mega talented runners. And I think it's a great push for the whole community of La Palma, seeing one of them. Great job, Moana. Great big smile for her. She's definitely happy. And I think for the kids out there watching, it should be fantastic to see one of them performing like this.
It is a virtual high five for Moana through the television screen here. Great to see the local Lord Mayor there as well of her town, El Paso, Eloy Martin. He's there just as part of the delegation at the finish line. A great athlete himself, Eloy. He was a professional footballer before he went into politics. There he is there handing out the medals in the red jacket.
Beautiful.
A great character, and I'm sure that he is delighted for Moana.
Camila con nosotros hace escasas 3 semanas vencidas en el mar en montaña y hoy pues segunda clasificada de esta media maratón de Transvulcania. Bienvenida y enhorabuena.
Muchísimas gracias. Esta carrera en serio es súper genial. Bueno, la verdad es que correr en la arena nunca me ha pasado y es súper cansino. O sea, es completamente distinto de correr como en montaña o yo qué sé, en la carrera. Y bueno, sí,
Camilla is just saying here how hard it was to run on some of the sandy parts of the trail. She's never done that before, running on sand, really tiring, sapped the energy out of her. But she still did really well with that second place.
Impresionante, o sea, cambia totalmente de un lado a la otra. Bueno, hace calor, pero hoy ha sido perfecto, yo creo.
She was saying that it's a little bit warm, but not too bad at all. It's been perfect for running. It's her first time here on the island, and like everybody who comes here, absolutely loving it.
Bueno, yo creo que la chica, la primera, ha sido, o sea, impresionante, ha volado. Yo, bueno, he estado como, a lo mejor 3 kilómetros, 4 enfrente de ella y luego chau, se fue. La tercera no sabía dónde estaba.
She just said there, she had to say ciao ciao to the winner of the race, Indies Iturbe, who after about the 4th kilometre just stormed into that lead, and there was no way back for Camilla. And Danny's saying he hopes to see her back next year. Well done, Camilla. Camilla Maglioni there with a fantastic second place. Great job, Italy.
Let me give a shout out and send a huge hug to Simone Brogioni, one of the RDs of Lavaredo Ultra Trail that is on the chat. Ciao Simo. Hope to see you soon. Again at the beautiful Cortina d'Ampezzo for Lavaredo. But it was a great race. It was beautiful interview with Camila. It was great. She's a character herself, and she definitely enjoyed it and have had really good fun on today's half marathon. And just to continue the thread on what she was talking about, how hard it is to run on the volcanic sand coming up to Las Deseadas. I was completely bonking trying to get. I'm gonna have to tell that story later, even because we have our podium, our ladies' podium on the 2024 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX, with the winner on its Iturbe in the middle. Then we have Camila Magliano in second on the left side of the screen, and Moala Lili Queres in third on the top right of the screen. Fantastic podium for the women's today. What a great race.
Yeah, it's always a lovely moment there for the top 3 when they stand together, knowing that photograph is probably going to go all around the globe. You know, such a big race that is the Transvulcania Adidas TERREX race. That photograph there, it's going to be one to remember for a long time. Let's see what Moana has to say.
Reconfortante, sobre todo por ver tantas caras conocidas en el recorrido y sobre todo hacerlo aquí, ¿no?
Sí, pasé por los Canarios y ver ahí a mis padres y toda la gente animándome, es que me dio la vida.
Bueno, ahora
Moana just saying there that they run on the course, and to see our parents there, again, our parents who had to evacuate from their house because of the volcano, to see them out on the course just fills her with joy.
El mejor momento del año.
Bueno, hace un mes pues tenías ahí esa espinita, ¿no? Que de no poder asistir aquí a La Palma, de no estar, pero en el día de hoy media maratón exigente, además con muchísimo nivel en el apartado masculino, pero también en el femenino.
Sí, creo que es de los años que más nivel hubo en la media, en la vertical también, y eso para la isla es súper bueno y yo súper contenta.
Bueno, próximos objetivos.
She's delighted to come back to the island, an incredible standard of runner in the race here. She's extremely happy to have got on the podium with that incredible field.
Modo Transvulcania, pero pensando quizás en dar un pasito más allá en distancia.
Ahora creo que me tengo que recuperar un poco porque es que sigo como con tos y no se me va y prefiero calmar un poco y
A ver si se me va del todo, porque lo vas arrastrando.
Bueno, Moana, te decíamos la mayor fortuna, la mayor de las suertes para dejar atrás ese proceso gripal y sobre todo...
Moana just saying there that now it's time to rest, to recover after the race. She's had a tricky springtime. I think she had a bit of a virus over the last couple of weeks. So again, Marty, it just shows the caliber of the athlete, the determination of some of these athletes who, despite injuries, despite being sick, they show up.
Yeah.
They are there at the start line, and Moana there, despite a very bad couple of months, podium against a world-class field.
Incredible, and especially for her coming back home to race, because she's living out in Granada, if I'm not wrong. She's studying medicine up in Granada. Coming back home, seeing all your family, and then I don't think there's a pressure, like a certain pressure, but there's that will to perform for your family, for your friends, for your loved ones that are here cheering, that they're coming out, as she said, coming out like really early in the morning to see you for 1 second pass through and fill you with energy. I think it's just fantastic to witness. Yeah.
And look at the joy there of Danny again. He had such a disappointing run by his standards on Thursday night. So to come back and get the victory today, you can see the emotion.
Yeah, that was
great joy there.
Beautiful, beautiful, thankful image of Danny. Emotional finish for him. One would say that these guys that are constantly running on the world circuits and the different big races and being filled with emotions all around, you can tell it doesn't matter. They don't lose the fire. They don't lose the beauty of running. There's the finish line of I completely lost his name. The second place in our half marathon, the beautiful hug with Dani Sanz, and our third place today was Fabián Venero in second. The hug between him and Dani was beautiful, and this is Álvaro Escuela who finished up third, doing a great finish. To a great charge after Las Deseadas, a great downhill to finish in third.
It was a great race, as we see Camila there. Oh, sorry, as we see our winner, as we see Ondis there coming home. Great win on these, well done.
Yeah, the Musa Technic representative from Euskal Herria celebrating. And there is Camila.
There's Camila.
Also super happy.
Yeah,
she was focused up to the finish line. That is great.
A great character. And just look at the joy. Look at the happiness there of Moana on her hometown island.
There is something I really like about of her way of her outfit for running.
Yeah,
she uses the t-shirt inside of her belt or whatever. If she's wearing a shorts of her shorts, as old school athletes. I really appreciate that on runners. Yeah.
Well, she's been running since an early age, Moana. And she's come through the various different distances, from the track, the cross country, up the trail running as well. And guys, if you're listening in, if you do have a favourite race where you live to run and where you live, do give us a shout. Marty, I'm sure you have a favourite race maybe back in Argentina as well. And there's nothing better than running close to where you're from, close to where you live.
So there is a lot of races down in Argentina. There's a lot of places to explore. I have a little piece of my heart with the Patagonia Run, for sure. That's a race I am lucky enough to work in. But wait, there it is. Jonathan Albon now leading Transvulcania, the 2024 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX. The British Jonathan Albon living in Norway right now. He is reaching the top of Roque de los Muchachos, the 51K mark of today, and before the beautiful, amazing downhill that we have. And look at this image, dude. Look, chills, the goosebumps, because of this volcanic paradise that we have here. It's just simply amazing.
And Marty, if Jonathan Albon has taken the lead, the guys behind are going to have one hell of a struggle to wrestle that lead back. This guy's know how to finish the race. He is a trail running world champion. He is a sky running world champion. He is an obstacle race world champion. He's one of the most talented athletes ever to grace the sport of athletics, of trail running. He's a team champion with Team GB in last year's World Championships in the 2023 race in Innsbruck. This guy, he is just a beast. He is a born runner. He is a born competitor. And I think we could be watching our champion of this year's 2024 adidas TERREX Transvulcania.
I don't wanna be the bad luck charm, but
no,
dude, I'm afraid that nobody in the field can go downhill in such a big terrain, in such a big downhill as he's gonna be facing right now, as Jonathan right now. It's a beautiful image. It's a fantastic moment of the race, of the broadcast. As you can see, the observatory is in the back of the Caldera del Taburiente. He's not gonna do the final surrounding of the caldera. As you can see there, that cliff is not just a cliff, is the heart of the volcano, is the crater of a massive volcano. If you watch in Google Maps, you will see it right away where he's running. You'll understand perfectly what side of the circle of the crater he's running right now, and he's crushing. He's super fit. He's been training in Norway. He's on the Romsdalen mountain athletics team there with some babies there training like Kilian Jornet, Peter Engdahl.
Not a bad training group to be in fairness. Nice company to have for your long Sunday runs.
Going for a jog with the lads.
yeah. And Marty, I just wonder if Jonathan actually has some unfinished business with the race. If I'm not mistaken, he was last year here in 2019. He ran 7 hours 36 minutes. Wow. I wouldn't be surprised if he has a sub 7 hour run on the agenda for today. Given the champion that he is, given the competitor that he is, I'm sure he wants to go and maybe even go for that record. Conditions are good. It's not too hot. He's got a good field chasing him down. That will push him on as well. You can see him there just looking around.
Checking.
He's checking. He's moving nicely.
I really like his form of climbing. It's kind of a super polite way of going up. But yeah, he's not stopping. He's doing the baby steps up the hill to get to El Roque de los Muchachos, to the 2,500 meters above the sea level point of this 73 kilometers ultramarathon at the 2024 Transvulcania adidas TERREX. And then from that 2,500 meters above sea level, he's gonna go straight down to sea level. And I just made a question to someone who's been training with him lately and this summer. He says, I just asked one of his training partners, like he's strong at downhill. And he's like, yeah, he's been training really well, and he's always been good by training. We have proper insight from the man himself, Kilian Jornet, that is his training partner. They've been training during the whole winter. Well, from the past 3 years, if I'm not wrong. We're gonna see how Jonathan Albon goes to the downhill. Let me go check the
and Mary, we were just talking actually on the way into the race as well about what Jonathan has been up to this springtime, and he recently took part in his first, I think, OCR race in a couple of years in the Mud Runners event, was it, in Abu Dhabi? And listening to him before the race listening to him after the race when he was giving the post-race interview after he had won, he said, yeah guys, I just wanted to do something different, good prize money as well. And that day he took home $80,000 in prize money.
Beautiful.
So he is a happy man coming into today's race. Not quite as much on offer today, but he's still got €6,000 up for grabs if he can maintain this rhythm and take the victory today.
And this is a great way of seeing what the gap is right now between him and Jeshurun Small. Fantastic run also for the United States native, for the North American. Jeshurun Small running in second place behind Jonathan Albon, also going on those baby steps uphill, running step by step, just pan y queso, as we say in Argentina, politely. Super strong also, like he's completely composed, running, chasing Jonathan Albon, I wouldn't give up if I was him, and trying also to escape out from the massive level he has behind him. So with guys as Tom Evans, such guys as Tom Evans, Thibaut Barognan, Benjamin Stout, Dakota Jones, David Shiraz, Lionel Christian Manole, Dimitri Mityaev, etc.
yeah. Just look at that top 10. An incredible assembly of some of the world's very, very best athletes. The French athlete as well there, Thibaut Barognan. Let's not rule out Thibaut. He's in that group where Joshua Runsmall, Tom Evans, Thibaut Barognan, and then Benjamin Stout just a couple of minutes behind them as well. So all to play for still in terms of the podium, but Jonathan does look like he has a good lead as he moves up that mountain.
Wow, yeah, look at that beautiful image. I'm still stunned about the Caldera del Taburiente. This is a volcano in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. It's just beautiful. We're going to see also Joshua Runsmall also checking on his right shoulder to see where his chasing group is. Beautiful, beautiful image.
Yeah, if you're wondering who the athletes are out on the course with them as well, I think that's some of our peloton runners in the marathon who are making their way through the course. They're the other runners. You can see one of them there giving a round of applause to our elites as they move through the field. Yeah, that's Joshua Runsmall there, moving up towards the top of Roque de los Muchachos. Again, the highest point on the island, 2,417 meters high. And then they've got to descend back down to sea level.
Amazing. I want to ask the guys in the chat. Well, first, you can see the first difference there, like where Jonathan was running. He was running at this portion of the course where Joshua Run is taking his a bit of a walk there.
Yeah. And
it might sound silly, but these little things are the ones that make the difference, where you can get a bit of a gap. Those 10 seconds you can open there are going to be crucial when facing the downhill. As we see, Gema Arenas Alcázar winning the 2024 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX Marathon down at el Puerto de Tazacorte. Fantastic race by the lady, the legend herself, from Homa Trail, the brand new trail running team. Great race for Gema, winning now the marathon at the 2024 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX.
Congratulations, Gema, indeed. Alongside there, the president of the Cabildo de La Palma, Sergio Rodriguez, the president of the local government. What a run from Gema. That's her 5th win out of 6 races in 2024. She won the Peñagolosa, she won the Ultra Sierra Nevada, she won the Trail Desafío La Mona, and she adds the Transvulcania to her list of honours for 2024. She's the 2023 European Sky Running Champion. She's 44 years of age, started running when she was 28, doing her town, doing her family proud. Great job, Gema Arenas, our champion for 2024.
As we see Thibaut Barognan running in 3rd towards El Pico de la Nieve and then El Roque de los Muchachos. Wow, that's great. He's standing in 3rd now, according to what we are seeing, according to our predictions of what we can see on images. I don't know if we missed Tom Evans or either Tom Evans or Benjamin Stout, but what we are seeing right now is Monsieur Thibaut Barognan running in the top 5 of the 2024 Transvulcania Ultramarathon. But there's 2 runners that can be there in white, full white. That can be Tom Evans. Of course, we're going to wait to see what the timing mat says.
And Marty, that was a big win by Gema. Like, she has about nearly a 20-minute lead there on the 2nd and 3rd place athlete. In 2nd place, we've got Inés Astaran Moreno, and then we've got the German athlete Kim Schreiber in 3rd place. So the podium's still up for grabs there in the marathon race, because Maria Francia Milanese Blanco is hunting down Kim, but Kim does have a gap of about 3 or 4 minutes. So let's see who completes the podium in the marathon, but a commanding win for Gemma. And that looks like the second place winner. That looks like Inés Astrén Moreno as she makes her way down to that beautiful finish line area. Just look at that beach, guys. 200 meters of black, beautiful sand. Just look at that sea. Our runners, they'll be able to hop in for a nice ice bath post-race to help speed up their recovery as we watch Inés Astrén Moreno descend down to a second place in the 2024 Transvulcania Marathon.
Absolutely. You can already see how those quads are hurting, how those feet and ankles are hurting for the Inés Astrén. Also from Homa team is going to be a 1-2 for the brand new Spanish team, taking the win. And the second place, the runner-up on this marathon at the 2024 Transvulcania, Adidas TERREX. Fantastic race by Inés Astrén that consolidates herself in the circuit of shorter distance, of marathon distance trail running. It's all yours, Owen.
Yeah, felicidades, Inés, enhorabuena. Fantastic run by Inés. Enjoy this moment. Giving high fives to the crowd, a big smile on her face, hands up in the air. Love it, Inés. Well done. Great job. Second place.
Great job for Inés Astrén. She was also second back last year at the Ultra Pyreneo Marathon. Look at that hug with her teammate, with Gem Arenas, who's already refueling with some watermelon. I understand what an inspiration must Gema be for Inés, right?
Yeah, a Spanish 1-2. And again, just to emphasize, we're here in Spain, we're here in the Canary Islands, that the power of the Spanish athletes, they really are a powerhouse of trail running. The Spanish teams are always up there fighting for top 3 positions in world championships, European championships, on the professional circuit. It's the Spanish athletes that are always there laying down the gauntlet, and we can see that here one more time here in the marathon, with first and second to Spain, with Gemma Arenas Alcazar in first and Inés Astrén Moreno in second.
Yeah, it's great. Also great to see Gema still crashing in so this is the double espresso and this is the Americano.
Oh, we're going to enjoy a coffee here, guys. Yes, indeed. We've been up since the crack of dawn this morning, like all of our runners. Although thankfully we didn't have to get up, Marty, as early as some of the runners. So at a 6 o'clock start. I think the bus was leaving from the hotel today at about 4:15.
Yeah, that was a super early start. For everyone.
It's a tough one, Marriott, isn't it? Because with a start like that, when you're starting at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the morning, the question always is, do you have a breakfast before you go?
Oh, that's
or
a
not?
really long discussion. I would, my strategy for this sort of races, I want to hear what the rest of the chat can say, but my strategy is doing a massive carb load on Friday night, or like the night before the race. A lot of pasta, bread, I don't know, eat like going full to sleep. I have no problem on processing food while I'm sleeping, so that's fine. Then when I wake up, it's just a coffee and a toast with with cheese and jam. Yeah, and that's it.
Put it this way, Marty, if I'm given an extra hour in bed, or if I have to get up early just for a small little bowl of porridge or whatever, give me the extra hour in bed all weekend long, always. Because as you said, you're going to be carbo loading Friday night, Saturday night, all through the previous 48 hours. You've got plenty of opportunities to load those muscles with the glycogen that you need. So for me, getting up 2.5, 3 hours early before a start is just not needed.
No, absolutely. That extra, that extra snooze is always welcome. It's always good. But yeah, somebody in the chat was asking, did they move the finish line compared to the previous year? It says outdoors. It's not. You can see it right now in images. On the left, you have the finish line of the marathon down at Puerto de Tazacorte, and the ultra is the classic finish line. The always classic finish line from back in the day, this super warm finish in downtown Los Llanos de Aridane, in the heart of the island of La Palma. So that's why you are seeing it looks confusing, it looks different, but it's still the same. Also the finish line of the marathon, it's the classic finish line as it was when they created the distance.
Yeah, and for those listening in at home, for those viewing at home, guys, if you've been here before, let us know the year that you were here. Let us know what distance you're on. Let us know what memories you have. It's great to chat to you. Thanks a million, guys, for tuning in. Thanks to Thierry there who's saying, Allez Thibaut, allez les bleus. He's got 3 beers ready to go, hoping for a good result from Thibaut today.
Yeah, I see a comment there from Benjamin. Going full on, like that's a weird strategy. Like that's a weird fueling strategy, but I respect it 100%. Some beers the night before the race, and then a raclette 1 hour before the start. It's gonna be complicated to go toilet, right?
Well, Marty, you don't want to go to bed stressed out the night before the race. So if a beer or a glass of wine is going to help you have a good sleep, absolutely go for it.
Yeah, totally. Oh, there we have her. She managed to hold it in 3rd place in the podium. Kim Schreiber, she made her move, trying to escape from both Gemma Arenas and Inés Astrain, but she kind of lost a few minutes in the downhill with the experience of the other two. It's Kim Schreiber from Germany, from Adidas, running super risky running on this final zigzags. Towards the finish line in Puerto de Tazacorte. She's going to be 3rd today at the marathon in Transvulcania.
Yeah, she's got to keep pushing, Marty, because I think it's actually the Argentinian runner, Maria Florencia Malanesi Blanco, who is hunting down that podium. Now, I think she probably has a couple of minutes, but she's got to keep on pushing. You never know just how well, how strong, how fast Maria might be able to descend.
Yeah. So it's I'm sorry. Yeah, it's interesting. I would like to see the drone image to see the zigzags, if possible, to see where Flor Milanesi is behind Kim. But it's done. It's already done. Just it has to be something super complicated. She's just in the last 200 meters. It's gonna be her. It's gonna be Kim Schreiber from Germany, from the Adidas TERREX team, taking 3rd at the 2024 Transvulcania Marathon, looking above her shoulder. It's all yours, Owen.
And that is our top 3. Our podium complete. Well done, Kim. She's worked hard. She looks tired, but she has deserved that fantastic podium finish. Bronze medal to Kim Schreiber. Well done, Kim. Good job. That's Gemma Arenas Alcazar in 1st, Inés Astrain Moreno in 2nd, and our 3rd place goes to Kim Schreiber. She worked for that one. She gave it everything. Well done, Kim. Good job.
That is great. That's a great. It's a double. It's a 1-2 for the Homa team. A 3rd place for Adidas TERREX. Great to see so many brands out there. Kim seems like she's been struggling for the last moments, and there she is in the back. Let's stay with the finish line. That's the Argentinian. That's Florencia Milanesi finishing in 4th with complete happiness. What a race for Flor Milanesi. The girl from my city, she's from Neuquén. We grew up all together in Neuquén. Flor Milanesi is 4th now, representing our country, representing ASICS. In 4th place, the Argentinian, finishing in her debut in the marathon distance. What a fantastic race for the Argentinian. Jesus, that's fantastic.
Vamos, vamos, Argentina. Vamos, vamos, a ganar. Yeah. Felicidades, Maria. Great job.
What a race. She told us yesterday, we were talking with Tammy and her after the briefing, and she was like, hey, I got nothing to lose. This is my debut. I want to give it out everything, and I just want to compete and be as fast and as strong as possible. It's her one of the first races that believes in her and trusts her and invites her to be here and to cheer and to be a competitor, like a massive competitor in the women's field. So she was super close of some of the great talents as Gemma Arenas and Inés Astrain, and of course Kim. So I think she should be proud of it.
And that's why Kim was pushing so hard in that descent, because she knew Maria was bouncing down that mountain. So well done, guys. A really, really great race in the marathon there. Super, super running. And just look at that. Wouldn't that be fantastic to hop onto the beach there just beside the finish line, go for a nice ice bath, a recovery bath in the beach there. Yeah, hopefully she would recover well. We will see her later.
Great race for her. We're going to see the replay of the finish of Fran Anguita now, the winner of the marathon at the 2024 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX. Great win also for Fran. I think it's probably his best win, his best performance at a race.
Yeah, I think so. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's a big step up to win a race as prestigious as the Transvulcania. He'll be a happy man going home tonight. Well done. And guys, if any of the family members of our top runners are watching, do give us a shout, say hello. Family members of Peter Frano there, of Millie, guys, if you are tuning in, let us know how proud you are of your sons, of your daughters, of your brothers, sisters. I'm sure we have a lot of family tuning in to our live stream here from Germany, from Argentina. Well, probably Maria's family, they're probably over on the Spanish stream, in fairness.
Yeah.
But if anybody is listening in on the English stream, guys, do let us know. I'm sure you're jumping around with joy, especially Kim's family there in Germany, guys. If you are listening in, give us a shout and let us know how proud, how happy you are of a fantastic run by Kim Schreiber in third place.
Fantastic job for both Gema Arenas and Inés Astrain, the leaders, together with Miguel Eras of this brand new team of trail running that it's about to birth a year. This is their first season, their first full season, as we see also the finish of Kim Schreiber finishing in third. From Homa, the Spanish brand that it's known for doing lots of sports shoes for soccer, but for football.
Yeah,
for,
big football brand here in Spain.
Yeah, and for athletics, for road shoes, and just regular day shoes. They decided to bet on trail running. They are doing their bet on trail running with two massive representatives are Miguel Eras and Gema Arenas. And the curious, as we see, Jonathan Albon again heading towards El Roque de los Muchachos. Just one curious data about Homa, which is the name of the brand. It's Homa, which comes from Jose Manuel, which is the name of the son of the owner of the company.
Fantastic! I often wondered. Yeah,
that's the silly data you have in your brains.
Yeah,
just for
sure,
whatever for these moments.
I can't remember now off the top of my head, Marty, if they're still the sponsors of the Spanish athletics team. I think
they are. They still are.
Yeah, and they have been for a long time as well. So yeah, 100% Spanish brand. Great to see them here on the trails of La Palma.
Amazing, as we see Jonathan Albon being cheered by the amateur runners of the marathon that are also struggling to get up to El Roque de los Muchachos. As much as Jonathan, of course, they are all struggling to get there. It's a super tough climb, but Jonathan is super solidly coming up. Look at those. Look how fit he is. Look at his veins there. Wow.
And of course, a lot of people already have been looking forward to seeing the battle between the two Team GB athletes, Tom Evans and Jonathan Albon. It's not often you see them race against each other. So let's see if Tom is probably on the descent now. If Tom is going to be able to eat into that lead from Jonathan. Two good descenders. But Jonathan he's got a couple of minutes leads over Joshua Run Small and Tom Evans, and then the French athlete Thibaut Bardignon in fourth place. Thibaut has been in great form all week. He's been really relaxed. He had a fantastic video on his Instagram account there last night, jumping in and out of his apartment, changing clothes between his beach clothes, his running clothes, having great fun. And Marty, I was amazed to see Thibaut had over 100,000 followers on Instagram.
Yeah, that's
it's great to see the exposure that the sport is getting. Thanks to guys like Jonathan, like Tom, like Thibaut, we're reaching whole new audiences.
Absolutely, it's great to see the sport growing so much. And then the work, like how the athletes are starting to understand the job that needs to be done to grow in social media, to grow in exposure, and how important it is for them, not just because of the brands, but also for being known. It's the only way of being known on the trail running world today. I know with the streamings we bring faces to your houses, to your places, but then if you're not with the bloody phone all day like we all are, it's hard to keep on track on who's running. So I'm happy for Thibaut, and he makes really fun content too. That's really cool. But now we are with the North Face athlete, with the man himself, the man, the myth, the legend, Jonathan Albon. What, dude? I admire him so much. This is one of my. I've gotta be clear. It's one of my favorite runners. It's one of my. I don't know. He doesn't care. He just runs.
As we say in English, Marty, a bit of a man crush.
Yeah.
A man crush on
Absolutely.
Jonathan. Yeah, listen, you and me both. I really admire the two Team GB athletes, to be honest.
Yeah.
Tom Evans and John Albon. I've seen the two of them, win some spectacular races over the years. I was there the night that Tom had his big breakthrough run in Chamonix a couple of years ago, about 5 years ago now, when he won the CCC. A great guy, a really special runner, loves his trail running, loves his athletics, and he's going to just continue to do fantastic things in the sport over the next couple of years. And let's not forget that Jonathan is in his mid-30s now as well, but again, every season, year after year, he is knocking out the big wins. He's been winning world championships for the last decade across the different sports. So again, for a runner like myself, Mary, who I'm 43 years of age now, these guys, they inspire us all, don't they? Whether you're 25 years of age, 45 years of age, when you see these guys into their 30s, going into their 40s, still knocking out world championship winning performances, it helps keeps us all going, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. It's just the discipline. We gotta learn a lot. Like, we're never gonna be runners like them. Like, we're never gonna be fast. We're never gonna be as strong as they are. But it's just learning about the being humble in training, being humble in the discipline, just enjoying the sport, and also not forgetting to enjoy the sport, not forgetting to remember every day why you do this. Because you're not gonna be a world champion like this guy, but you gotta enjoy it anyway. That's something I admire a lot of everyone. Again, we were talking about these superstars that we have in the sport, such as Ruth, such as Ida, Dakota, Jonathan, Tom, all these guys that are renowned all around. They got a purpose. They wake up there, and you. I'm pretty sure that all of them, if we come back in 20 years, they're gonna be running still.
Still running. Yeah. It's not just about the wins. It's not just about perhaps the celebrity status that they might have in the trail running world. These guys, they do it because a lot of them have been running, participating in sports probably since an early age, and I know myself, Marty, I just love going for a run every morning. I'm very fortunate to be in a position that most mornings I can get running by about 9:30, 10 o'clock, and it just sets up my day. It gets the endorphins going, whether you're having a busy, stressful day with family commitments, work commitments. If you can get a run in, whether it's a half an hour or an hour and a half, it's such a beautiful way to get through any day, any week. And I often say to myself, listen, I'm so grateful to be a runner. I'm sure, Mary, yourself as well. And you guys listening in on the chat, you guys watching us, tell us why you run, tell us why you love to get onto the mountains, whether it's to escape the pressures of paying the mortgage bill, whether it's to get away from changing nappies, whatever it might be. Do let us know, guys, why you're a trail runner, why you're a runner, what's your why, and hopefully we'll all be running for many, many years to come.
It's this sort of moments are inspiring for me too, like being able to watch, to witness our sport, like a competition of our sport like this, with the image of on the left of Jonathan Albon leading the 2024 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX, on the right Mr. Jejuron Small, Jonathan from Team The North Face, Jejuron from Team Adidas TERREX, one from Great Britain, the other one from North America, from the United States, battling really hard on the top of an island in the middle of the ocean, the beautiful island that it is La Palma, going through the observatories that we were mentioning before, all the things you can learn, all the places trail running will take you, and also these guys that are pushing themselves for whatever reason they are doing it, because they feel they're good, they feel they're professionals, they want to be professionals, they go for the money, whatever, I don't care. They are just there making us all wanting to be there, all wanting us. I would love to be commenting the race from up top at Roque de los Muchachos, which is impossible to do, but hey, why not someday? But we all want to get out and be involved in this sport. So we stay with Jeshurun Small. He's probably around 3 minutes behind Jonathan Albon, if I gotta bet. And if you want to have an idea of where they are, they're reaching kilometer 51 of 73. That's around 30 miles if you are using the metric system, the imperial system, if you're not familiar with the F metric system. They are reaching around mile 30. And they're going to have 17K, around 10 miles downhill towards El Puerto de Tazacorte, the crucial part of the race. And Jeshurun is making his move towards Jonathan now, trying to cut up some minutes, because I'm pretty sure he knows Jonathan is one of the best downhillers in the whole world of trail running. On your right, it's the observatories of El Roque de los Muchachos. On the left, the depth of La Caldera del Taburiente, the crater of the volcano on La Palma. I'll just let you talk, man. This is amazing.
It's beautiful. I mean, these guys, they're running. Look at the way they are cruising up over 2,000 meters, over 2,400 meters high. And I actually think, Marty, that at that height, you're going to notice the altitude. You know, your breath is going to be affected, energy levels are going to be affected as you're trying to deal with the altitude. But they're looking comfortable. They're moving nicely through the field. And just, guys, in case anybody is wondering how some of our favourites, how some of the legends of the sport are doing, Dakota Jones is just outside the top 10. Of course, Dakota won in 2012. He had that great victory last year as well. At the moment, Dakota is just outside the top 10. Oh no, a bad fall.
Get up, buddy. Get up, Jeshurun. You're fine, dude. We have a little fall from Jeshurun Small. It was just a quick, nothing happened. Just a little, just a little rumble there with the sand.
But what happened, Mario? I had my eyes off the screen.
No, that's
did he
fine.
just trip, did he?
He tripped with a rock, and he fell down. There we're going to see him back.
We're going to see him again. Let's
he
have
was,
a look.
He just tripped there right before passing the other runner. Yeah. He just tripped awfully. Just the awful trip on the tip of the toes. Oh, my God.
Yeah. It looks like, Marty, it might have been maybe just a small stone in the trail. And, of course, you know, again, when you're at 2,400 meters high, there's less oxygen going to the brain. You're a bit fatigued. The legs are a bit heavy. You don't have that same high knee lift that normally makes you bounce over the stones. There's a little bit of a drag on your stride.
Let me call out Thomas saying it was a small fall. Yeah, it was definitely a small fall. Thank you, Thomas, for that one. Here's Tony McCann. Hey, Tony McCann, also from adidas TERREX team from South Africa. Tony, we hope you were here, also crushing on the ladies' field. She says Jess is running so smooth, looking super good still. Absolutely. Benjamin says, who put the stone there? I don't know. God himself, probably. But yeah, there he goes. It was just a little stumble to continue moving towards this podium chasing for Jeshurun Small. I want to know, I don't know, probably there's no one from the United States in the chat now. It's probably midnight on both the East and West Coast on the US. But I want to know if Jeshurun has a shorter name, like if we can call him Jesh or whatever.
Yeah, it's a good question.
I like knowing. I feel like I'm, the mom telling off the kid, calling the whole name. Like when they say, for me it was Mauricio. What are you doing? Nobody calls me Mauricio, just my mom when she's angry. So I feel calling Jeshurun, it's we can call him a shorter name for sure.
It's a name that I haven't actually heard before, Marty. Jeshurun. An apt name, of course, obviously stating the obvious. Run at the end of it. But yeah, it's an interesting name. I haven't seen it before. Some of our guests online, they're just asking where is Peter Engdahl?
It's in the chat. Peter Engdahl is in the chat, and he's telling us, thank you, Peter, for bringing us the data. He's a teammate with Jesh. For sure, I can call him Jesh. Thank you, Peter. We hope to we wish we also, as Tony, we wish we could have seen you here, crushing once again here at Transvulcania. And we hope to see you back here at some point. But you have a commitment in a bit of a month, right, with Western States. And I hope you're training well and you're happy with your training partner, Jonathan Albon, leading right now.
Yeah, Peter, I was looking forward to seeing you here, Peter, because I've never met anybody with as high a VO2 max as Peter. And for anybody that knows their VO2 max numbers, Peter has a VO2 max of 92.
Jesus!
Like, that is Olympic gold medal winning standards. So Peter, hopefully we'll see you here maybe next year, and let me shake your hand as probably the highest ever VO2 max score I've come across. Peter, he was third here in the Transvulcania in 2019. He's from Romsdal in Norway. And Peter, good luck with the rest of your season, and hopefully we'll see you here on the island another time. Peter, of course, a very established runner as well. He won the CCC in 2022, and with a VO2 max like that of 92, I'm not surprised.
Oh, wow. No way. Like, that's an amazing machine. That's an amazing engine. And if you put that engine to work as Peter does, well, then you will see the results, of course. I just want to give a quick update there. Antoine says, can we have the split up to the fourth? We're going to have it in just a few minutes when they get to El Roque de los Muchachos. The 51K timing point is going to be the next one. The one before was 20K behind, so it's a bit outdated. We want to give you proper information. And then there was somebody asking, Verde says, any cameras on women? We're following the lead on the men's side of the Transvulcania Ultra, but we had cameras on the women up to just whatever, it was like half an hour ago. We were just following the lead women, and we're gonna be doing exactly the same we're doing right now with the men, with the women, in a few minutes when they get to this same point, with Ruth Croft potentially still leading and Ida Nielsen chasing. We will see here in just a few minutes.
Yeah, Marty, I haven't heard of any changes in the lead in the top three in the women's races. Ruth Croft, she had a good significant lead of over 4.5 minutes on Ida Nielsen, our three-time champion, going for her fourth victory this year. But at the moment, she's a couple of minutes behind Ruth. And of course, we had Buddha Soon Maya, the fantastic runner from Nepal, currently in third place. And as Marty said, these guys that are with our men leaders, they're going to come back down the mountain and follow our female athletes as they run up towards the 2,417 meter high Roque de los Muchachos.
Yeah, you got that well. Great job, Owen.
Well, what a great name, Roque de los Muchachos.
It's beautiful.
Can you translate that one for us, Marty? Muchachos is a word for guys,
like
is it?
Lads.
Lads, yeah.
It's
so Rock of the Lads.
Yeah,
Rock of the
yeah, it's amazing. And I know they say Roque for like summits, you know?
Yeah,
like
okay.
It kind of relates to the summits like Roque Nublo in Gran Canaria, you know?
Yeah.
So it would the Summit of the Lads. It's a fantastic place. Yeah, it's a fantastic name. As we are about to reach the top of it, the top of El Roque de los Muchachos, with Jeshurun Small. The United. Oh, it's Tom Evans. That is Tom Evans in third place. The other British guy. We have a British sandwich here with John Albon in first, Jesh Small in second, and Tom Evans running right now in third place. The Adidas TERREX Red Bull athlete with is that Thibaut chasing?
That Thibaut?
Yeah,
I think
Thibaut
that's
chasing.
Thibaut.
With Thibaut Barognan chasing really close. The fight we're gonna have for the podium today, Owen, on that downhill is gonna be fantastic. And there is someone else running in fifth there. I don't know if that is Benjamin Stout, or either Davide Shiraz or Dakota Jones. We're gonna see it right now.
Yeah. And Marty, is that Tom or is that Jeshua? I think that's Tom.
No, that is Tom. That's Tom
definitely
Evans.
Tom Evans.
Yeah,
absolutely.
That's Tom.
And he's got Thibaut just behind him. So, guys, even though on the screen it says that that's race number 19, in second place, Jeshua, and it's not. That is definitely Tom Evans.
That's Tom Evans with Thibaut Barognan on his feet, chasing there. And I want to see who is there. I want to see who is in fourth. In fifth, really close.
It's Benjamin, is it? Benjamin Stout, just
I
maybe
don't know.
behind the guys. I wouldn't be surprised if Benjamin tries to make a move here past Tom. I think he might be
The
just...
camera is going to stay. Oh, shoot.
That's back to
Can we stay?
Joshua.
Can we stay with Thibaut and Tom to see who was fifth? Hopefully
That's Jesh there.
That's Jesh back.
Yeah.
Wow, there's a massive. It's a great competition. We're gonna have a great downhill. The difference is not hard. It's Dmitry Mityaev. Jesus Christ, that's Dmitry Mityaev making his move over Thibaut Varognan and over Tom Evans to reach the third place. The Adidas TERREX representative, the man with the best legs in ultra running and trail running, is making his move in third place, leading the train now of Thibaut Varognan and Tom Evans. Wow, dude, what a race we have here.
Mauri Dimitri, he was one of my outside bets for the win today because he had an incredible 2023. He won 5 races out of the 6 races that he did in 2023. He is in great form. He knows how to get on the podium here as well. He was second in Transvulcania in 2018. And just look at him go, and he's moving a lot smoother, he's moving a lot quicker than the guys there, Jesh and Tom and Thibaut. So he is on the hunt, he is hunting down our leader, Jonathan Albon. Just look at him go, this race is not over yet.
Well, we can see right here, both like all body languages. It was John Albon was running definitely looking stronger, looking better than all the other 4. As we reach the 8th station at the top of Roque de los Muchachos with Jesh Small, we did miss Jonathan Albon on the 8. We see Jesh now getting some ice on his head, some refreshment. It must be really, really hot up there. Between the altitude, the exposure, and the sun must be super complicated. But then we have Dimitri running really close and in looking as far as what we can see. Consider this just an opinion of what we can see on images. Looks like Dimitri is running smoother and better than Jesh. But let's see how the fueling strategy, the crewing strategy for Jesh works, and how he runs away from his Adidas TERREX teammate. This is the 51K point of the 2024 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX Ultramarathon.
Yeah, we saw there on the screen as well, Robert Mouquet, who is the team manager, and he is going to have a busy couple of minutes as he helps his teammates come through. Robert there spoke during the week and said that the Transvulcania for Adidas, it is one of the most iconic races globally. Spot on, there he is.
Dima is there, it's really close. Hey! Hello, my wife is here. What is Dima doing? Like, he's super close to Jesh. He's charging really hard, taking a look on the back of his shoulder to see where both Thibaut and Tom Evans are. But the gap is really close. If he makes a good strategy of refueling, I think he's one of, on this group, him and Thibaut, Dmitry Mityaev and Thibaut are the best downhillers. They have a bit of more experience in this kind of downhills over Tom Evans and Jesh Small.
Yeah, some might say, Mary, that the race is just beginning now.
Wow. Yeah, and they're not. I thought they were further away than John Albon. I'm gonna go check. The live trail to see the splits. I don't know if the splits are. Yeah, they are right after the 8th station. And there I have it. It's a 4-minute lead for Jonathan Albon over Jesh Small, and then it is 1 minute from Jesh Small to Dmitry Mityaev. Then it's 14 seconds from 24 seconds from Dmitry Mityaev towards Thibaut Varognan, and 7 seconds over Tom Evans. This is going to be a battle to the finish line. As we see, wow, she's super close to the top 10. That's Ruth Croft. That's Ruth Croft leading the women's race. Incredibly close to the men's top 10. She's crushing really hard. She's making the top of Pico de la Cruz. She's still gotta do the whole round of the Caldera del Taburiente, but it's gonna be. She's crushing, man. She's gonna have a. I'm afraid both records of the race are in jeopardy.
The race is on, guys. We have the hunt. The hunt is on. They are chasing down the multiple world champion Jonathan Albon. It's Jesh Small. It's Dmitry Medvedev. It is Team Adidas on the hunt for the victory. It looks like there's a couple of podium places up for grabs between Jesh Small, Dmitry, Thibaut and Tom Evans, who have just gone through the Roque checkpoint. We've got 5 runners chasing 3 places for the podium. This is going to be a spectacular hour or 2, guys. We've got about, I think, maybe an hour and a half or so of intense racing ahead of us. Guys, do not go anywhere. Get that coffee, put the kettle on, go for round 2 of the breakfast, another slice of toast, another bowl of porridge, whatever it is that's going to keep you going to about 12:30, 1 o'clock, because what a show we have on. The guys here are giving it everything. Let's get ready to rumble.
The kettle for mate or for tea?
Well, being from Ireland, it's going to be a cup of tea for me.
Yeah. I hope it is for mate, huh?
I've never actually tried it, Marty. I'm going to have a cup of mate with you later on after our work here is done. But guys, look at these views. Look at Ruth Croft go there. Incredible running.
Yeah. It's all it's fantastic, and wow, I'm completely sorry. I kind of lose it when I start seeing all this action. I kind of go out of myself. It's still super interesting, as we have Benjamin Stout doing the the cold water shower to keep himself cool. It's a really hard day. Let's try to hear what is happening there from the field. A lot of action up at the aid station in El Roque de los Muchachos with the passing of the marathon, of the 42K and the ultra. That is Benjamin Stout running in 6th place right now. He's been dropped a bit from the leaders, from this group of 5 guys. Well, 1 guy, 4 guys that are crushing now already on this downhill. Let's see what Ben Stout can do. He looks a bit overheated, but he goes out in a super fashionable way, going out as we see the drone back with Ruth Croft, our women's leader today, on her Adidas TERREX kit, representing their brand on their race now, the Transvulcania Adidas TERREX, pushing hard, still working hard on the poles.
She's moving really well, Marty, isn't she?
Yeah.
She's absolutely full blast up that mountain.
Yeah. Yeah, now we see her again. Look at that. This is a volcano, as you can see, the volcanic lands of La Palma. As we see Ruth walking, running, working with her poles. I want to ask the person who can answer this, Martin. What do you think? Is she gonna use the poles also for the downhill? Is it important for her also to have these other 2 points of points of contact with the floor on the downhill too, especially in this ridiculously crazy, difficult and steep and long downhill? Can you tell us what's the strategy? What's been the training with the poles? Because she's been crushing them on the uphills as if they were part of her own body.
One of our friends on the chat there, Marty, is asking what happened to Tom Evans. And Marty, I actually think that could have been Tom Evans who had that fall. I think we might have said that it was Jesh that had the fall, but no, I think that was Tom Evans, because if you looked at Tom as he passed through the aid station, it was Tom that had the bloody knee.
Yeah.
So it looks like it was Tom that had that fall, which of course could very well affect his ability to run fast on the downhill, and it might even just knock his confidence a little bit as well. You never know how he's going to react.
Yeah.
Let's see what Tom can do on the downhill.
Then it can be a scratch also. We like what we see on camera. Maybe it's not as close as the reality too. So we try not to alarm ourselves, but we will see. Then if it hurts, it hurts. But you've seen it with us together. We already saw 2 big falls. Well, 1 small fall, but it was it's super typical to trip here, and as the terrain is so gnarly, the vegetation is also super like rusty, and it can hurt a bit. As thank you, Martin, there for the replays. Like definitely no pulse for the downhill for Ruth. Full scent on this 16-17K craziness of a downhill. As we see here, this image is going to be beautiful right now. We're going to see the women's leader of the 2024 Transvulcania adidas TERREX reaching the top of Pico de la Nieve, in with the Caldera del Taburiente, the crater of the volcano in the back, the Atlantic Ocean in the background too. Beautiful. This is just incredibly amazing, stunning. Thank you to all our team who's making this possible, to all of you out there watching us from wherever you are in the world, witnessing history probably of our sport, as both men's and women's record are in absolute jeopardy today with the stunning performances that both Jonathan Albon and Ruth Croft are having.
Yeah, and guys, if you're just joining us after your own training run, after your own training session, welcome to La Isla Bonita, the beautiful island of La Palma, here on the western front of the Canary Islands. And just look at those views. Impresionante, as they say in Spanish. Incredible views. The ideal location for a trail running holiday, to come and race, of course, in any of the big races that they have here on the island. Just look at that, guys. A trail runner's dream. I'll tell you what, Marty, as soon as we finish our live feed, I shall be putting on my runners and getting an afternoon run in, if I can, before I fly back to Las Palmas, because this just inspires you. It motivates you to want to get your running shoes on and get out that door and go running. Look at that, my God.
It's just beautiful, stunning. And if there is any doubt of you out there, if you're still trying to find out what's your next goal, what's your next bucket list race, well, you definitely need to put this one in your bucket list. Transvulcania adidas TERREX is just beautiful. The island is amazing. The feeling, the atmosphere, how the society receives you here as a tourist, as a runner, how they welcome you on their land, on their towns, how they treat you every day. It's just warm, it's just beautiful. And if you can't do it, come here. Whether you are a newbie or you like shorter distances, you can run the half, you can run the marathon, you can run the ultra, you can even do a double with the vertical uphill race. Or if you are a fan of the sport, you can run on Thursday and stay and watch this action yourself from at least 1 of 2 points during the race, and see some of the best athletes in the world tackle some of the most beautiful trails in the world. Wow.
Just look at that.
Look at El Teide in the back. El Teide, the highest mountain in the territory, in the Spanish territory, with over 4,000 meters in the island of Tenerife. Fantastic. Thank you. You're going to see our faces right now. That's us. Thank you, everyone, for being out there with us. I know we're about to reach 1,000 people on the live feed. If you want to share the link to everyone, just throw it out in your WhatsApp groups, in your Facebook groups, on your iMessage groups, whatever. Any running person that speaks English should be watching this right now, that likes running, that likes trail running, or even triathlons, whatever. Anyone who loves outdoor sports, come witness the history being written here at the 2024 Transvulcania adidas TERREX. My name is Mauri Bagliacci, and I'm with my partner here, Owen Flynn, who is doing a fantastic job on his first gig.
Making my debut on the microphone. Normally, Mario, I'm down at the finish line and I'm down at the start line with the microphone, welcoming the runners in, but I must admit I am thoroughly enjoying my couple of hours here so far, doing the live streaming here at the 2024 Transvulcania adidas TERREX, as we see some of the most beautiful trails in the world. They love their football here in Spain. It's the home of Real Madrid, it's the home of Barcelona, but here in the Canary Islands, trail running is like a national sport. And if you look at the Spanish teams over the last couple of years, they always have a couple of members of the squad that are from the Canary Islands. When they won their last World Championship back in 2018 in Peñagolosa, we had 2 Canarian runners there, Efren Segundo Fernando, Christopher Clemente. So it is a sport that is much loved here. Every weekend you have a choice of trail running races, mountain running races to run. So guys, if you are a trail runner, if you are watching us, come and join us in the Canary Islands, come and join us in La Palma over the next couple of years. We'd love to see you here, and you'd be very, very welcome from the Palmeros.
And speaking about someone who knows running in the islands of Las Canarias in general, it's the man himself, the Romanian talent, Ionel Cristian Manole, the Romanian living in Madrid, who is now in 7th place from Team Big K. He was 3rd at the Classic in Transgran Canaria in February, and now he's moving fast, moving great, in 7th place in this mega competitive Transvulcania Ultramarathon. He's gonna refuel now, get ready to tackle that downhill. Let's see if the Romanian fans are out there when we had them all together in the chat back in Transgran Canaria. He seems to be starting. Let's just listen.
His friend there, or his coach there, just saying to him that on the downhill he's going to absolutely smash it. He's going to get minutes back on the people ahead of him. Always fascinating to see. Do they take on food? Do they take on their energy drinks? Do they take on just water? Trying to be as efficient as they can.
How important is the work of the crews for these guys that are competing, that are looking for something else than just finishing. And yeah, there you can see, especially when someone like Ionel comes and you see your runner probably not looking the way you probably want him to look at the 51K mark.
Yeah.
But still, it's your job as a crew to recompose him, to make him, to cheer him, to help him refuel and get him back on his feet. Ultra running is a sport of ups and downs, constant ups and downs, and it's just the ability, the person who wins is the one that's most talented in navigating those moments, right?
Yeah.
Like and surfing the ups and downs of the sport. And Ionel knows exactly what it is to navigate those moments and perform, of course.
Absolutely. If anybody is wondering if the 3-time champion Luis Alberto Hernando is running, he is running.
Yeah.
Luis has been here all week. He's been doing a great job promoting the sport of trail running. He's been doing lots of interviews, lots of presentations. He is there. He's just outside, I think, the top 10, top 15 at the moment. He hasn't been training, racing as well as he would have liked over the last couple of years, but he has put himself in good shape for this weekend. He's looking leaner than ever. If you saw him in any of the photographs and any of the videos over the last couple of days, Luis Alberto Hernando, a born champion, the king of trail running in Spain over the last couple of years. He's here. He's not quite up in the top 10 just yet, but he's still got the downhill to come. And what a legend of the sport, who of course had that hat-trick of wins between 2014 2016. He's an adidas TERREX man, of course, as well. So we're looking forward to seeing our first images of Luis Alberto Hernando, hopefully over the next couple of minutes, as he is ascending towards El Roque.
We are now in images with Raul Butasi from Team Big K, also Romanian, good friends with Ionel Cristian Manole, who we saw before, the winner of the recent champion of the 2024 Transgran Canaria back in February, March. He had the fantastic day in Transgran Canaria, a bit of a longer distance. Well, not a bit, just like 50K more than what Transvulcania is. It's a great job for Raul also, making his. He's always been there. He's always been in top 10s in the big races. But this year it seems to be better in performance for him, and finally nailing that big win in Transgran Canaria back in February. So we see him now pushing and probably reserving a bit for the downhill.
It is fantastic, Marty, to see how trail runners, that they can do various ultra marathons over the course of the year. It's very different, of course, to road running, where to be honest, you can probably only get away with maybe 2 really good road marathons a year. But our trail runners, I mean, these guys are doing maybe 3, 4 ultras per year, and they can handle the load as well, because of course on the mountains every stride is different. It's not the same impact as running on the road, where your quads, your calves are getting an absolute pounding. On the mountains, we're very lucky that we can do probably a lot more races than we can do if we were just a road runner.
Yeah, absolutely. There's let me just jump for a second. There's a small discussion about mandatory equipment in the chat. It's like they're not carrying any mandatory equipment. Yes, they are. Mandatory equipment is super simply is a water recipient to drink water in the aid stations, a thermal blanket, and a smartphone that fits in a pocket. Actually, if they have these small smartphones and thermal blankets and everything, that fits everything in a pocket, in a belt, and of course this is because they can do it. A regular runner, one of us, would never be able to run this race without extra hydration, extra fueling, because we don't have crew mostly in these races, and then of course we're going to be taking way longer time to get to the finish line. Oh, look at that. That's Pere Audet, the Catalonian former winner of Transvulcania, of the Ultramarathon at Transvulcania. Pere was a winner in 2000, if I'm not wrong, that is 2018. Pere was the winner of this race. Now he's running in the back of the top 10. He's around 8th, if I'm not wrong, 8th or 9th. Pere Audet on the right, Raul Butasi on the left, Pere from Team Merrill and RAV, R-A-B? Is that how you pronounce the brand? R-A-B, RAV.
RAV, yeah.
RAV would be in Spanish, so I would say RAV. Refreshing, Pere Audet, also a fantastic downhiller. Let's see how it goes for him. He looks fine. He looks composed. He's been struggling with some. He raced in Gran Canaria, was suffering some stomach issues that wouldn't allow him to fuel properly to be competitive. But he looks completely composed now. Let's see how the downhill goes for him.
Yeah, and a big shout out to our friends from New Zealand who are tuning in. Sean Mack is on the chat. Thanks a million, Sean, for tuning in. And Sean, I'm sure you are looking forward to potentially a 3rd Kiwi win here in the island of La Palma. Of course, it was Anna Frost in 2012 and again in 2014 with 8 hours and 10 minutes and 8 hours and 11 minutes. And it's looking good for a 3rd Kiwi win, a hat-trick of wins for our Kiwi friends. So Sean, thanks a million for tuning in, and keep the comments coming in, guys.
We have the second lady, the second woman of the race right now. It's Sunmaya Buddha from Nepal, running right now, chasing Ruth Croft and overpassing Ida Nilsson as far as we can see. Hopefully we didn't miss anything. But if we're not wrong, if our drone is showing us proper images, it's Sunmaya Buddha now in second. And as our friend Martin said, be careful with Sunmaya on the downhill because she can crush.
She is moving well as well, isn't she? Just look at her go. She is a lady on a mission. She's looking to defend that second place and perhaps even on the hunt. Guys, this race is not over yet. We've got a massive, massive descent. We're going to go from 50 kilometers at Roque de los Muchachos down to 73 kilometers all the way down to Los Llanos de Aridane. So guys, buckle in, strap yourselves in. We've got about an hour and a half of spectacular downhill running ahead.
That is, well, now we're seeing Raul Butasi refuel on the 51k mark, aid station. Looks like he's taking it easy. Trying to recompose, to refuel with his team there. They were assisting Ionel a couple minutes ago. He's co-Terranian, also Romanian. Both living in Spain for a long time.
Yeah.
And they get that beautiful cold water shower to stop overheating, to stop the overheating on the body. The camera's there trying to get some images. Wow, that's also talent. We must say that was also talent. He's probably running with whatever 10, 15 kilos in his backpack. as we get now one more athlete. Is that Hans Namberger from Dynafit team from Germany. Yeah, that's Hans Namberger running in just the back of the top 10. Let's see what the what Live Trail has to say. It's a bit going a bit slow. Yeah, that is exactly Hans Namberger, the Dynafit representative. Another guy who's also super well built, strong, and getting ready for tackling the downhill. He's in 11th position right now. We just missed after Lionel Cristian Manole. We missed Manuel Anguita. If I'm not wrong, that's Fran Anguita's brother.
It is, yeah. They're two brothers, Marty, that they often race together. A phenomenal running family. And if we have Hans coming into the aid station there, probably very quickly behind them, we're going to see our first images in a while of Dakota Jones and Luis Alberto Hernando, who have been running very, very close.
If they're running together, that would be legendary.
So imagine how this aid station is going to erupt here as the two legends of the sport, the winners from 2012, 2014 through to 16, and last year's winner, of course, Dakota, as our two heavyweights, our two legends potentially are coming into the aid station together. Get ready, guys, for the roof of the aid station to be blown off.
Yeah, as we see Sunmaya Buda, the second lady, again getting up to Pico de la Nieve. Sorry, Pico de la Cruz. She already went through Pico de la Nieve. Thank you, Jordi. I've been saying that wrong all day. But yeah, she's getting to Pico de la Cruz. She's going to do the last traverse towards El Roque de los Muchachos from Nepal. Sunmaya Buda running in second, and she's super strong. She's running really solid.
Nice and smooth, isn't she? She really is a fascinating athlete. Such a brave competitor as well. It was her dream to be one of the top trail runners in the world, and she has done that over the couple of years. She has won a whole clatter of races in Hong Kong. She won the Transvulcania, she won the Lantau 50k in Hong Kong, she won the TNF 100k in Hong Kong. She had a silver medal, a runner-up spot in the CCC in UTMB a couple of years ago as well. She's only 25 years old. She's only starting, really, if you think about it, on her trail running journey. What a couple of years she's going to have, and she is having one of the races of her life so far. Just look at her go, super smooth, nice and comfortable on the small descent there, and this race is not over yet.
I'm getting a correction there. Sunmaya is actually third. Ida Massa passed already. She is still in second. The positions haven't changed. So let me correct let us correct ourselves. It's Ruth Croft is still in first, with Ida Nielsen in second, and Sunmaya Buda running really fast and really smooth and solid in third place right now in images. So that is fantastic. Yeah, I'm just checking also here. Live Trail has given now updates from Pico de la Cruz, and they are splitting for just 1 minute. Ruth Croft is just 1 minute in front of Ida Nielsen, so we're going to have a beautiful battle on that downhill.
It's down, Marty, to 1 minute, is it? Yeah, we can just see it there, guys. If you want to see the detail of the results as the day progresses, tune into Live Trail. Go onto your browser, type in Transvulcania Live Trail, and you will see the results being updated as often as possible. And yeah, it is extremely close. There's only 1 minute in it between our three-time champion from Sweden, Ida Nielsen, who is hunting down Ruth Croft. A minute between them at the last checkpoint, at the Pico de la Cruz checkpoint. What a race we've got in store. Of course, tonight, Marty, we have the Eurovision Song Contest in Sweden. It's going to be, it's a big day for the Swedes. They're the Eurovision all-time champions with 7 wins, and Ida is going for a record 4th win here today as well. It's going to be Sweden's 6th win if she can make a comeback and pass Ruth on the descent. Guys, it is all to play for. It is New Zealand against Sweden against Nepal. What an exciting hour and a half we're going to have.
Absolutely. I'm just trying to check. I'm trying to open the 2016 results, because if I'm not wrong, this battle had already happened with Ida Nilsson being the winner of the 2016 Transvulcania Ultra, and Ruth Croft being third. I want to know who was second so we can give proper information about it. So it was Ida Nilsson in 8 hours 14 minutes. Then it was Annelise Rousset, the French lady, in second in 8:31. She took 17 minutes to Annelise, and 8 hours 33 for Ruth, almost 20 minutes behind Ida back in 2016. And 8 years later, we are having the same battle with two different, more mature, more grown-up runners, in both experience and talent, of course.
It's an example, Marty, again, of just the longevity of some of these guys. That's Sarda, I think that is.
No. That's it's Hanna Osowski. That is Hanna Osowski. Let's see what the timing mat at Pico de la Cruz says, but that is Dynafit's Hanna Osowski running in either fourth or fifth towards the timing mat at Pico de la Cruz.
Yeah, you've got
Great job.
Marianne Hogan from Canada, Sarah from Spain, and then Hanna Osowski from the US, about to go through in 4th, 5th and 6th place in our timing mat there.
Yeah, let's see.
And again, she's moving well, man, isn't she? She's looking good.
Well. Great job for the North American, for the United States representative. She's doing really good. We saw her coming out of the El Pilar, for the El Pilar aid station in super great form. We will see what her position is right now. Now it's complicated as she's mixing with the marathon runners there. It's gonna be hard to guess, but we're gonna wait for the next the next timing mat at Pico de la Cruz. If it's working, we're gonna have proper timing on where Hanna Osowski is.
And she must be feeling good. She didn't delay. She moved through that aid station quite quickly. A quick refuel, and within about 15-20 seconds, she was on the move again.
Yeah, she's yeah.
Looks like she's tying her lace there. Absolutely
Laces.
need to get that lace tightened as she begins her final ascent.
Wow.
And her descent then towards Puerto de Tazacorte.
Fantastic zoom. That was a fantastic zoom for the drone. We had a full shoelace tie in full screen. That was amazing.
The drones have been such a game changer, guys, haven't they, in terms of the ability to coverage, to give us fantastic coverage of trail races over the last couple of years. The drones combined with our camera runner teams. I mean, our guys that are there with the camera, these are all really top trail runners themselves, because to be able to keep up with our leading ladies, our leading guys, you've got to be a good runner as well. And often, even though these guys are working, they're often sacrificing their own season, their own racing calendar to be able to give us this coverage as well. So a big chapeau to our drone operators and our runner camera squads as well. Doing a great job.
Hey, I want to say we are in 920 users watching right now in English, which is fantastic. For us, it's plainly amazing. We're just starting to bring a lot of these European races to yourself in English too. So if you, again, we're gonna say it until we get tired, just if you have anyone who speaks English who's a fan of trail running or a fan of sports in general, just drop the link. Bring them here, bring them to the talk, let them learn about these beautiful images you're watching right now, this competition you're witnessing in the top of the La Palma Island, in the heart of the Canary Islands in Spain, and bring them here, make them fans of the sport, and maybe we'll all see together here next year.
Absolutely. The Isla Bonita, the beautiful island here in La Palma. It's a beautiful place, guys, to live. In general, the Canary Islands, a beautiful place to live, a beautiful place to train. You've got pretty much the opportunity to warm weather train all year long. I've been living here since 2011 over in the neighbouring island in Gran Canaria, and I know for a fact, Mary, that my running career has been extended because of the fact that I'm warm weather training basically all year round. So a great spot. Just look at those views. My God, incredible.
Wow, it's it's so weird to see those observatories up in the top of a volcano, in the middle of an island, in the middle of the ocean.
Yeah.
But it's just beautiful. I don't know if you saw any pictures of the auroras of the solar storm last night. Did you see anything
I didn't
about
see
it?
Marty, no, was it last night?
It was last night while we were sleeping, and it's crazy because it was seen in Spain, like in northern Spain.
Wow.
Also,
what color were they? The typical green type of images?
No, it was red because it was a massive solar storm.
Wow.
That it was coming towards the Earth, and it's crazy because it's the first time I hear. It's usually boreal auroras.
Okay. Yeah.
It's the first time I hear austral auroras because they were seen in South Argentina too.
Wow, fantastic.
So it was incredible. I don't know if you guys saw it. I wish we could have been up in the observatories to watch some of that too.
Yeah. No, I was watching one of my favorite TV series at the moment, Marty, last night, Yellowstone with Kevin Costner. That kept me awake up until about 11:30, 12 o'clock. Kevin Costner in fine form in Yellowstone. I'm up to season 4, and the Duttons have just gone through a bit of a tragedy. I won't say anything else now for anybody that hasn't been following Yellowstone so far, but that kept me busy last night as I turned off the lights at about 12 o'clock or so to get up for our early start this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. Somebody's saying, Remy is saying, isn't the peak of activity this night? I believe he's talking about the auroras. Hopefully, so I can stay up and maybe see something up from here from the island. What else do we have in the chat? Matthew says, what happened to Dakota Jones? He's racing. We're going to see him soon in the aid station at Roque de los Muchachos. We are aware that he was not in full shape to come and sustain the win from last year. He's had a rough winter with injuries and dealing with injuries, but he's always going to be here. He's always going to be here supporting the island, the race, as he loves it, and the island loves him back. It's crazy. We went for lunch yesterday to Santa Cruz de La Palma, and he walks like a celebrity. People turns around to see him. It's just funny to see.
And he's always a great guy to listen to as well, because he speaks with such passion about trail running, and not just about trail running, but about everybody's individual responsibility to make little small efforts to help protect the trails, to help to protect the mountains. He doesn't talk about big, massive corporate movements to help protect the mountains, to protect the trails. What the message that he tries to share, Dakota, is that we can all make small changes ourselves to protect our beloved trails that we run on. So any chance you get an opportunity to listen to Dakota talking about his training, his racing, his philosophies on trail running and protecting nature, always worth a listen. Such a great guy. And of course he does it, Marty, through Spanish as well. He's learned Spanish from his trips over the years here to La Palma. He's been coming here for over a decade since his first win there back in 2012. So
it's crazy. He was
a real VIP.
Yeah, he's a definite VIP here, and it's not just. It seems like he's an old dude because he won here 12 years ago. But the thing is, he was only 22 when he won the first year here. That amazing footage we have from Dakota battling Andy Simmons and Kilian Jornet back in 2000. Yeah, this is the moment that Dimitri Midyev took the third spot and made his move over El Roque de los Muchachos, getting closer to the aid station over Thibaut Barognan and Tom Evans, the French and British runners. So it's gonna be I'm sorry, I'm being confused. I'm listening Albert screaming that he's gonna raffle his t-shirt if they go over the 2,000 mark in the live streaming. We are in 950 and we can raffle something too if we go over the 1,000. I don't know exactly what, but we can raffle something. Just bring your friends, make everybody come here, make them connect here as we watch Tom Evans reach the El Roque de los Muchachos a while ago. Bring people and we will talk to production to raffle something between all the participants in the chat.
Yeah, and we actually reached over 1,500 people who tuned in to the fantastic 7-kilometer vertical race on Thursday. So guys, thanks a million for tuning in, for joining us here in the 2024 edition of the Transvulcania. A real privilege to have people tuning in from New Zealand, from South America, and from all over Europe as well, guys. Great to have you as we watch some of the great trail runners, some legends of the sport, some of the upcoming trail runners as well, combining their efforts with local runners from the Canary Islands as well. We've seen some great performances from our La Palma, our Palmero athletes as well. So a real special day here for the sport of trail running.
Let me just give a quick update that we were doubting before. It's definitely Hannah Osowski from the United States is now in 4th place, and Marianne Hogan, the Canadian, is in 5th. She was overtaken by Hannah, who came out of El Pilar in 6th. She's now running up in 4th, and we're going to have a battle there. The battle for the 1st and 2nd place is going to still be between Ruth Croft and Ida Nilsson. Unless anything weird happens, it's going to stay like this until the finish line. And as we see, the overtaking of Ida Nilsson over Ruth Croft live. Wow, that is Ida Nilsson just passing Ruth Croft for the lead on the women's field on the 2024 Transvulcania by Adidas TERREX. Jesus, that was amazing.
The 3-time champion has put the hammer down. And I remember hearing the great Irish athlete Eamon Coughlin say, if you're going to make a move, you make one move and you don't look back. But look at Ruth Croft, the champion that she is. She is not letting her get away. She is eating back into those meters. She had a couple of meters there either. She opened up a gap of about 5-6 meters, but Ruth has got that back. So, guys, these two are absolute beasts of the sport. Two true champions. They're both from a similar athletics background. They have both conquered the mountains wherever they have gone. And just look at them here. Just look at them here go head to head as we pass through the Roque de los Muchachos. An incredible moment. Bring it on, guys. Strap yourselves in.
That is great. This is a great moment to witness right now. We're going to have a battle to the finish line between these two. They can both go downhill really quick. Now it's Ida making a bit of a move over Ruth. You can see the different sort of strides, sort of techniques that both of them have for running. Of course, on a matter of heights, Ida is a bit taller than Ruth, so her way of moving, her body language is completely different. But it's gonna be, they're not gonna let go each other so easy. So now what it's left for them now, they have this little uphill, we say little, but it's actually, they're going up to the right where you see their observatories. They're gonna have this climb that may have at least 100 to 100 meters of elevation gain until El Roque de los Muchachos, the aid station of El Roque de los Muchachos, where they're gonna have their crew. It's gonna be the leader of Team Adidas, who's been crewing all the Adidas crew of the Adidas TERREX team, and it's gonna be our friend Abel, also who's the leader of the Team Craft. The leader of Team Craft. He's gonna be aiding Ida. We're gonna see what strategy they have, and then they have this beast of a downhill of 16K with 2,500 meters of elevation loss, and then that final 400 meters in 5 kilometers up to Los Llanos de Aridane. Anything can happen. We are still 22 kilometers away, a bit over a half marathon to go, and I think they're gonna be measuring themselves until the finish.
Yeah, this is the moment we've been waiting for, guys. This is what we love to see in trail running. Two heavyweights of the sport going head to head over 12 rounds, and boy, are we going to see that 12-round battle as they descend down to Puerto de Tazacorte and then up the final 300 meters towards Los Llanos de Aridane. You can see Ruth there.
She goes again.
And there she goes again. Oh, another big move there. And Ruth has just gone by Ida.
That's crazy. This is something I love to see, because it's just, she's not making a move. She's just standing 20 meters in front of her. Like, we're going to work together, definitely, but I'm going to make the pace. I'm going to take the pace. And Ida did exactly the same just a few moments ago. It's super interesting to be witnessing this live as possible in an ultra running race. Let's see what happens right now.
Yeah, the two of them look there nice and steady as they make that final ascent up towards Roque de los Muchachos. Nobody's pushing too hard at this moment in time. They're taking a little bit of a breather as they get ready to come into the aid station. But there's Ruth going again. She got maybe gel into it there, maybe a little bit of food.
That's also interesting. She made a move so she could eat easier. Like she could control the situation while she was eating. And also how important it is right now to keep the fueling strategy proper, keep it in place. So let's see what Ruth can do in both of them, what Ruth and Ida can do in the next few kilometers. They're about to reach the top in a bit less than 6 hours. We see Ruth moving between power hiking, walking, and jogging, and we see Ida with her hands on the quads, pushing a bit easier on this uphill. They're going to make a couple more turns on those on that rocky trail, and they're going to get to the aid station, and we're going to be able to witness the fueling strategy with their crews. Amazing moment.
And Marty, there's a bit of a gap opening up there. Ida all of a sudden has gone out of our shot. She's just coming around the corner there.
Yeah.
So Ruth has responded. And you just wonder, did Ida have to put in a big, massive effort there to catch Ruth? And Ruth has responded like the true champion that she is. She has responded and responded strongly.
Yeah.
She's moving again. She's looking strong. She's had her little bit of nutrition to get those energy levels back up. Oh, what an incredible race. Two powerhouses going head to head as we approach the 2,417 meter high Roque de los Muchachos.
And what a great moment to go over 1,000 viewers on our live streaming, 1,007 viewers right now on the live streaming. Thank you all out there for being with us today. We are just watching a fantastic race. We are just watching how both the men and women's race are unfolding, how they are moving in that top to see who's going to be the winner. Scenery looks stunning, says Alan, watching from Perth, Australia. Thank you for being from down under watching us on this other side of the world. What's your bet? Like right now, there's 1,000 people watching. I want to read you. We want to read you. Who do you think is going to take the win today?
Yeah, Marty, will it be Sweden? Will it be New Zealand? It's a fascinating contest, it really is. Over in the men's race, we've got Jonathan Albon from Great Britain up against the American runner Jesh Small. And then, of course, we've got Dmitry Metiev, who made a tremendous move going by Thibaut and Tom Evans just a couple of minutes ago. It is heating up here, guys, in the 2024 Transvulcania. Let's get ready to rumble, everybody. Here we go.
We should be getting updates from El Time really soon, and also imagery from the last portion of the downhill on the men's race. We don't have any news yet. We're waiting just as you are. The next thing we will see is if you've been with us on Thursday with the vertical uphill race, we are having a couple camera runners coming down on that last section of the downhill. That's the next point where we're going to have the men. But now the main characters now are Ruth Croft and Ida Nielsen, who are leading our women's race at the 2024 Transvulcania adidas TERREX.
Yeah, last year, guys, we did have a tremendous battle on the downhill. If you remember, Martina Valmossi from Italy won the race in 9 hours and 9 minutes. She had a 14-minute gap that she needed to get back on the winner at the top of the mountain from Poland, Irita Lewandowski, the leader at the top of the mountain, rather. But Irita lost those 14 minutes, and Martina, in the end, put 27 minutes into Edita on that downhill. So that's the potential difference that these runners can put into each other. Literally 10, 15, 20 minutes on the downhill descent as we watch with interest how guys, how they get the water in, what food they get in, and how long they're going to take.
I lost Ruth on the... come on. Oh no.
Ruth was just on the right hand side there. Let's see who comes out first. Let's see who takes the gamble and maybe cuts a couple of seconds, maybe a minute or two off their planned time, and it's Ruth. Ruth's on the move. She is moving out of the aid station nice and calm. She gets some ice water on her head. It is hot up there, nice clear blue skies, and she's away.
Ruth Croft leads the 2024 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX outside of the 51K mark at the Roque de los Muchachos aid station. She's out. Let's see what's the gap between Ida. She went out in 5:56.02. Let's see what's the difference between her and Ida charging on the downhill.
Yeah.
I was having some messages from Martin saying that having Ruth use poles until here, she will have fresher legs for the downhill, and it's good that she's getting challenged right now. This is putting some spice definitely on the competition, and in her, it's already 30 seconds difference between Ruth and Ida. Let's see how this goes.
Yeah, great to have Martin tuning in with us. Martin, thanks for the tips, thanks for the advice. Martin, of course, he knows the insights. He knows how Ruth trains. He knows how Ruth races. And what a contest we have in the final hour or so, hour and a half of racing, guys. Do not go anywhere. Stay tuned in with us as we watch this tremendous battle between two of the greatest trail runners of all time in this magnificent sport. They are going head to head as they begin their descent.
We've lost Ida there. Maybe she took a turn to the toilet. We don't know, because she just disappeared from the aid station and she didn't get out. We will see anyway in the timing mat what is happening.
We saw Robert Muka there, the team manager of the Adidas TERREX team. He must be a happy man. He has one of his athletes in the lead as she is ready to descend towards the finish line, towards that fantastic finish line in the Los Llanos de Aridane, just around the corner from where our studio is based. We can hear the crowd building up. It's going to be a spectacular afternoon of racing, guys. Stay with us. Tell your friends. Send on the link in the WhatsApp group. Any of your friends who love their trail running, get them on board as we see some more magnificent views there of our finish line.
And
here we go.
We have an update. It's Jonathan Albon leading the race through El Time, through the Torreta del Time, the aid station before the final timing mat before getting to Tazacorte. He went through in 6 hours, 3 minutes and 3 seconds. Let's see what's the gap. But Jonathan Albon is leading now, continues to lead right now the 2024 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX in the ultra distance.
Yeah, guys, if you're just tuning in now, Jonathan Albon, he has had a commanding lead for the last couple of hours. He made a big move early in the race, a guy with such an incredible running CV, and if you want to put your money on anybody with just maybe a couple of kilometers to go, Jonathan Albon, it is going to be extremely hard for any of our chasing runners to challenge that lead, to wrestle that lead back, as he's just got about maybe 6 kilometers or so to go. He's got a small climb up to the finish line here in Los Llanos de Aridane. He's got to climb about 338 meters from the Puerto de Tazacorte, which he has just passed through. So guys, get ready. We're going to have our champion of this year's 2024 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX here in the island of La Palma. We reckon, do you think the course record is in play, Marty? He's going to be close. He's got plenty of time to do it. The course record is under threat.
Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting finish. The predictions are not showing record times, but the predictions are just maths. That is not the reality. Then we will see how they run. We will see in a few minutes. We will have our camera runners coming downhill with with Jonathan, as we have the first micro lunch of the day for my partner Owen. Thank you, Luis. So let's see. What do you guys say? What do you guys think about this battle that we're gonna have? I'm gonna be refreshing Live Trail because I don't want to miss who's chasing Jonathan on the downhill, if it's either Jeshurun Small, Dimitri Mitiev, Thibaut Barognan, Tom Evans, who were the 4 guys running almost together trying to chase the Brit guy, the British legend. So we will see. We shall see.
Yeah, Marty, I am going to get a banana into me. I've got a little bit of Spanish tortilla here as well to give me a little bit of a sugar boost over the last hour and a half, 2 hours, as we get ready to welcome home our champions, to welcome home our top three in both the male and female in the ultra distance, the 73 kilometers of the 2024 Transvulcania adidas TERREX. Guys, this is going to be exciting, guys. Sit back, get your coffee, get your tea, get ready to enjoy a spectacular hour or two of trail running.
Now we're watching some imagery also from the, that's I don't know if our production team can hear us, but that is downhill already, right? That's around El Time. That is should be mid part. Oh, Albert is screaming, so there is changes. Oh, come on, Live Trail, do it for me. Jesus. Yeah. So Dimitri Midyaev is now second, chasing Jonathan Albon. There we go. Now they're all running together. Wow, we're going to have a battle there too. Dimitri Midyaev has a small gap on Tom Evans, who is now third, and Jeshurun Small, the North American, the United States native, is in fourth place right now. 6:07:38, 4 minutes and 30 seconds behind Jonathan Albon for Dimitri Midyaev, 6:08:01 for Tom Evans, and 6:08:25 for Jesh Small. There's nothing said yet, as we are in images with Sunmaya Buddha, who's running in third place right now for the women's side on the 2024 Transvulcania adidas TERREX.
Yeah, who is going to be able to descend the quickest amongst the guys there? You've got a tremendous battle between Tom and Dimitri, two Adidas teammates running head to head for that second place. On the hunt for Jonathan. It is not over yet, guys. It is not over yet. Of course, you can get back so much time on the descent. I'm not too sure if Dimitri or Tom, if they're quick enough on the descent, if they're that quicker than Jonathan, that they're going to take back the 4 or 5 minutes that Jonathan has. But let's see. Jesh Small he's got about 2 minutes behind Tom, and who do we have there? That's our leader. That's Jonathan. Look at him descend. He is on his way to victory. I cannot see Dimitri, I cannot see Tom getting those 4 or 5 minutes back. Somebody with the experience of Jonathan Albon, somebody with the winning mentality of Jonathan Albon, he is going to defend that lead over our final hour or so of racing. And guys, I would not be surprised if the course record falls today. The course record, it's held by Luis Alberto Hernando with 6 hours, 52 minutes and 39 seconds. He's broken the 7 hour mark. Killian Jornet has broken it with 6 hours and 54 minutes and 9 seconds. Dakota Jones is the third runner to run under 7 hours. Will we have Jonathan Albon run under 7 hours for the first time since 2015, when Luis Alberto had that incredible run when he smashed the course record? And of course, in the women's field, the course record is 8 hours and 4 minutes. And you know what? With Ida and with Ruth going head to head, I think the two of them could very well push each other on towards that low 8 hour mark. Let's see what happens, guys. Good strong climbing here from Sunmaya. She is defending that podium very well. Working hard. And let's not forget, guys, these runners, they have been on the move. They've been working up these mountains since 6 o'clock this morning. They are into their 6th hour on the mountains, on the trails. Fabulous demonstrations of endurance, of strength. And listen, that's why they're the best trail runners in the world, isn't it? Look at these guys go. They have put in the hard yards in training. They have got through the winter. It's often very interesting to see the difference between some sets of trail runners. Some trail runners, they stay on the roads, they stay on the cross country, but of course it's more and more fashionable nearly for a lot of the big trail runners to stay on the mountains, to stay on the snow, to get their training in, to get their miles in on the ski-mo type races. staying up high in altitude. And then when they come into the spring races, into the early summer races, all they need is a couple of weeks of transition and they are ready to rock on the mountains. Good job, Samaya. Keep it going and hold on to that third place. Well done. And one of our friends on the chat is saying that it's a good day for the Albans. That his partner Henrietta is leading the Snowdonia 50k at the moment. Great job indeed. Thanks a mil, guys, for all of our listeners, all of our viewers who are tuning in from all over the world. Keep the comments coming in. If you've got any insights on any of our runners, if you know any of our runners, let us know how they've been training for the last couple of weeks. Let us know if they're good at descending, if they're better at climbing, if they're better at descending. Do, guys, give us any insights that you know, and we will share it with our over 1,000 people that are tuning in to our live streaming of the 2024 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX here in La Palma. What an exciting race we have. We've got the best trail runners in the world. We've got Dakota Jones, the two-time champion here as well. He's just inside the top 10 at the moment. We've got the three-time champion, Luis Alberto Hernando, giving it everything as well. And of course, leading the race. It's the incredible. The world champion across so many different disciplines in the endurance sport world, Jonathan Albon, heading towards his first win. His first win here in La Palma in the Transvulcania. He was here, of course, in 2019. But Jonathan was, I think, third that year with 7 hours 36. But today, he is going for the victory.
Vamos, campeona. Come on.
Yeah, we see the comments coming in, guys. Thanks. We're doing our best to get those key moments for you. If we don't capture them live, hopefully we'll get some highlights moments as well over the next little while, guys, to see those key movements. We got the chance to see that key move from Ida, who went by Ruth, but Ruth responded like the champion that she is. She wasn't allowing Ida to get a couple of meters advantage. She responded well, and it is Ruth in the lead as we descend down towards the Puerto de Tazacorte and those final couple of kilometers into the finish line here just outside of our studio in Los Llanos de Aridane.
Fantastic. I'm back. Thanks, Owen, for covering me for a second as we watch Sunmaya Buda climbing towards El Roque de los Muchachos. We are able to follow the women's lead complete. We're gonna I think we're gonna have even images of fourth and fifth women that are running not so far away from Sunmaya, and then we just got some images from the midpoint of the downhill with Jonathan Albon in the lead. Then we will have two more camera runners to finish to film the final part of the downhill, coming through the Tazacorte aid station, and then all the way towards the finish line with the leaders. I think it's amazing to have this sort of imagery, this sort of storytelling of a trail running race live back to your homes. I think it's a completely game changer on what we have been seeing this year. So let's see how she refuels. She's from Team Fuga. I'm just watching it right now. Fuga, the Chinese brand of that is also jumping into trail running, really strong. Sunmaya, as our friend Martin said, is a super talented downhill runner. And we're seeing the parade here down in Los Llanos de Aridane with the kids opening, in a symbolic way, opening the finish line here in downtown Los Llanos de Aridane, as we see Sunmaya Buda out of the Roque de los Muchachos aid station in third. She's around 10 minutes behind, 9 minutes I think, behind Ida Nilsson and Ruth Croft in first and second place. try to make it. So let's see what's the next we can get. Thanks everyone for the shout outs there. We have already 4 guys running through El Time, which is the 61K. We are already listening in our background. The parade, I don't want to say carnival. It's not. It's una batucada. That's a batucada. I don't know how you say that in English. But the music, the live music there on the finish line to receive our winners in any minute right now. Well, we still have at least an hour. As we see, this is. Yeah, that is Jonathan Alban. Exactly, that is Jonathan Alban. Running downhill fast from the El Time. He's now between El Time and the Tazacorte, El Puerto de Tazacorte. Around 61 to 68K to be more precise. But we're watching the Brit guy, the guy representing the North Face, crushing it at today's 2024 Transvulcania Ultramarathon, the 73K. Brought to you by Adidas TERREX. To wherever you are in the world, just tuning on your YouTube, in your TV, in your mobile phone, in your tablet, even maybe you're running and you're listening to us right now in the background of your Saturday long jog or whatever you got to do while we watch Jonathan. He looks teeny tiny there with the massive mountains behind him, the massive that's exactly where he came from right now. He's been traversing those mountains from 6 a.m. today. Now it's 12:12 exactly in the island of La Palma, and we're witnessing he's making his own history here with what's going to be probably his first win in the island.
Yeah, thanks a million, Marty, for covering me there for a couple of minutes. Well, I just enjoyed a quick tapper to make sure that I am fully energized for this final hour. I had some nice Spanish tortilla here. Of course, such nice food here in the Canary Islands as well. As you've seen from some of the imagery earlier on, they produce so many fantastic fruits, vegetables. We saw some of the banana plantations in our imagery earlier on. So I just had myself a banana there and a bit of tortilla to keep me going as we approach the final hour of our racing. Certainly in the men's field. In the ladies' field, they're going to be just over 8 hours, I suspect, which will bring us up to about 2 o'clock or so.
Let's hear for a second the ambience on the finish line. Luiso, can we hear a bit? That's great. That's a perfect ambience down there with our partners, the speakers that are firing up the crowd in Los Llanos de Aridane, Los Llanos de Aridane, I should say properly. Getting ready to open this finish line that is going to be receiving not just our men's and women's winners, but all the 1,000 runners that are traversing right now the island of La Palma from south to north through the GR 131. Have you ever raced here? Now we are over 1,000 people here. I don't know if I've read earlier some comments of people who have been in the island, but we want to hear, we want to read you, we want to see what was your experience down here. What do you think about the island, about the race? So yeah, we want to hear it. But now before we jump again to the action, it's going to come really soon as we have a bunch of camera runners and bikers at the end of the downhill, and then to chase our lead men and lead women towards the finish line. Yeah. It's we have at least 1 more hour, I would say, I'm afraid. At least an hour 15 till we get to see our lead men finish and take the win. Potentially, if nothing goes wrong, it should be the man, the myth, the legend, Jonathan Alban.
Yeah, and of course it's not just the glory that these guys are chasing today as well. We have seen over the last couple of years more and more prize money come into the sport. There is €6,000 up for grabs for our male and female champions today. And And in the podium, you've got €2,500 for second and 1,500 for third place. So there we see our fourth place athlete, the American athlete Hannah Osiski. She's working hard coming up that mountain. She's trying to get onto that podium. Good prize money at stake. And then, of course, as well, as I said, the glory of getting onto the podium in one of the iconic races in the trail running landscape, the Transvulcania Adidas TERREX here in the island of La Palma. As you can see there, guys, just an incredible island for training, for racing. They've done such a good job over the last couple of years in terms of cleaning up the trails, making them more accessible. They've got fantastic, fully marked routes all around the island. The Spanish national team, they come here to train. They come here to prepare for their championship events. And you can see, oh, guys, look at that. We've got an incredible battle on the descent. Is that Tom? And that is Dimitri,
the guy in front
is
Dimitri. The guy in the middle is it's Tom Evans.
I think that's Tom.
Yeah.
Now, I think that is Tom and Dimitri going head to head. Dimitri has about it's nothing. It's about 6 or 7 seconds. That's all it is. Nothing in the grand scheme of things. But you can see maybe that Dimitri is looking that little bit stronger. He's pushing on.
Now we're gonna have images of the man Jonathan Albon running towards the downhill. Now we're gonna see him on this side of the mixed roads trails downhill, heading to Tazacorte. We're gonna stay with him now. If you wanted images, now we're gonna have them. That is a killer for your quads. Those little portions where you switch from the trail to the asphalt, to the tarmac. Wow, that hurts.
Because there's no give. Now that you're on the clean roads, every stride is going to hurt. It's bang, bang. It's pounding, pounding. While you can absolutely run quicker, sometimes it can nearly be more advantageous when you're on the trails, when every step is different. You get a little bit of a break. But of course, when you're on the road like that, your heartbeat, it doesn't get any respite at all. He's probably going to be up in the mid 150s, mid 160s, depending on what his range is. He's probably going to be at the mid, maybe zone 3, if you like. As he pushes on, he can see he's getting close to the coast. He is getting closer and closer to the finish line. He's fully concentrating.
Yeah.
I think, Marty, I think he's got the win. I think he's got enough of a gap. I think he's safe.
Let's listen.
I don't know, around 4 minutes, 5 minutes.
Is that the top? Or?
They are together, two together, behind you.
That means they're racing.
Okay. Come on.
It's hot.
Yeah, in case you didn't get it, guys, he was asking about the time gap. And I think what he was saying there, Mary, was that he realised that Dimitri and Tom...
To the finish? Or
No, to El Puerto.
How far is it to the finish?
4 kilometers. But it's happy.
Yeah.
Wow, he's struggling. When you start asking those questions, it's because you are suffering, and you can definitely look at his quads. Those are about to. Well, they're on the border of cramping, probably also. But he's a super strong runner, and he made the question like, how far away are them? And he realized they are competing. That's what he said.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say, Marty, that he's worried that because Dimitri and Tom are so close together, first of all, they're teammates.
Yeah.
So, you know, you're talking about Team Adidas working together, trying to hunt Jonathan down. And I suppose that is a good question. Will Tom and Dimitri, will they work together, or will they be fighting for their own individual race, going for second, going for third? But to be honest, I don't think it matters, Marty. I think he's got enough of a time gap. He was asking there, the camera runner said he's got about 4 minutes.
Oh.
And unless we see a complete failure of those powerful, strong legs that he has, I think he's good. He's moving well enough. He's moving smoothly. You can see he's opening up a stride there. He's beginning to power home. I think he's good. I think we're watching our champion.
Yeah. Now, it should be a complete catastrophe right now to see anything happen to John and to lose the lead right now. I think he's got it in control. And yeah, he's been from the gun. Like he was in the from the beginning at the Faro de Fuencaliente. He was in the lead group. He was not leading exactly, but he was in that little pack of runners that was made there. As we see him run in the middle of the banana plantations there, some of the different things you see in the island of La Palma. He has been there showing his face, like trying to push, trying to get the lead until he made his move, getting closer to El Reventon, starting the uphill to El Pico de las Nieves and Pico de la Cruz, lately to El Roque de los Muchachos, and he's been able to maintain and even open a bit of a gap on the rest of the field.
It's a spectacular viewing, guys, isn't it? It's not often we get to run beside banana plantations. These are where your bananas come from, guys. The bananas that you're buying in your local supermarket, there's a very good chance that they're coming from these banana plantations here. I was saying to Marty on the stream on Thursday night, it's a difficult business for the banana farmers because of the tough competition with the fruit coming in from South America that's often cheaper. The banana farmers here, they need the funding, they need the grants from the European Union to keep these very special places alive. I mean, it would be a real shame to see these banana plantations, to see them fail over the next couple of years. Hopefully we'll get to see these banana plantations continue to strive, continue to have this strong export that the island has, and from a sporting point of view, isn't it just spectacular to be running beside where you buy your bananas from in the local supermarket? Not something that we see, Marty, too often.
No, absolutely. This is not your usual. Where we are from Argentina, we are used to seeing apple plantations, pear plantations, and other fruits. But wait, here she is. This is Marianne Hogan, the Canadian, running in 5th. Through El Roque de los Muchachos. She's a couple minutes back from Hannah Osowski, her North American co-Turanian. She's from Canada. Hannah from the United States. The Salomon athlete grabbed some watermelon to get some energy and some hydration also. Ready to go and tackle that massive downhill. She looks a bit warm, right? Like if it's a bit hot out there.
Yeah, I was going to say, Marty, you can see the blue skies, but I don't think it's as hot as some of the, say, really hot years that we've had here.
No, absolutely.
People they look under control, they're getting their fluids in. There's nobody really suffering too much with the heat today. I think it's probably maybe the mid-20s, which is manageable. A rule that I often have myself, Mary, when I'm running over in Gran Canaria is you can pretty much get away with it up until about 28 degrees.
Yeah.
When you go above 28 degrees, if you don't have that warm weather acclimatization, you're really going to suffer. I think we're probably in the low 20s, the mid 20s here.
Yeah.
And for these super fit guys, remember, the fitter you are, the lighter you are, the better you're going to be able to handle that heat. These guys, they've been working on their nutrition, on their hydration all morning long. I think they should be okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we are watching the man, Jonathan Alban, about to start the zigzags towards El Puerto de Tazacorte. This is the final portion of the downhill. And then, as someone in the chat said, it is a gnarly, complicated, hard, and probably super hot uphill towards Los Llanos de Aridane. And also we have to consider that before that, they got to go through El Barranco de las Angustias, which is hard.
Yeah,
it's hard. It's hot. It can be a cooker. And even though he's got like 4 or 5 minutes, that's a little bit of a twisted ankle for Jonathan, but nothing. So yeah, it's just your typical ankle twisting on these kind of downhills. So yeah, we'll see how it goes, but definitely a gap of 4 minutes is not so complicated to lose in that kind of uphill. But there he is.
There he is.
Jonathan Alban.
The zigzag. You can see actually our camera runner just behind him. You can see Jonathan White, and just behind him in black, guys, that's one of our crew here with the camera as he's coming down that fantastic zigzag. And just look at him go. You can see even the difference between Jonathan, that world-class athletes, and the difference in how he moves compared to our peloton runners who are either side of him. He is storming down, and great job by our camera guy there as well. I mean, our camera guy is keeping up with one of the best descenders in the world.
Yeah,
chapeau to the team.
Yeah. Fantastic job by our camera runners, by our drone pilots, Hope you are all, whatever you are watching, hope you are happy as much as we are here watching the legend Jonathan Albon. And now in the right side of the screen, we're watching Yekaterina Midyaeva, the Adidas TERREX athlete. Her husband is running in second right now. She's probably in seventh, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, I think maybe just a little bit ahead, Marty. I think she's in sixth place according to the latest stats that we have.
It says our stats people says she's
in eighth at the moment. So perhaps maybe Asada Garcia, the Spanish athlete, maybe just in ahead of her. And Keely Henninger from the US there as well, fighting for those top 10 positions. The latest information that we haven't seen Ruth or Ida in a while, so we're not too sure. If anybody is out on the course, guys, if anybody is there tuning in, do send us a message in just to let us know if there has been any change between Ruth and Ida as they start their descent from the Roque de los Muchachos.
Yeah, this is... He still has a couple switchbacks more, Jonathan there. We will see how... it's funny to see them running again in the after such an effort going downhill, to switch the muscles, to switch the legs, to change the stride. Once he gets to the to El Puerto, we will see how much of we have a saying in Argentina is like that you're stepping over eggs. Like this, you know?
Yeah.
Let's see how much of that is going for.
I think it's something you've got to probably train as well, don't you? You cannot come into a race with this quality field without practicing your crossover from fast, strong, descending to a final climb like that. And I suppose anybody that's thinking of a top 10, of a top 3, of winning the Transvulcania, you got to practice this type of running.
Yeah. It's something you need to pay attention to. And even if you're not going to win or whatever, this is not your usual downhill. This is super complicated to reproduce in your training. So you better get your proprioception work done for your ankles, get your strength workout done for your quads and your calves, so you don't hurt that much trying to get to the finish line.
Yeah. Guys, let me just remind you about the CV that our current leader, Jonathan Albon, has. Marty, I don't think I've seen anybody with as many world titles as this guy has.
Yeah.
I mean, for more than a decade now, he has been just knocking out gold medal after gold medal across a whole range. Oh, and another little turn there on his ankle. That just shows the fatigue that's there. That's the second little twist that we've seen. Hopefully he's all right. I think he's okay. He's put his hand up there and say, "Yeah, I'm okay, guys."
No, but it's this is something I really like to see on this super beast of guys that are trained like probably no one else in the world. They twist, like if you and me we twist their ankles, there is like gonna be, oh my god,
we're gone.
Start whining and suffering, and probably our feet are gonna go a bit bloated. But this little twist of ankles, they don't mean anything to them. They are so prepared. Their ankles are so ready and strong and flexible also. Yeah. And of course, we got to give a shout out also to their shoes, whatever brand they are using. They are also protecting them, of course, of not having a bad injury on their ankles.
Yeah, and of course, someone like Jonathan, who is a 5-time obstacle racer world champion, he has had to probably go through so many different challenges, so many feats of endurance over the last 10 years to become a 5-time world champion. Let's not forget as well that he can climb so strong. He's a Skyrunner World Series. And I remember I saw him win in person the 2019 Trail Running World Championship as well.
In Portugal.
With his Team GB singlet on. Yeah. And that was a really special day for him as well. He's in his mid-30s, Marty, and there is no sign of him letting up at all. I think this guy could go well into his early 40s and still be winning races, still be winning world championships.
Whoa. That is Tom Evans and Dimitri Midyaev on the right. They are just for you on the picture. Jonathan Albon is already on the Puerto de Tazacorte, and they still have a bunch of switchbacks. They might be at least 4 minutes still behind Jonathan. It's Jonathan Albon leading, Tom Evans battling together with Dimitri Midyaev. We're going to have a fantastic race until the finish line, Owen.
Oh, yeah. Look at Jonathan there. I'm sure he's relieved to have got that big descent out of the way. And fair play to him. Look at him cruising through the village.
Yeah,
well, what do you reckon, guys? I think he's running probably at about 4 minutes per kilometre there. He is moving super well. And just imagine that, 4 minutes per kilometre at least, after about 68 kilometres of running. Now, let's see how he takes these couple of moments in the aid station.
He's giving orders as much as he can. This is also...
He's got his water. I don't know, Marty, did you see, did he get any of his carbohydrate mix
no,
in?
Nothing.
I think it was just water, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was just water. Oh, he stayed for a second on the shower. There was a shower there. Oh, come on.
There we go. We got it back. We've got our view there of the beach down in Puerto de Tazacorte.
Yeah. He stayed for a second on the water shower, trying to cool down, trying to get the heat out of his system. And he's gone. He's running pretty well. I thought he was going to be struggling a bit more, but he's composed. His technique is flawless.
He looks strong, doesn't he? He looks like he's out for a 10K run. He's looking so smooth, but he's got... How many kilometers has he got? He's got 68 kilometers in his legs already.
And this is almost like a marathon effort, let me say. Oh, and the race is so fast.
Yeah.
That it seems almost like a marathon effort on of course on a technical, well, on a difficult marathon. But the fitness is amazing. Let's see. He's getting into the infamous Barranco de las Angustias. That is probably boiling heat.
I was going to say that, Marty. These are the challenging parts of the Canary Islands. When you've come off the mountains, when you're in the Barranco, they're like ovens, aren't they?
It's like a little oven.
I've ran in many of them, and this is where, if you've had the opportunity to get some warm weather training in, this is when you're going to get your return on your investment. This is when...
The ROI.
Oh, yeah. And again, the stronger you are, probably the lighter you are, the more advantage you have running through these final couple of kilometers. But Marty, he is flying. Look at him go.
He's in great shape. I thought he was gonna come out a bit more hurting of the downhill, but he's been definitely saving a bit for the rest. He knows the race. He's been here before. He knows what's been in the podium. But now he's charging up that Barranco de las Angustias to get those final 400 meters of elevation gain between the banana plantations towards Los Llanos de Aridane and get that precious win at the 2024 Transvulcania adidas TERREX. He's taken a little bit of a leap. That's so hard. It's so hard to leave that sort of tick, that he's taking a look over his shoulder to see where his competitors are. He probably listened to them, because when you are down there at Tazacorte, people above, they start screaming, so you don't have any sort of measurement of where they are. You just listen to people screaming to the other guys, and you don't know where they are. And especially now with the marathon over, you don't know who they are cheering to. So might be frightening to be in his position right now.
Well, Marty, a question for yourself and the listeners. What do you think, guys? Does he have enough left in his legs to break that course record of 6 hours, 52 minutes and 39 seconds? He's got about 18, 19 minutes to do it.
Yeah.
If it was on the flat, I think he would. If it was 5K on the flat, he'd probably do it in about 16 or 17 minutes and smash the course record. I do think he's going to sneak in just under 7 hours, which would put him right up there in the top 5 all-time performances. But I'm not too sure if he's going to get that record of 6 hours 52. It might be just outside his reach.
Yeah, I think my bet is going to be it's tough. This is, even though it feels small, like it's a small uphill right now, it's just, okay, it's just 4 kilometers with just 300 to 400 meters elevation gain. It is really tough, and he's going to be a huge part of it is in asphalt, like some parts of it is in asphalt. And as you can see now, that is volcanic terrain in between two walls of about 2 meters right now. That is boiling hot. As we see together, Dimitri Mityaev and Tom Evans running together over the aid station at El Puerto de Tazacorte. Let's see how it goes for them on the refueling moment.
It is Team Adidas TERREX. They are hunting Jonathan Album. They've got a 4-minute gap to try and overtake. It's difficult. It's not impossible. I'm not too sure if they've got enough kilometers. I mean, you're talking, Marty, that's going to be nearly 1 minute per kilometer that they need to get back. Here. Unless these guys can get down to the low 3 minutes per kilometer, Jonathan is going to hold on. Unless Jonathan has a fall, unless he has a cramp, which could happen, guys. This race is not over yet. Anything can happen in a 73-kilometer race, but it is Team Adidas TERREX on the hunt.
Absolutely, and you can see Jonathan trying to get into the shade there, trying to take as much advantage of that shade that the Barranco de las Angustias can give. It's just 1 minute, but I'm sure it can make the difference. And it's not, as you can see, it's not flat. It's not easy to run there. It's technical. You got to take care of your body. You got to take care of your ankles, but he is gone. As I was saying, the uphill is not easy. It's not as smooth as we believe it is. And we will see how it goes with the heat and everything. I don't think it's going to go for the record. It's just 18 minutes now. It would be a miracle. And then once you get up to Los Llanos, you got all this flat part, this final kilometer on the blue line of the cycling path. That is also a killer. I think it's going to be around 7:10, 7:15 for Jonathan. Still,
okay, just over the 7-hour mark. What do you think?
Fantastic time anyway. But I'm really interested on what Dimitri and Tom are going to do.
I was just going to say, guys, what do you think? Will the teammates come in together? Now, I'm not too sure how well the guys know each other. I'm not too sure if they're good friends or not. Of course, we saw last week in the island of Menorca where we had the lead change hands in the final 100 meters of the race. So will Tom and Dimitri, will they sprint into the line together? Will they challenge each other? Well, I think they might keep on working together for another couple of kilometers to try and close that gap on Jonathan. And perhaps maybe when they realize the win is gone, that's when they'll need to make a decision. Will they go head to head? Will they have a sprint finish in? Who will take second? Who will take third? It's all to play for.
For the sake of competition, my bet is, guys, come on, sprint until the end. You've been battling all day. You've been trying. Tom has been trying to hold his position in the first front of the race. As we see them right now, diving themselves into El Barranco de las Angustias. How do you say Barranco? The cliff.
A valley. A valley might be the closest word that we have. A dry valley, maybe, Mary.
Yeah, and how do you say Angustias in English?
Oh, Angustias.
The sadness.
yeah. The pain, the suffering.
The direct translation of this place is called the Sadness Cliff.
Oh,
you know?
There's a little fall there maybe from Tom. The legs looking a little bit fatigued. And guys, just to say, I mentioned that race there in Menorca last week. At some stage over the course of the weekend, check it out. It was the Camino de Lavallo race. You see clips of it on YouTube where Pablo Ibanez was in the lead for the majority of the 185 kilometers. But then the French athlete Antoine Guillon went by him with less than 100 meters to go.
Wow.
It created an awful lot of debate, an awful lot of chat. Guys, check it out. It was a fascinating piece of racing. Antoine had actually won the race 6 times, and he got his 7th win in the final 50 meters of a 185 kilometer race. I don't think we're going to see anything as exciting for the win today, but let's see what type of sprint finish we have between Dimitri and Tom Evans, both from Team Adidas TERREX.
I really hope they compete until the end. Anything can happen, and we will be pleased to watch anything. But if I had to choose, I would love to see them competing. As we have Josh.
There's Jesh Small through. Yeah, Jesh Small.
In 4th place.
Another one of the Team Adidas TERREX runners. So that's Team Adidas TERREX, 3 out of the top 4.
There we have Jonathan starting the climbs. Now he's starting to look like struggling. His running form is changing a bit, but he won't give up.
No.
He's getting out of Del Barranco de las Angustias, probably overheated. We will start seeing him running in the middle of the banana plantations really soon and crossing the road that comes up from Tazacorte to Los Llanos de Aridane, where we are right now. There he goes. Jess Small is out of the aid station at Tazacorte in 4th position. Fantastic race by the United States representative, as we see Dimitri Mityaev leading the charge with Tom Evans on El Barranco de las Angustias. The gap is of around 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Let's see how it unfolds.
Yeah, and it's a good day so far for the Team US runners. We've got Jess Small in 4th place and another American runner, Benjamin Stout from the United States, in 5th place as well. So guys, if you're just waking up stateside, thanks a million for tuning in. You guys are having a good day. You've got 2 runners in the top 5, and over in the women's race as well, it's also been a good day for the States too. I think we've got 1 runner in the top 5. Hannah Ozowski is in 4th place at the moment, with Marianne Hogan from Canada also in the top 5 in 5th place. But of course, the 2 leading ladies, we haven't seen them for a while. Hopefully we'll get to see some footage of Ruth and Ida on their descent down from Roque de los Muchachos down towards Puerto de Tazacorte. It's going to be fascinating, Marty, to see. Next time the camera goes back, who's going to have that leading position? Will it be Ruth?
Give us your bets there in the chat. Who do you think is going to show up in first on the women's side, getting closer to El Puerto de Tazacorte? The next point, we're going to see the ladies. It's a hard one. It's a hard one, but I think it's going to be Ruth. Come on, John.
I think he might have just maybe came up from the Branco there onto the road.
Yeah, this is the road crossing part. This is also zigzagging between the banana plantations, the road. They are well secured. This is probably not the best part of the race. It's just for being the end of it. This is now just surviving until the finish line, surviving until Los Llanos de Aridane, until you see all the people, all the party on the blue line, on the blue cycling path, which is amazing, so iconic on the race. But this part, this small period is awful, and I'm really surprised. Well, not surprised, but really interesting to see how he tries to take every single minute of shade he can. He's always trying to run close to the walls, and I mean, I understand. He's coming from Norway. I think he was skiing in Deep Bow last week. So I bet the change in the atmosphere for him must be really, really bad.
Yeah, and probably a smart idea as well to wear the t-shirt, to cover the shoulders, to cover the top part of your arms, just from that sun, so you're not getting too much exposure to the strong rays of the sun. He's got that part covered. He's got 6 hours 43 minutes on the clock. Now he's got just over 8 minutes before the course record goes, and we've got a move. I think we've got one of the Adidas guys. Oh no, that's Josh. That's Josh going into the Branco there. That's Josh in 4th place.
He's looking even better than the 3 guys in front of him. Like he looks smoother. He looks like running in a more flowy form.
Yeah.
I wouldn't. The gap is now interesting between all of them. I don't think. We might see any, there's low percentage probabilities that we will see any change, but look at Jonathan Albon struggling right now. Anything can go wrong for any of the 3, and Jess Small looks like he's running super strong. So we will see.
Yeah.
What a killer of an uphill, man. This is terrible.
It's nothing to fear for Jonathan here. If Jonathan is struggling coming up this hill, so are the rest of the guys as well. I mean, you're talking there about what's that? 10, 11, 12% at least. What a killer to throw that in just as you're approaching the 70-kilometer mark. But he's moving again, no hesitation at all. There was no taking a moment to take your breath back. Jonathan, he was straight back moving again. Now he's back to a stride there as well, working those quads, working those calves. An incredible physical effort. What a demonstration of endurance. from our multiple world champion. Guys, if you have a moment, pop over to Google, pop over to Wikipedia, and just look at the CV that this guy has. He has gold medals coming out of every pocket that he might have in his jeans. Gold medals to beat the band. Multiple world championships. A true legend of the sport.
We are almost 1,500. We are 1,460 people watching right now. Bring your friends here. We're about to witness history here as Jonathan Albon is about to take the win on the 2024 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX, his first win on the island. Bring everyone here. Everybody should watch it and then just stay. Come here and stay, because we're going to have also a fantastic battle on the women's top. And of course on the men's rest of the podium. Hear the people cheering, hear the people there. Oh, come on, Johnny, you got this.
Straight back up, Jonathan. Great to see here on the Isla Bonita, the beautiful island of La Palma. And as I was saying at the start of our coverage, there's a population here of about 80,000 people, and trail running is like a national sport for the 80,000. They love their trail running. They've got so many good races here on the island of La Palma. So guys, put it on your destination list, your to-do list, to make your way here, especially if you love your sport, if you love your trail running. Come and join us in the Canary Islands, in La Palma, where you can warm weather train all year long. As he looks around, he's just checking to see, can he see the adidas team of Dimitri and Tom, who are hunting him down, but I think Jonathan's going to do it. He's got a big gap. I cannot see the two guys break into that 4-minute gap that he had. Jonathan, you've got this. Just keep on moving, one foot in front of the other, and you will take home.
Left foot, right? Right foot, left foot.
Yeah.
He's just rallying towards the finish line. I'm just having fun with the conversation and the chat. It's like somebody's asking, what's he listening to? And somebody replies, me gustas tú, from Manu Chao. I don't know. That's random. Somebody says I think he usually listens to his wife's running intervals playlist. So maybe he's listening to Henriette's playlist there. I don't know. He's probably just on a blank space on his mind right now, trying to get the thing done. He's around 7 minutes behind the course record right now, but a little less, 5 minutes. But I think he doesn't care anymore about anything more than just winning. And as we see, Dimitri Mityaev and Tom Evans already on the banana plantations on those 10 to 15% uphill. Oh, wow. Look at Dimitri's squats, man.
Now, this is a key moment, Marty.
Yeah.
Dimitri looks stronger. Dimitri's moving well. Tom is suffering. You can see Dimitri, he's just thrown a little glance to the right-hand side to see how Tom is. Tom isn't losing too much ground. Now, will he put the hammer down? Will he leave his teammate behind, or will he just keep the pace nice and steady to make sure that elastic band doesn't snap?
Yeah, I'm really wondering what they'll do, but this is also Dimitri looks better. Come on, he gave us a smile. Dimitri, he is definitely a bit stronger than Tom. That looks like struggling. But Tom is a... Oh, jeez.
I was just about to say the elastic band looked like it had snapped, but Tom just brought it right back in. Yeah. Tom was not letting Dimitri go. And listen, we wouldn't expect anything else from Tom. Tom is a fantastic competitor. If there's a second or third up for grabs, Tom's going to want that second place.
Yeah. They are both running. They are both fierce competitors. They are strong. Really, really strong. I don't think they're gonna. Oh, they're watching. Jeez. They know that Jesh is really close. They've been running together all day.
Yeah.
So they don't wanna. Well, I believe they wanna get that second place, but they don't want to lose the third or second at all behind Jesh. But again, just get on the now. Jonathan knows that the race is just ultramarathoners, so if whatever he hears of people clapping or people screaming, he knows that they're mostly medium competitors.
Now Dimitri's waving to the crowd. He's in great form, and has that elastic band just snapped? He's got about 5-6 meters ahead of Tom.
He's going for it. Dimitri's gonna go for it. He's gonna pull the hammer on Tom. And
he's looking around, Mary, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's looking around to see, is Tom hanging in there or not? I think at the moment, Dimitri, I think he's hanging on for Tom.
Yeah.
I think he's waiting.
He's waiting.
He is waiting. He could have gone on 2 or 3
Yeah.
occasions in the last 60 seconds, and he didn't. He held on. He looked around, corner of his eye. He allowed Tom to get back on the train, and they are moving together.
Yeah, they're talking in the chat about something I forgot to mention before. It's like, it's really interesting to see the different strategies for coming up and running at the same pace, and moving at the same pace. Like Dimitri was just easily jogging step by step, small steps of little jogs, and Tom was walking fast, and they were still moving together.
They were going at the same pace, weren't they? So if you ever have the question, should I run, should I walk? Look at these two guys. They're going at the exact same pace and doing very, very different things.
Yeah.
That's Tall there on the chat says, this is like watching Podgy and Vinegard at the end of a mountain stage. Absolutely. But that's Tall. Who will have the finishing kick over the final couple of 100 meters?
Look at the face of Don. Yeah. Definitely Dimitri is pushing Tom.
Yeah. It looks like they've settled maybe for second and third.
Yeah.
They know Jonathan has the win.
Yeah.
And now they're probably just working together, maybe to protect that podium for the two guys, but they also have an Adidas TERREX runner coming in fourth as well. So it's going to be Adidas definitely in second and third either way.
Absolutely. This is just a great day of racing today, a great day of witnessing the history of our sport being ridden. I'm just waiting also for the ladies to come through. Let's check also. All right, we have a bunch of runners coming through Tazacorte already, behind Jesh Small, who was fourth in 6 hours 39. There's a 10 minutes gap between him and Jonel Christian Manole in fifth, who went through in 6:49. But he was running together with Benjamin Stout in sixth, and Pere Aurey. All those three of them are running together. We're going to see a beautiful sprint also for the second back of the top 10. As we see how Dimitri Mijev is pulling the train with those strong legs, checking his teammate Tom Evans, bringing him home. And as we start hearing the screaming of the finish line, waiting for Jonathan Alban, I want to ask our producers if we have any images of John with the camera biker. I don't know how that's going, but it's just great to see. We're having fantastic footage of these guys about to finish. There we go.
There we go. There's Jonathan there. We can see the wheel of our mountain bike cameraman there as well, just at the bottom of the screen. Oh, that's a tough climb. That's a killer, Mary. After 70 kilometers of racing, you've got one more climb before you come into the finish line in Llanos de Aridane. And good news as well for fans of Luis Alberto Hernando, the world champion, the three-time world champion, three-time winner here in Transvulcania. He's moving through the field as well. He's pushing towards the top 10. He's about in 12th or 13th position at the minute. And let's hope that we see a great champion, the great champion that he is, Luis Alberto, get a top 10 here in 2024. That would be a great way for Luis to come home.
Speaking of great champions, we have the man himself, Nicolas Martin. Nico Martin, the French runner, saying that, I translated that from French, that says that if they enter hand by hand, they're going to be disqualified. And he's laughing about it. Of course, we would love to see a sprint between Dimitri and Tom. We will see how it goes. As we see Tom Evans charge the final part of this uphill. He still got some turns there until he gets to the houses on the lower side of Los Llanos de Aridane. Great job by Jonathan today, holding there. He's gonna once he gets there, he's gonna turn right, and then he's reaching the final kilometer and a half, and then he's gonna turn right to see the blue path. I remember really well, there was a group of Argentinians there when I ran the race, drinking Fernet Branca. That's our drink down there. And they offered me a drink, and I said, no, guys, I'm going to die if I do that.
Save it for later on. Save it for the party later on.
But now Jonathan is getting really close to the finish line. It's so exciting to see this final uphill again, this final part of the race. And Jonathan Alban is going to be Nico Martin. Thank you, Martin, for that. We don't know if it's Nico Martin. It's just the guy with the same name. Well, let me illusion myself. It made me believe it was our own Nico Martin. But let's go back.
And we've just got some information from one of our friends on the chat from Hector Garcia Rodicio that Ruth is now in the Pico El Time. Thanks for that, Hector. You might be out there. Hopefully you're enjoying the race live out on the course.
Ruth went through El Time in 6 hours 59:22 in the lead. Let's see when it updates where Ida is. As we see,
yeah, Ruth has gone through in 13 at what about 8 minutes ago, 9 minutes ago. She went through there, that final checkpoint there in Tazacorte. So guys, it's looking good for Ruth. Ruth Croft has the lead in the women's race as we look at the two Adidas teammates go head to head.
Ahí está. And there he is. Jonathan Albon is now above the blue path, the famous blue cycling path on the Los Llanos de Aridane. He's already in town. Hopefully all the people listening to us out there are gonna go cheer Jonathan Albon, that is about to make his way towards his first win on the island of La Palma.
Yes, I suppose it's a surprise in one way, isn't it, that of all the races that he's won, that all the gold medals that he's won, he hasn't had a win here in the Transvulcania just yet, but he is going to rectify that today. Jonathan Albon from Essex, living in Norway, is going to be our 2024 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX here in the island of La Palma, our 2024 champion. He is minutes away, and he's just missed the course record. We went by the course record there a couple of minutes ago, which was at 6:52 from the great king of trail running here in Spain, Luis Alberto Hernando. We've got 6 hours 57 minutes on the clock. I think he's going to come in just over 7 hours, which will be an absolute tremendous run. Dakota Jones last year won the race in 7 hours and 2 minutes. So the gap is coming down. We've just got word there from our colleagues out on the course. 2 minutes 40 seconds. So I think Dimitri and Tom, they might just actually run out of kilometers. If this race was another couple of kilometers long, they might actually get those 2 minutes back, but they're going to run out of road, I think, unless Jonathan has a big, massive accident now in the last kilometre or so. It's going to be Jonathan Albon, our champion for 2024.
Absolutely. Let's see what happens between these two, if they're going to go flat. We know Tom Evans is a fantastic 5K racer, but now let's go with the main character today, with our starring character today, Mr. Jonathan Albon, running on that blue cycling path, the famous blue cycling path of Los Llanos de Aridane, an iconic section of Transvulcania. He's gonna finish in a bit over 7 hours with the people of Los Llanos de Aridane, with the town out there ready to receive him. And you know what? They're gonna see each other. These guys are going to see Jonathan way down on the road, but they're going to see each other. This is going to be a fantastic finish. A beautiful, exciting finish line for the three, first, second, and third, and they are discussing about it. They're going to go for it. Wow.
There's Tom. Tom is back in the game. He's hung on to the back of Dimitri on that climb, and now it's Tom that's putting the hammer down. He is helping to pace Dimitri through this final kilometre. But just look at Jonathan go. We've had 8 Spanish victories. We've had 3 American wins. We've had 1 French, 1 Swede. And for the first time ever, here in La Palma, here in the Transvulcania, we're going to have a gold medal, a victory, going towards Jonathan Albon from Great Britain, from England, from Essex. It's our first English winner here in this course, in this race. And what a magnificent, glorious winner we're going to have.
Oh, and speaking about magnificence, glorious win, we have Ruth Croft leading with 4 minutes of a gap over Ida Nilsson at the Torreta del Time.
Boom!
Yeah, there is still a lot of room for changes, but I think we're going to have a winner there from New Zealand once again. But we are watching right now the men's race finish with Jonathan Albon completely solid, getting ready to finish, getting ready to get his first win at Transvulcania. And we will see a side-by-side battle between Tom Evans and Dimitri Mityaev as they say hi to people. They give them high fives to the kids. What do you think is going to happen, man? I think this is going to end up in a sprint.
Wouldn't it be great to see? No quarter given between the two Adidas TERREX teammates. Let's see, are they going to put on a show for us, or are they going to come in hand? It could go either way. Who knows? But in the meantime, Jonathan Albon gets closer and closer to a very famous victory. He ran the course in 7 hours, 36 minutes and 34 seconds in 2019. He is going to crush that time. He is literally, Marty, 1 minute, 2 minutes away from coming around the final corner. Yeah. He's in Llanos de Aridane. You can see the crowd out on the street. They love their trail running. They respect their trail runners. Fantastic, fantastic scenes. Jonathan, bring it home.
What a great job. What a solid race. A consistent effort for Jonathan Albon during the whole day, holding the pressure of those first kilometers where the group goes out together. They start pushing each other. He was able to stay there, to stay in the top without being crazily tired, competing with these beasts of colleagues he had today on the field. He managed to make a move after el Reventon towards el Pico de las Nieves and then el Pico de la Cruz, of course, to get to el Roque de los Muchachos in first and make use of his amazing talent going downhill to secure this win at the 2024 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX.
I wonder, Marty, can he enjoy it, or is he in full concentration mode? He can probably hear the crowd supporting the two Adidas runners just down the road from him. He can probably hear them cheering on Tom and Dimitri. So he maybe can't enjoy it just yet, but here he can. Now he can enjoy it. He's getting closer and closer to that finish line. He's going to be our 2024 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX here in the island of La Palma, our 2024 champion. He's won it all before, but he hasn't won this race, and he's about to be our champion.
There you have him. We are on the orange carpet. The orange carpet of Los Llanos de Aridane is getting ready. Look at that crowd receiving the man from Essex, from Great Britain, now living in Norway, in Romsdal with the Romsdal Mountain Athletics group of athletes training all together there to come with these performances. The guy from the North Face, Mr. Jonathan Albon, is gonna win the 2024 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX in its ultramarathon.
He looks around to the crowd, his hands up in the air. He's done it. What an incredible moment. History being made. The first victory for a British athlete here in the Canary Islands, here in La Palma, here at the 2024 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX. What a performer, what an athlete, one of the legends of the sport, and he continues to write trail running history. 7 hours, 3 minutes. He's a sky running world champion. He's an obstacle racer world champion. He's a trail world champion back in 2019. He's won OCC. He's won CCC. He's won the team world championships with Team GB. And now he's added the Transvulcania to his list of honours. What a true champion. What a born champion. An absolute privilege to see this man in action today.
One of our legends of the sport. An amazing athlete, an all-around athlete. He's gonna go for it. Yeah, there you go. The champagne showers for all the crowd. And in full happiness for the British man. Yeah, deserved drink there.
And Marty, I reckon the drinks are on Jonathan tonight.
Yeah.
He's taking home 6,000 euros with him back to Norway, and I'll tell you what, he deserved every single euro of it over those 73 kilometers. And here come the two Adidas boys. Now, lads, are you going to give us a sprint finish in or not, or are you going to come in together? They've been working hard all day long, and guys, enjoy your moment. Enjoy that final 100 meters. It's Team Adidas TERREX coming home in second and third place. Two wonderful, wonderful athletes. Tom Evans from Great Britain and Dimitri Mityaev Incredible teammates, incredible athletes. Well done, guys. Giving the high fives to the fantastic crowd here in La Palma. Thank you, La Palma. Thank you, Team Adidas TERREX. Thank you, Peter and Tom, for an incredible, incredible performance.
What a great race for both Dimitri Mityaev and Tom Evans. Amazing job of all the three. Great effort, great competition, and really close. Just over 7 hours, really close to the course records. They had a fantastic race. This tie is also part of the teammates thing, you know, like they are both representing Adidas TERREX. As we see Jonathan Albon running down the people. Yeah, that's a beautiful image there.
I often wonder, Marty, where do these guys get the energy to put in a sprint finish like that after 73 kilometers? It is absolutely fascinating. It is incredible. And let's not forget as well that we're going to have our 4th place finisher again from Team Adidas TERREX. Our American athlete is on his way home as well. He was eating into the minutes of Tom and Dimitri. Jesh Small should be coming around the corner any minute now as well. Guys, enjoy that champagne. Tom, make sure you keep a bit of champagne to bring home to the family in Loughborough. As always, I'm sure they're going to be very, very proud of you as they look on from home. Guys, if you're tuning in, any of Tom's family, give us a shout on the live text. Let us know how you're feeling. Once again, I'm very, very sure that you are extremely proud of Mr. Tom Evans.
And there you go. He charged. He did a super sprint of 100 meters, giving high fives. John Albon. I just want to bring up that the thing that they get DQ'd if they get in hands is just a joke. It was just a joke, guys. No, there's nothing wrong with getting together. They're gonna have to solve how they solve the podium later. But it was just a joke. As we see our 4th place finisher today with a fantastic effort, Jeshurun Small is about to finish in 4th place and give 2nd, 3rd, and 4th to the Adidas TERREX team. I believe the team is gonna be super happy about these performances. The United States native, the North American, is about to make it to the finish line. First non-European to finish today at Transvulcania.
Yeah, Tom and Dimitri, they're going to have a fairly easy bit of maths to do with their prize money. It's 2.5 for 2nd, 1.5 for 3rd. So I think it's pretty easy to divide 4 grand. 2K each. 2K each. 2 and 2. Job done.
Absolutely. Great job for both of them. As we see Jess chatting with our camera bikers. Yeah. Presenting the Adidas TERREX Agravic Ultra, the brand new shoe that they all work together to develop and make it one of the best performing running shoes of the day. Oh, he's gonna go for it. Oh,
good man, God. Tom. Let's see.
Yeah. Jeez. That's a nasty one. Yeah. Yeah, Tom. Yeah.
Another one, Tom. Tom, you are a brave man.
You
are a brave man. I might maybe just avoid standing beside Tom for the next hour or so, just in case that comes back up.
Yeah.
But I'm really looking forward to hearing maybe some interviews with the guys. Hopefully our colleagues down at the finish line, they'll have some interviews with the guys any second now. And with a bit of luck, we might actually get 1 or 2 of them into the studio here with us as well. But look at Jesh go. Jesh is out like he's running a 5K race. He's got to be running on about 3:15, 3:20 per kilometre there. Jesh, all day long, buddy. Take it home.
I'm learning a new word now. It's a shoey. What they did, that's a shoey. Daniel Ricciardo vibes. Yeah, absolutely. That's good for the immune system. Absolutely. If he can survive that, he can survive to whatever. That was a great one for Tom. But now let's go to our main person. Our main guy right now is Jeshurun Small, who has been battling. He's been brave all day, trying to be on top of the race.
Yeah.
During the whole race, during the whole event, trying to be as close as to the winning positions, to the podium positions. But well, you got guys like Jonathan Albon, you got guys like Dimitri Mityaev, Tom Evans, people with massive experience, people with a palmarès, with a CV as big as wins, as you mentioned. John is a world champion. Dimitri has won TDS. Tom has won Western States. It's super complicated to race against these guys and show yourself, show up, and be there and be as competitive as them. It's a race to be proud, I believe, for Jesh today.
Yeah, and listen, Jesh, he's been incredible consistent over the last 18 months or so. It's top 5 after top 5. He was third in the Desert Rats by UTMB back only a couple of weeks ago in April. He was fourth in the Salomon Cappadocia Ultra Trail as well. Fifth in the OCC last year in Chamonix, and he's going to have a fantastic top 5 run here in the Transvulcania 2024. Look at the joy, high-fiving the fantastic crowds that we have here. Great job, Jesh, well done. Jesh, that's a 4th place, doing the United States of America proud. Well done, Jesh.
Again, a fantastic performance by Jesh Run Small, finishing in 4th place, super close to his teammates Dimitri Mityaev and Tom Evans, and actually really close also to Jonathan Alban, which is a big deal, which is no joke. So congratulations to Jesh Run, to Jesh Small from the United States of America. He is there with his teammates, and we will stay here until we see more action from the top 10 men and of course our leading women.
I'm loving the haircut from Dimitri there as well. It reminds me, Mary, a bit of that fantastic film from the 90s, Last of the Mohicans.
Yeah.
It's a real Last of the Mohicans haircut, isn't it, from Dimitri?
Absolutely.
Dimitri, let me know where you get your haircut, mate. And you never know, we might join you with that style for our next transmission.
I can go for it. I have no problem.
Yeah.
The Last of the Mohicans song is... I don't know if you ever been to Ultra Pyreneo. The song of the Last of the Mohicans is the start. Is the song of the start. By the way, let's go back to the finish line where we have our podium with Mr. Jonathan Alban in the middle, in the center with 7:03.13 as a winner. On the left, Dimitri Mityaev with 7:05.16, and with same time on the right, it was Tom Evans with the 3rd place finish today at the 2024 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX.
And if my stats are right, guys, I think that's the 7th fastest performance that we've had in the men's race. Dakota Jones last year was just a tiny bit quicker with 7:02. So he is in very, very good company indeed, Jonathan, with that 7:03 time. As we see the president there of the local government here on the island of La Palma, Sergio Rodriguez, there in the middle of the finish line there, congratulating the athletes. A great guy, Sergio, a true trail runner himself, somebody who loves the sport, a former footballer, a former trail runner. As he said, the last couple of years, his race has been helping the island of La Palma recover from a volcano, recover from volcanoes, and recover from COVID, recover from fires. And let's see, can we hear the interview now with Jonathan, and we'll do our best to translate.
We got Benjamin Stout running together with Raúl Butaz, with Jonel Cristian Manole for 5th place. Wow, this is going to be competitive until the end.
Yeah, that's a good battle going on there for the top 10. Again, will we have a sprint finish between these two guys, or will they continue to work together just like Tom and Dimitri?
Yep, we're gonna have another finish, a pretty close finish.
Let's see whose hamstrings can survive a sprint finish without popping. After 7 hours, 14 minutes of racing. Really great job, guys. An absolute privilege to be able to see these trail runners. It just inspires you, doesn't it? It just motivates you to want to get on your running shoes, get on your running gear, and just get out and climb up some mountains. Guys, we hope you've enjoyed it so far, and don't go anywhere just yet. If you're going out for a run, hang on for another hour or so, because we still have to see our female top runners come down to Los Llanos de Aridane. We still have to see who will be our 2024 Transvulcania champion in the female race. Is it going to be Ruth Croft? She's got a lead at the moment, and she's extending that lead by the looks of it. But you've got the 3-time champion Ida Nilsson, who will not go down without a fight.
Absolutely. I was just watching in the chat that we should switch to the ladies. Yeah, we're waiting. We're waiting for them to show up where the cameras were. They should be more or less in the same point where we started watching Jonathan Alban, which was around 15 minutes or 20 minutes after they passed through El Time, or even a bit more. As we see Benjamin Stout making his move over Ionel Cristian Manole for 5th place. He's going for it. He wants to be, he also wants to make his country proud. Towards the finish line. This is beautiful. We're going to have a sprint. Let's see how Ionel holds and responds. He's getting closer to Benjamin. It's going to be an interesting fight after 73 kilometers.
Yeah. And listen, every place counts for these guys. These guys are so competitive. They train hard all year long. If there's a top 5 up for grabs, we're going to see a sprint finish into the line. And in fairness, Benjamin is moving well. He's got a nice kick lift there at the back. He's moving well again. He looks like he's in a road race as opposed to a 73-kilometer ultra trail race. But Lionel is responding. He's digging deep. He's not letting that gap get too far away. He's upping his pace. He is not going down without a fight. A fantastic sprint finish here between Benjamin Stout and Ionel Cristian Manole.
It's a great job for Benjamin that had a fantastic 2019. He was top 10 at the final North Face Endurance Challenge, the California race, the famous San Francisco race. He was top 10 there. He was second at the Speed Goat 50K in 2019. He was 5th at the Way Too Cool, some of the classic US races. He ran Ring of Steel in 2018. That was the, if I'm not wrong, that was the Skyrunning World Championships. He was 27th there with a massive level of competition, a race that was won by Kilian Jornet himself. He was 4th at the Rod in the 28K of the Rods, and then he was 2nd at the Moabs Red Hot with results up to 2016. But
Roca de los Muchachos just felt really, really bad, and then the descent was brilliant, but what gave me the energy back in my legs was just the local people and all the cheering and the support. So massive thank you to everyone out on the course today. It was incredible, and me and Dimitri were fighting for the whole of the descent, swapping places, and even on the blue bike track we were still swapping places, and when we came onto the carpet we were together, and it was let's just do this together. And it was really cool and amazing for the team to be able to finish 2, 3 and 4.
Nos cuenta también de que se sentía muy fuerte al principio de la carrera, luego las fuerzas empezaban a flaquear, pero el apoyo de la gente, el apoyo de los niños, como estaba principalmente, lo hizo volver a la carrera y estuvo peleando hasta el final con Dimitri. So and then, when in one moment did you think that you had a chance to win the race?
A race at ultra running is one of those sports that you never know if it's going to be your day, and today, even on my best day, John was just pure class and an absolutely incredible run in these conditions. So he was incredible.
Le pregunté si que se veía en algún momento ganando la carrera. Nos decía que cualquier día puede ser, pero que.
I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt that. We're going to have a sprint finish between Ionel Cristian Manole and Benjamin Stout. They're going to go for it. And it's Ionel, the Romanian. Oh, yeah. It's Ionel Cristian Manole, the Romanian, living in Spain, beating on that last 100 meters Benjamin Stout from the United States of America. He had that last push, that last kick to end up in 5th position here. What a great race for Ionel. And a great effort for Benjamin too. That was fantastic.
Marty, it's always great to see a sprint finish in any race, but to see a sprint finish after 73 kilometers, after 7 hours and 19 minutes, chapeau to those two guys, Lionel and Benjamin. You can see Benjamin pushed hard. He wanted that 5th place. He got a gap, but Lionel dug deep. He would not let him go more than 10-15 meters down the road, and as they came into the final 100 meters, Lionel put the hammer down and took that 5th place. And here we have, is this Manu
Wow, great race for Manu. Fantastic downhill for Manu Anguita. representing Spain. He's about to finish in 7th position. A great race for Manu, also making his brother proud, who got the win today. Sprinting towards the finish, Manuel Anguitabayo is gonna finish in 7th position at today's Transvulcania Adidas TERREX.
Yeah, big congrats there to Manu, our first Spanish athlete home in 7th place. Well done, Manu, well done. Congratulations. Felicidades.
Amazing race. And as we wait for more runners to come through the finish line, and as we wait our camera runners to catch Ruth Croft, our women's leader, let me tell you that Sun Maya Buddha has also gone through the El Time timing point. She was 10 minutes behind Ida Nilsson, who's second, and 14 minutes behind Ruth Croft. I would dare to say, unless anything goes wrong, we have our women's podium already settled.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's going to be New Zealand, Sweden, and Nepal. Absolutely. And great to see so many different flags in that top 10. Truly is an international, global race. The organisers, they have made a big effort to get nearly 100 elite athletes here across the 4 races over this weekend. They've put in a tremendous effort. Sergio Rodriguez, the president of the local government here, he did speak about the return on investment that they get here of La Palma. He quoted some figures to us from back in 2018 where he said the race generated 5.6 million in return for the island. So you invest in the pro athletes, you invest in the infrastructure, and that's the type of return that you get. He broke it down in 2 different ways. It was 2.8 million in direct expenditure in terms of hotels, restaurants, etc., and then roughly about 2.83 million in marketing exposure for the island. And isn't that one fantastic way to promote your town, to promote your area, to promote your island, your country, through sport, through trail running? And that's what they do so well here in the island of La Palma.
Amazing. Yeah, I think we're gonna have images of Ruth coming down El Time really soon. We're back up in the mountains, getting ready to receive and bring you all the information, all the images from our lead women. Getting closer to the finish line. How are you doing all there? Don't go. I see Martin says, this was a nice motivation boost for my weekend long run. Gonna go and suffer. But don't go yet. We still need to go. We still need to watch the women's race unfold. We're gonna have some interviews down from the finish line. And let's see what the winners have to say. How are you all doing there? Are you enjoying as much as we are? Yeah, that was I'm just listening to our Spanish commentators. I don't know if you can hear them in the back.
What did they say about it?
Oh, they that it was a massive festival of screamings when the sprint was coming with Yonel and Benjamin.
That's
but
what
that
we
was
love
fun.
to see. Excitement,
Yeah.
pure excitement. And sometimes it can be hard, when a race is 80 kilometers, 120 kilometers, often there can be big gaps between the runners. So to get a sprint finish and to get runners coming in so close together after 73 kilometers, we had a real treat this morning. An absolute joy, a privilege to be here watching the Transvulcania 2024 relive some of its former glories from those early years when we had that famous win from Dakota Jones back in 2012, the famous win from Kilian Jornet under 7 hours, 6 hours 54 in 2013, and then of course the hat-trick of wins from the Spanish king of the mountains, Luis Alberto Hernando, who is here today. He is fighting for a top 10 spot. Let's see over the next couple of minutes if Luis can actually make it into the top 10. It's getting close.
Oh, he's 12 now. He's 12,
12 just
super
outside.
Close. Super close to both Borja Fernandez and Tobias Geiser. And it's Luis Alberto Hernando, man. He's a 3 times world champion. He's one of the most fearful competitors I've ever met in my life, and I don't know, he's got it. He's got the fire. If he's here, he's got the fire. So
yeah, and Marty, at this stage, Luis doesn't need to demonstrate anything to anybody.
Oh no, he's just doing it for fun.
To be honest, it's just a joy to see him here racing.
Yeah,
because over the last couple of years, he hasn't got to race as much, but it was great to see him here this week in such good form. He's a very funny guy. He's got a great personality, really funny. You must follow him, guys, on his Instagram, on his Facebook, if you're not already. A fantastic representative of the sport, a fantastic world champion, such a humble guy as well, such a great competitor, and he was looking lean and fit this week, so it's great to see him still challenging for the top honours in one of the most challenging, hardest races on the global trail world running scene.
Y me ha recordado que todavía tengo garra bajando y me he tirado loco detrás de él. Ha sido imposible pillarlo en la bajada, pero luego en el barranco, deportivamente nos hemos adelantado otra vez y la verdad que ha sido un final brutal, desde luego.
Mani, hoy te queda algo por dejarte en el camino, es decir, te has podido exprimir de alguna manera tranquila, ¿no?
La verdad que muy contento, llego a meta, me dicen que mi hermano ha ganado la maratón, impresionante, no puede ser mejor el fin de semana.
Oye, esto se lo dedico a Juan.
Saying that it couldn't have been a better weekend for them. His brother won his race earlier this morning here in La Palma. Manuel is the first Spanish athlete home. What a morning's work for the Anguita brothers.
Yeah, fantastic job from the guys from Granada, representing Granada here in the Canary Islands. Great job. That's Ruth.
Yeah,
that is
there we
our
go.
Women's leader, Ruth Croft, in camera right now as we see Pere finishing. Pere, former winner in 2018 of the Transvulcania Ultramarathon. Now he's the 8th place, if I'm not wrong, at the 2024 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX. As we see Pere finish, congratulations to Pere the Catalonian, making a fantastic effort today.
Yeah, listen, anybody coming in the top 10 has put in a tremendous result. And of course then the following year his wife Ragnar de Bats went on to take the win as well. So they've got 2 victories in their household. I wonder, did they get 2 different trophies in 2018 and 2019, and they're sitting on the mantelpiece somewhere. What a mantelpiece that must be between Ragnar and Per.
Absolutely. Let's see if we can get back to the images of Ruth so we can bring the excitement of the women's race right now. There she is. She's running really fast down the hill, looking super strong.
Flying down,
yeah, she's
Marty.
flying down the hills. She definitely charged down there. They went out for you. If you are just tuning right now, what we're watching on the left is the finish line. Already 8 men went through the finish line at Los Llanos de Aridane, but now we have a plain image of Ruth Croft from New Zealand, from Adidas TERREX, leading the women's race at the 2024 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX. She went out of the 51 kilometers aid station up at El Roque de los Muchachos, running basically together with Ida Nilsson, a former 3-time champion of the race. And they started this battle through the downhill until we had some extra information where we saw that Ruth had a 4 minutes gap over Ida. And now we want to check how that distance is between the two of them to see who's going to take the win. But it looks like it's a solid performance by Ruth.
Yeah, especially Maria, she's running so smooth there. What an absolute joy to see Ruth descend so well. And listen, guys, that's why she's one of the very, very best of all time. The New Zealand athlete, the Kiwi athlete, looking to take home New Zealand's 3rd victory this year. Of course, it was done by Anna Frost in 2012 and 2014. And 10 years later, New Zealand are going to be on top of the podium. A big hello to all of our Kiwi friends listening in. Guys, we hope you haven't gone to bed yet. We hope you're staying up and watching one of your very, very best athletes. One of the greats, Ruth Croft, on her way to a famous victory here in the Transvulcania Adidas TERREX
Yeah, she's
2024.
crushing. As they say in the chat, she's crushing the downhill, absolutely. She's running really smooth. I can actually tell that she's running faster than what we saw with Jonathan Albon before.
She's great, isn't
she? She's moving really well, even though it's a technical downhill. She's completely moving with the flow there. Hopefully she can get down to Tazacorte. Yeah, she's got one more turn, and she's gonna be there at Tazacorte, al Puerto de Tazacorte, the last aid station before she starts the climb. Again, that traverse through the Barranco de las Angustias, and then that lethal climb up to Los Llanos de Aridane that you were all able to witness before with our men's winners.
Thomas is just on the chat here. Thomas saying that his highlights of this morning was Tom and Ricci finishing hand in hand, and then Ruth responding to Ida's move. That was absolutely spectacular. As Ruth goes through the beach in the Puerto de Tazacorte. Great running, Ruth. Keep it going. A quick stop maybe for a quick drink. She's not going to want to delay too much. She has got a couple of minutes of advantage, but she is going to want to get that ice on board. And look at the cooling strategies.
Is that Danny?
Is that Daniel Sanz?
That's
Daniel Sanz getting the ice in.
Wow. That's so cool. That's great to see Daniel Sanz, the winner of today's half marathon here at Transvulcania. She's going for some water.
Yeah, keeping the body temperature down. So important, isn't it? She's got ice in her pack. She's just gone through the shower. She's got cold water poured over her. She is ready to rock for the last couple of kilometers. Go on, Ruth, take it home.
That's it. We will see her right now running through the sea line there. Getting ready to go to the Barranco de las Angustias, but she's crushing. She's running really fast. She's running at a really good pace, and we will see how it goes on the last finish line. But it seems that she's got enough on the tank to secure this win over Ida Nilsson.
Yeah, and Christian in the comment section on YouTube is just saying that Ruth, she's got a 2-hour 34 marathon in her legs as well. So this certainly the final kilometre, it's going to be great to see Ruth running smoothly through the streets of Los Llanos de Aridane. Someone that has 2:34 in her legs, she's going to really enjoy that final kilometre. It's going to be an absolute privilege to watch her take home the victory. She's just got to work her way through these final couple of kilometres now. What is it? I think it's about 4 or 5 kilometres that she has left to go here. All she needs to do is keep on concentrating, one foot in front of the other. She's got her ice in her backpack. She's got her water poured over her head. I'm sure she's got her nutrition strategy spot on. Ruth, go and enjoy it.
For you all watching right now, what you see in the back end, do you see that ridge line in the back end of the image? That's the top of the Caldera del Taburiente with the Pico de la Cruz, Pico de las Nieves, San Roque de los Muchachos that you cannot see on the left, but that's exactly where Ruth is coming from, where our runners are coming from. And now they gotta do this little turn and this little uphill to move up to Los Llanos de Aridane, but they are traversing the whole island. They're getting to see at least 80% of the island while running, while doing this beautiful traverse through the GR 131. The Ruta del Bastón. If you ever come here and ask where you should go run, this is one of the most beautiful places to go. Now she's crossing the Barranco de las Angustias to go to the final uphill, and we will see how it goes. But she's moving really smooth, really flowy.
Yeah, and Mary, when you say that she's at the coming from that ridge there in the background, it's amazing when you think about it, isn't it? Like, you think you would need a helicopter or a plane to get up there. No. And these guys have ran from those mountains that you're seeing in the background of your image there, guys. Just imagine what they have done this morning, since 6 o'clock this morning, across the 73 kilometers of this iconic race. Oh, superhuman, these guys. Every time I see these people running, it's a joy to behold.
Yeah,
magnificent feats of endurance. They put they put so much of their life's work into these results, don't they? And it's great to see athletes like Ruth, who's worked so hard over the years. You know, you might have seen one of the videos on our Instagram page there over the last couple of weeks of her getting into an ice bath, literally up to her chin in ice, to get the recovery right. So, you know, when you put those hours in, when you put all the strength work in, the recovery in, the nutrition work in, this is the reward that you get. So an absolute wonderful champion, about to be crowned 2024 Transvulcania adidas TERREX champion.
Absolutely, I think it's that. I'm gonna let Martin tell me on the message is gonna come right after I say this. But I think it's more than the recovering thing. It's a sort of I don't want to say meditation and sort of like lifestyle thing of getting these ice baths. I understand there's a whole philosophy and a whole interesting way of seeing these ice baths, not just for recovering, but also for the mind, right?
Because there's mixed research on it, and maybe anybody that's listening in that has seen any of the latest research on it, there's mixed research in terms of, do they actually work from a recovery point of view? Is it a good thing to bring that inflammation down, or should we actually just let the body inflame? Because that's all part of the natural recovery process. So if we interfere with it, with big ice baths, maybe we don't get the adaptations that we want. Now, I must admit, Mary, I enjoy ice baths, maybe because of that holistic approach to them, where it's a chance to disconnect from your phone, to have a little rest to yourself for 10 minutes where nobody's going to interrupt you. And that alone can be sometimes very, very important as well, that when you come back from your hard training sessions, that you have a bit of time to yourself, away from the phone, away from the TV, away from people, that you get a chance, an opportunity to enjoy that endorphin rush, that you get a chance to absorb the training session, and you're not just rushing back into work commitments or family commitments. And if a nice bath is going to allow you to do that, that is absolutely going to help.
Absolutely. I'm not a fan of the ice baths myself, but I understand they're really good, and I'm sure Ruth is willing to would have been loving to be in an ice bath right now there. With the heat in El Barranco de las Angustias. But she's close to the finish line. We gotta wait for more runners to finish too. Let's see if we missed someone while we were watching Ruth finish. No, the last person to cross the finish line was Pere Aure, and it should be either Tobias Geiser. It should be either Tobias Geiser, Borja Fernandez, Thibaut Barognan, or Mr. Luis Alberto Hernando.
Yeah, I'm just checking the temperature as well, Marty, for outside. 22 degrees. Lovely weather for running. We can handle that, absolutely.
Yeah, I think it's just watching them pour themselves a lot of water. I think it's the... Oh, there's a pigeon there. Oh, Ida Nielsen coming down to Tazacorte right now at this very moment. The Swedish is coming down to Tazacorte, finishing the downhill, chasing Ruth Croft, but now the gap might be a little bit longer, around 5 to 6 minutes, let me say, since Ruth left the aid station at the Puerto de Tazacorte. The craft athlete, Ida Nielsen, is ready to get to the aid station. Let's see her, how she refuels, recomposes with the heat after such a crusher of a downhill, and continues towards the finish line.
Yeah, and Maddie, I'm sure Ida won't mind us sharing her age with the audience. 43 years of age, still absolutely crushing it on the mountains of La Palma. Again, she's from an incredible sporting family. Her brothers and sisters, Marcus, David, Joanna, they've all competed for Sweden. Ida herself was 7th in the European Championships in the steeplechase in her early years of athletics. She was 2nd in the Trail Running World Championships in 2022. She's a Swedish Masters road running champion.
She crashed with our camera.
Hopefully she's okay.
No, that's fine. I think it's It's a GoPro, so it shouldn't be a problem.
She is steeped in running and athletics history. She's got 2 NCAA gold medals. She's got 10 individual gold medals in Sweden in cross country, track and field. And who's that? Is that Thibaut? Let's see. Let's flick over. That's Tobias Gesser from Italy.
Oh, it was first in 9th. It was Antoine Triat. Then it was Tobias Geiser in rounding the top 10. And in 11th position, that's from Scott. That's Borja Fernandez.
Yeah.
Great job. Wow. Great job for these guys. They must have been sprinting for the whole blue line there. Look at that. That's Antoine.
Fantastic. And listen, Borja himself, he's a superb athlete. He's represented Spain in numerous world and European championships. And again, it just goes to show the caliber of elite athlete that the organisers have put together for this year's race, where you have international athletes, lucky to break into the top 10.
The face of, hey, dude, you almost lose it.
Yeah, well done.
Amazing. Great job. There's a fantastic ambience also on the finish line. Hopefully we can get the people pumped up to receive our ladies, our female winners. In a few moments, we are watching right now Ruth Croft.
Yeah, there she
come
goes.
out of Del Barranco de las Angustias towards the uphill between the banana plantations. And our camera runner is going to grab her there and bring her to us. I think that's Biel. Yep. Yeah, that's Biel Raffles, as I can hear our superstar camera runner. Oh, as we see Thibaut Varognan. Thibaut Varognan and the man himself, the king of this race and the king of trail running in Spain. That is Luis Alberto Hernando finishing together with Thibaut Varognan. What a pleasure for Thibaut, as you can see. What a pleasure for us to witness the man, the myth, the legend himself, Luis Alberto Hernando, finishing in 13th place for Trans Gran Canaria. A hug with his buddy Pablo Villa, his teammate also from adidas TERREX. Let's hopefully hear what they got to say as we see the finish line on the left. And uphill with Ruth Croft, our female leader, on the right. What a moment. What a great performance for Luis. Anyway, we heard him earlier today say that it was a bummer to be getting old, but it's still, I would sign up getting older and finishing in top 15 in a race of this caliber. As we have on the left, Ida Nilsson getting into the Barranco de las Angustias. And Ruth Croft coming out of it right now. There is a gap of at least 5 minutes between both of them. There is a problem with Ruth there. She's trying to... Wow, I think she's trying to put her pulse out. Taking a second to put her pulse out. Standing there. As we see, Ida Nilsson running towards El Barranco de las Angustias, trying to grab some shade there, but it's complicated already now. She's gonna have to survive through this super exposed moment. It's 1:43 p.m. local here in La Palma, as she keeps on moving as quick as possible through El Barranco, but she's doing fine. They're both running really well. I think Ruth made a little gap on the downhill that allowed her to separate from Ida. Ruth was just standing there for a second doing something with the poles. Hopefully there was no problem around it. She was just probably extending them, but she stopped for a second and tried to solve the issue. Ida keeps on moving super well, and you missed for a second the finish of Luis Alberto Hernando hugging with Thibaut Varognan.
I just stepped outside to the bathroom, folks, for 1 minute. But that's what happens if you step away from the screen here. You're going to miss something spectacular, like the legend that is Luis Alberto Hernando coming home in, I think, what he considers nearly his second home here in Spain. He's been on the island so many times, such great memories, and great to see the champion that he is, putting in a tremendous performance. Just when I was in the bathroom there, I had a quick look outside to the finish line area. A great atmosphere out there. Our team of race announcers, our finish line announcers are really doing a great job in helping to create a magnificent atmosphere for the local people that are here, for all the family and friends of the runners as well. So it's a special weekend, Marty, isn't it? It's been a great couple of days. And listen, I'm looking forward to next year already. We haven't got our race finish yet, but listen, bring it on. If the guys that organise the race, if they can assemble this type of field year after year, we are in for a couple of years of some fantastic racing. And adidas TERREX, they have committed to 3 years, which is fantastic.
That's amazing. Long-term commitment from brands always helps, not just for race organization, for race costs in general, but also for marketing, for putting the race out in the world and giving it the, you know, if you say Adidas, it's a big push. You know, it's like there's a big brand, there's a big back holding you, and it's amazing just to see it. It doesn't. I've been lucky enough to be here on the golden era of the race back in 2014, 15, 16, and 17, as we see Sunmaya Buddha also refueling with her Fuga team crew. Yeah, there she goes. She's out already. We have enough of a gap, I would say, to secure 1, 2, 3 in the ladies side, with Ruth Croft on the right side of the screen, running towards the end of the climb, getting closer and closer to the finish line at Los Llanos de Aridane. Ira Nilsson actually traversing the Barranco de las Angustias, and Sunmaya Buddha getting out of the Tazacorte aid station. As we are back in the finish line, watching Hans Namberger, the German Dynafit athlete, who's also finished right now, I think in 14th position, if I'm not wrong.
And guys, if you are at home thinking of coming to race, don't forget that here in La Palma, they look after the runner so well. If you look at the goodie bag that they got this year, they got a Arch Max hydration pack, a beautiful Transvulcania t-shirt, and a Transvulcania headband as well. So guys, you know, in terms of value for money, absolutely a great race to be a part of. And I don't know if you've seen those Arch Max Transvulcania backpacks. They look fantastic.
Yeah,
Mary.
they're beautiful.
Yeah,
they're really cool. I don't want to go out from the island without one of those.
Yeah. Let's try and get one in the suitcase for the trip home.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see Ruth Croft now move from our camera runner to our camera biker, and our drone following her. This is a great image also of, just to give you a perspective on how they are coming from down there. If you see the road down there where the banana plantations are finished, they're coming up this way. It's a really tough, it's a really high uphill. And she's really close to the finish line.
And this is just the final climb, really, isn't it? This is the final climb that she has to do. One big final effort, Ruth. And as you go around that corner, Ruth is going to put her hands on not only the victory, but she's going to take home €6,000 in prize money as well. Great to see our professional athletes being rewarded with really good, decent prize money. You know, this isn't football, it's not basketball, it's not cycling, but these guys train just as hard as any of your other professional sports out there. So to see some good, decent prize money like that of €6,000, you know, may it long continue. Again, guys, thanks a million to all of our viewers and all of our contributors on the YouTube chat. Keep the comments coming, guys. We've got about another maybe hour and a half of coverage left to go as we get ready to welcome home our top 3 ladies. Tell us, guys, where you're viewing from. If you've been enjoying the race, what you think of the performances from both our top male and women athletes as Ruth begins to push on again. Looking strong. There's Luis Alberto Hernando there. What an absolute legend. One of the myths of trail running here in Spain. We can't just hear the audio on it, a pity now. Here we go.
Las circunstancias creo que ha ido muy bien, mejor de lo que esperaba, pero bueno, si lo comparamos con hace unos años, pues bueno, es otra liga, pero en cualquier caso muy contento de
Well, just a little bit that we heard there from Luis. He was saying that he's very happy to be back here on the island. Back here running. He's had a tricky couple of years, but he's back strong. And listen, to get into the top 20 in a race with the caliber of athletes that we have on show this weekend. Fantastic running from Luis. Luis, chapeau, buen trabajo. And there's his teammate Pablo Villa. Pablo came here just over 10 years ago, and Luis was actually one of his idols. Pablo has often said how he used to look up to Luis. Luis was a hero of his, so for Pablo to be on the same Adidas team as Luis all these years later, it just goes to show that dreams do come true. If you work hard enough, if you put in the training, if you manage to get the results, who knows, guys, you might be on a team with Ruth Croft in a couple of years' time. So guys, tell your friends, tell your sons, your daughters, your cousins, your sisters, your brothers, tell them to get out onto the mountains, to get out onto the trails. And there's Dakota Jones, the legend that is Dakota Jones. He's just crossed the finish line as well. He was hoping for a podium this year, but I think deep down he perhaps knew that it was a tricky winter for him. He did have an Achilles trouble. And with such a high quality field, it was always going to be hard for Dakota to get into the top 3, even into the top 10 by the looks of it here. Let's see if we can hear.
He looks grateful though. He looks grateful though of finishing just finishing whatever position. That was one of his main goals.
Yeah.
He was gonna try to perform, but if he couldn't, he was just gonna try to finish because of the love he's got for the island, and the island's got for him, which is beautiful.
Yeah.
Great to see Dakota finishing with a smile. Probably suffered a bit more than he wished to, but yeah.
17th place, Matthew, in the end for Dakota. And again,
fantastic.
Top 20 in a race with this caliber.
Yeah.
Chapeau.
I would have loved to see when Luis overtook him. That small moment of them running together would have been fantastic for the nostalgics as myself. As we come up to Los Llanos de Aridane with our women's leader, with our women's future champion of Transvulcania, Ruth Croft, is still switching from running to walking with her poles, trying to secure this win, which I think it's already in her pocket, almost in her pocket, over a fantastic Ida Nilsson also, and Sunmaya Buddha, who's been great all day around, trying to chase these world-class athletes and being there almost with them. Our biker almost has a cleat problem with the shoes, but it just passed.
And there she goes, she's running again. Look at that, 71 odd kilometers in the legs. And what a tough climb to come up to the town of Los Llanos de Aridane. She's maybe within, maybe close to the final kilometer there actually, as she goes again, tempoing out this final kilometer or two. And I suppose the form was there. She won the Tarawara Ultramarathon not too long ago, 62 kilometers that race was. She got the win there. Of course, she had that famous win in Western States in 2022. She won the Ultra Cape Town in 2023. She's won in Chamonix. She's won the CCC. She's won the OCC. She's even been a national champion over 3,000 meters over in New Zealand.
She was second or first. No, she was second at the 2019 World Championships.
Second. Yeah,
she was
silver.
second. Yeah,
silver medalist.
She's got also second place at the crazy Lavaredo Ultra Trail.
Yeah, an incredible strong athlete.
Yeah, versus the best Caroline Chabarot of the history. And now she's writing her own history here, fighting with Ida Nilsson until the end. Now I think they're both trying to secure their spots. Somebody said in the chat that Ida was full of blood. Maybe she fell down in the downhill. I didn't actually catch that.
No, I haven't seen anything yet, Marty, either. No, she looks nice and
she
clean.
looks fine over her craft. Their craft, that's the craft carbon shoe they have for trail running that they've been also developing together with the athletes, with Ida, with Aroa Sio, with Tim Tollefson, with I think Arlen Glick is also part of the team. I really like when brands start working with their athletes on better, on better equipment, on better shoes, clothing for a better performance on race day.
Yeah, as Carla Murphy says, go, 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 Crofty. And a big hello to some of our friends from Cape Town in South Africa, Susan Stovall, who's saying, come on, Ruth. Awesome run, absolutely. And a big thank you as well to Natasha, tuning in from San Diego in California, who's a big fan of Ruth and a big fan of Ida. Great to have you on board, guys, for the final couple of kilometers as we enter into our final hour and a half of live coverage of the 2024 Transvulcania here in La Palma. What an incredible weekend of running.
Where are they watching us from? From San Diego.
From San Diego, California.
And from Diego. Have you seen the Ron Burgundy movie at all?
No, I haven't.
You gotta watch that one.
Good.
Here we have Ruth Croft on the left, Ida Nilsson on the right, our female leaders, our women's champions today, our first and second place. They battle hard all day. Ruth is nearly there. She's got 1K and she's got really close to the course record, which is 8:04, if I'm not wrong. 8:04.16 is the course record, and Ruth has it in her hands. It is not impossible. It's gonna be super close. So let's cheer for her. Let's cheer for Ruth that she may get this Transvulcania Adidas TERREX course record on this 73K. Wow. What if it's done?
Marty, great spot, great observation, and all the excitement of our men's top 10 there. I hadn't looked at the time for a little while, and you're dead right, spot on. We've got 7 hours, 57 minutes on the clock. Let's just remind you guys of the course record. Ida Nilsson, 2017, 8:04.16 seconds. So guys, if anybody is there on the streets of Los Llanos de Aridane, if anybody can get a message to Ruth, the course record is up for grabs. Give her a big cheer her on. She's in the final kilometer. I think she's running she's running again around 4 minutes, maybe 4:10 per kilometer, even quicker. She looks at her watch.
She's going for it. She's getting back to that marathon pace. Wow, she's got it in her hands. There is at least 6 more minutes for her to. It's kind of poetic, right? She's about to crush Ida Nilsson's record of 8:04 over Ida Nilsson.
It's incredible,
fantastic.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, I'm not too sure how disappointed that Ida's going to be. I'm sure she's going to be happy with it.
Oh, come on,
But to lose the win and to lose our course record. But listen, hey, course records, world records, they're there to be broken. And we think that we're going to have a new champion, a new course record, the title of Transvulcania. It's going to go back to New Zealand. The girl from Stillwater on the southern island of New Zealand, from its west coast, Ruth Croft is on her way to the most famous of victories as she hones in on that course record.
Oh, she's definitely going for it. Here's a message from Peter Engdahl, teammate and co-Terranian from one and the other. Go Ruth, go Ida. Come on, we need the chat. Firing up for this possible course record finish that we're going to have now for Ruth Croft, the Adidas TERREX athlete that is about to take the win. And then the beautiful second place for Ida Nilsson that is holding to Sunmaya Buddha, who is also coming in third. Well, she's got around 4 minutes and a half to break the record.
Yeah.
Oh, it's gonna be so close.
Maddie, I think she's gonna do it. She's gonna do it. She's got about maybe
she's going for it.
400 meters, 500 meters left to go, and she's moving well. She's she's running it like it's a 10K. Great scenes. We've got the fans tuning in from New Zealand. Trisha King, a big hello to yourself and all the Kiwis. Natasha Stankovic is saying, you got this route. Yes, she does. One of the all-time greats.
She didn't even have time to put back the poles. She's going to finish with the poles. 4 minutes for her. Wow. Hopefully. Oh, it's going to be so close.
Come on, Ruth, you can do it. We've got 8 hours, 25 seconds on the clock. She's got just less than 4 minutes to smash the course record.
Well,
come on, Ruth, bring it home. You can do it.
All the chills for Ruth, finishing in about a couple minutes, just a few meters for her. She's not gonna have even have time to high-five people, because every second lost is gonna let her go. Yeah, that's a super shy high five. She doesn't want to lose a breath.
But she's got that 2 hour, 34 minute marathon in her legs. She's a born athlete. She's been running races since an early age. She's been running on the track. She's been running on the roads. She's been winning on the mountains year after year. New Zealand, home of the Kiwis. New Zealand, home of Ruth Croft. Here she comes. She's going to smash the course record. I think she's going to do it, man. She's got 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, and she's not that far away. That's probably 500 meters. Come on. She's running less than 4 minutes the K. She's got around 2 minutes to do it.
Just look at those crowds. Guys, cheer her on.
The crowd is gonna lift her up towards the finish line. She's not really, like, hopefully nobody gets offended. She's not high-fiving because she's chasing that course record at Transvulcania. She's coming back. She was third in 2016. And now she's going to be back. Not just winning, but probably, really probably so close to the course record. Yeah, she's going to do it. She's going to have it. She's really close. She's going to jump into the orange carpet. Ruth Croft is going to be not just the 2024 Transvulcania adidas TERREX winner. She's going to be the new record holder for this amazing race, for this beautiful 73K traverse on the island of La Palma, on the Canary Islands, in Spain. From south to north, the GR 131 will have a new queen right now, and her name is Ruth Croft from New Zealand.
Our champion of 2024 from Stillwater, from New Zealand. Congratulations to our wonderful champion from Team Adidas TERREX. It is Ruth Croft with a new course record of 8 hours, 2 minutes and 50 seconds. Chapeau, Ruth. You have done an incredible achievement. Congratulations to the runner from New Zealand. The Kiwis are tuning in from all over the world. What a special moment. She's won it all. She's won the Western States. She's won the Ultra Cape Town. She's won in Chamonix, the OCC and the CCC. She's been second in the Trail Running World Championships. And what a victory to add to her incredible CV. From Team Adidas TERREX, everybody, it's our 2024 champion, Ruth Croft.
Hats off for Ruth today with a massive effort. We were all watching her battle all day together with Ida Nilsson. We saw the moment they were passing each other, getting to El Roque de los Muchachos after Ruth had a huge gap of almost 4 minutes that Ida was able to close. But then in the downhill, she put all the effort, all her expertise, and of course her fearless attitude to get through this downhill, to go for it, and to challenge not just herself but also the course record to get the win. And that's it. She's got it right now. The 2024 Transvulcania adidas TERREX Ultramarathon champion is the lady herself, Ruth Croft from New Zealand.
And Marty, just to put into context how strong that run was, the only other two runners to get under 8:10 was Ida when she broke the course record in 2017, and Ragnar de Bats when she ran under 8:10 with an 8-hour and 9-minute run in 2019. So it is so hard to get anywhere close to that sub 8-hour 10-minute run, but Ruth has done it. She's left everything out there. We saw she was attacked by Ida on the climb up. Ida made a move, she went by her, but the true champion that Ruth is, she responded, and boy did she respond. She composed herself, she didn't panic, she kept it nice and steady. What an incredible descent down those final just over 10 miles to the finish line here in Los Llanos de Aridane. A wonderful champion. What an absolute joy to have witnessed this here today. A new course record at the 2024 Transvulcania adidas TERREX.
Amazing job for Ruth, amazing job for Ida, and amazing job for Sunmaya Buddha, who's crushing right now this uphill. She's asking about gaps, she's asking about how far away Ida is. I think she's not going to be able to see her. She's right coming out of the Barranco de las Angustias, and Ida is about to finish the climb. But what an effort on the ladies. What races we had today. It was amazing. It was just so entertaining, so fantastic to see. The performances of both the men and women have been great today. This is exactly what this race deserves, to get back on the world scenario, on the world scene, and get back to with the heart of the islanders, the heart of the Palmeros, who are hosting this race again and bringing it back to the eyes of the whole world.
Yeah, Marty, it's a good point, because the race this year has been organised by the local runners here, the local athletics clubs, with the support of the local politicians as well. The whole island has got behind the race. It's fantastic to see it reach these wonderful heights once again. We've had such great memories and great days over the last decade or so here, and we've just had another very, very special moment here. As we see Ida, she's tired, she's struggling. For example, you can see she's not moving as well as Ruth maybe was in that final kilometre. And Buddha is on the hunt. Buddha's moving well. She might even challenge Ida for that second place once we hit the flat roads of Los Llanos de Aridane.
I don't know. I would like to see the image of the drone we had before, to see at least a visual a visual reference on how distant they are. But anyway, it's a great effort for Sunmaya. She was almost 15 minutes back at some point, and now she's not that far away from Ida, and I think it's gonna be a fantastic performance for her, whatever the position it is.
And let's see if Ruth is going to do, what was it?
The shoey. Yeah. There's Thomas there.
I hope not, for Ruth's sake. Ruth, no need. You just keep that champagne for yourself. No need to see a shoey.
No, that was great. That was a great new word we learned. But Thomas is like, do the shoey and then I'm off to my run. No, Thomas, you gotta stay here until Sunmaya arrives and we start wrapping up the coverage for today. It was great to see the finish, but I think it's not. The second place of Ida is not in jeopardy. She's almost there, almost getting close to the bike path.
Yeah, she's approaching now the streets. Let's see, can we hear Ruth?
It was really tough, to be honest. I felt good for the first third, and then once we got up higher, I didn't feel good, and I was having trouble with nutrition. And then at the high point, Ida caught up with me. So it was pretty special because I raced her in 2016, and that was the year she won, and so it was cool to share some miles together, and it kind of put some fire up my ass to get moving too.
Que estuvo corriendo con ella hasta el kilómetro 26, nos estaba contando que estuvo ahí dándolo todo. But yeah, we were looking all the time very nervous and streaming that you were really close. You were really close to Ida all the time.
Yeah, we shared some miles together, and then from the high point, I was able to start bridging a bit of a gap from there.
But now you came here, you crossed the line alone. and we are very happy to say that you are the new king of the Adidas TERREX Transvulcania 2024. Damas y caballeros, que sea otro aplauso. Another big hand for Ruth Croft.
Now we are back to the roads. Ida is taking a little look over her shoulder, but it's absolutely in control. There's at least 5 minutes between each other. Ida Nilsson is gonna secure her second spot. She's already on that never-ending bike path. The blue, but now you know why it's iconic, right?
Yeah, I must admit, having to do, about a mile or so on the roads is tough after you've got about 72 kilometers in the legs already. But thankfully, Ida, she's moving well. I was a little bit worried as she was climbing up that final ascent. But no, she's moving well. And I think, yeah, you're right, Marty. She has that second place guaranteed. You can see there that Buddha, she still has a little bit of a climb to go. She's moving well, but she's just going to run out of kilometers in terms of trying to get that second place. But still, fantastic running from Ida, from Buddha. And let's not forget, Ida, 43 years of age. Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There she is. Look at the lady pouring water to the runners.
Una campeona vamos. I don't think we need to translate that one.
That's
champion.
Fantastic.
Let's
that
go.
That was beautiful. The lady with the, how do you say that in English?
The hose, the water hose.
The water hose was beautiful. Cheering up Sunmaya Buddha. We saw her before with Ruth and Ida too, and also with the lead men. It was so cool. But we have a challenge. When we have a challenge in the chat.
Has the challenge been laid down? Let me see, what is it?
Thomas Cross says, I told him that he should stay here. And he says, you call me out. It's like, I'm staying for the second and third women, and then you, that's for you and me.
I think he's talking to you, Marty.
No,
I think
that's
he's talking
us.
to you.
That's us. Well, I don't know if we do the shoey, but we can do we can do some shots. For sure. Yeah. But yeah, we're ready to see Ida Nilsson finish this hard day. We want to hear from her if she had a little bit of a fall. We saw in the chat that she had some blood stains after the downhill, but she's ready. She's running in comfort. The second place is tied for her. She's still kind of scared looking in the back. Be careful, Ida, with the barriers. But yeah, it's Sunmaya is far away. She's gonna have at least a 4 or 5 minutes gap at the finish line. So the craft athlete from Sweden, also 3 times winner of this race, also representative of Team Sweden in the World Championships, also podium spots at UTMB, if I'm not wrong. We're gonna see her soon. So yeah, it's 4 minutes and 16 seconds, the gap between and second and third. It's all good.
And actually, we've just got one of the questions that we had, Marty, over the weekend was Lydia was asking why Dimitri had the Romanian flag.
No, it's the Andorran flag.
It's the Andorran flag, and Martine has just said that they got their nationality there.
Yeah, they just
in Andorra. Of course, originally Russian, but they've spoken out in the past before how they obviously do not approve with the politics of Russia at the moment, and they're just delighted to be able to get back running. Certainly this year, last year they're able to get back running after a tricky 2022 for them. And yeah, nice to see them running with their Andorran flag where they live and putting in such good results after that sad 2022 for the two of them when they couldn't compete as much as they would have liked and maybe as much as they deserved it.
Yeah, and it's good to remove those silly stigmas around. Sometimes they jump, we know they are great people. And they're going to be able to run again, whatever they want, and that's the only most important thing. And we're really happy for both Dimitri and Yekaterina. As we get an image again from Ida Nilsson ready to take second place here at Transvulcania 2024 Adidas TERREX, with Sunmaya Buddha also already on the blue line, on the blue cycling path. Let me just give a shout out to Fede, Oli, and Mariano, my friends down in Argentina that have been stuck with us today, listening to us in English, practicing their English, of course. Un abrazo al club and have a great match, Oli. I know she's ready to take she's a field hockey player, and she's getting ready for Saturday's match. And we're back to the finish line, where our second and third lady are about to finish.
And let me, guys, just remind you once again of Sunmaya's great story, a story of self-determination, of empowerment. Like almost all girls in Nepal, her destiny was to get married when she reached her teenage years. However, when her parents decided that it was time to arrange her marriage, she begged to be allowed to study first and to go and chase the dream of becoming an international trail runner. And boy, has that dream come true for her. She's won races over in Asia, over in Hong Kong, and she's about to have an incredible top 3 run here in one of the most iconic races in the world, in the 2024 Transvulcania. Sunmaya, chapeau, an incredible run. She's been battling all the way and she's been fighting for that second spot. She's not going to quite get it because Ida Nielsen, 3-time champion here in Transvulcania. She won in 2016, 2017, 2018. As she receives the applause of the crowd. She's a born athlete. She's been running all her life. 43 years of age. Ida Nielsen from this incredible sporting family. Once again writing her name in the history books of the Transvulcania with a fantastic, brave second place run. It wasn't quite the 4th victory that she wanted, but still, Marty, an absolute incredible athlete. What a second place.
There you got her. Ida Nielsen from Sweden, from Team Craft, takes second place today at the 2024 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX. Fantastic job by the legend. She's already a legend of our sport, one of the best to do it over the past 10 years. And we are so happy to see her smile again and getting this second place on the beautiful island of La Palma.
And Marty, I'll tell you what, I challenge any viewer, male or female, to run a faster 5K than what Ida can do. She's got a 15:33 5K PB. So guys, there's the challenge to run under 15:30 for the 5K this weekend, just like Ida has done in the past. But today, she's got through the 73 kilometers of the Ultra and has added another chapter to her incredible both athletics on the track, on the cross country, and now on the mountains one more time, on top of the world with a podium run, second place in the 2024 Transvulcania.
There she is, Ida, and the crowd. The bow to the crowd that has been waiting for her. Look at that beautiful finish line. One of the most iconic finish line in the ultra running world. The whole town of La Palma, the whole society, the whole people of La Palma are here at Los Llanos de Aridane, receiving our ladies, welcoming them to the finish line on another successful edition of Transvulcania Adidas TERREX. And there she goes. I don't know if we'll see a shoey, but we'll see some champagne thrown around the people there.
I reckon by the end of the racing season this summer, we're going to be seeing shoeys all around the globe at trail running races.
Yeah, that's great.
Enjoy, Ida. Well done, well deserved. Another fantastic podium to an incredible year.
Fantastic job for Ida. And now we will wait. Martina Balmasoy, the former champion, actually the current, was the defending champion, was there taking pictures for the Salomon team. Also former teammates with Martina. And we see all the girls there ready also to welcome Sunmaya Buddha, who is coming. Like, look at that. She's like completely enjoying her final couple meters of this Transvulcania. We will see her giving high fives to the crowd. We've been seeing there's a bar there full of people welcoming the runners, and I'm sure that if we go there in like 3-4 hours, they're still gonna be there.
I reckon some of our podium winners are going to be in that bar later on. And just look at her go. She is bouncing from side to side, hopping down that street. Well done, Sumaya.
Great job for her on this solid finish with
Felt like I get a
a fantastic.
Year by year, and that was like 6 years ago. So I thought Ruth was going to be the favorite, so I'm happy I could challenge her a little bit at least and make it a little bit exciting up at El Rocco, but then I didn't have anything in the downhill. I started to cramp pretty bad, and I never saw her in the downhill then.
Nos dice que claro que esto fue hace 6 años, ella que viene corriendo un poco más lenta cada año.
I am going to interrupt this finish line interview because we have Sunmaya Buddha about to finish in 3rd place from Nepal, from the beautiful Himalayas. Sunmaya Buddha is ready to take 3rd place. Her best performance so far in the trail running world. 3rd place for Sunmaya Buddha from Nepal in the 2024 Transvulcania adidas TERREX. What a fantastic performance for her.
It's incredible, Marty. I mean, look at the way she bounced down that home straight after 73 kilometers, as if she was out for a 5k run on a Saturday morning. How these guys do it, I do not know. They are incredible examples for our sport. And guys, if you like what you see, get out onto your local trail, get out into your local park. If you haven't been running so far this week, go for a little jog this afternoon.
Wow,
Be inspired by these fantastic athletes. Ida, Ruth, Asada Garcia, the Spanish athlete, she's on her way home as well. She's another incredible athlete too. Marianne Hogan, Manon Bohard, Helen Mino Faulkner from the United States, whoever it might be, whoever it is that inspires you. Make sure, guys, you get on your trail running shoes this weekend and get out for a run, whether it's later on this evening or tomorrow morning, and enjoy this wonderful, wonderful sport.
This is great to see. Just to give some more depth on the top 10 of the on the women's side. Listen to this. Is Yekaterina Midyaeva now in 4th place after the downhill in Tazacorte, and then it's a couple minutes back from her. It's Hannah Osowski, the United States representative. Marianne Hogan in 6th, and Katharina Hartmuth from. Is it Deutschland? Is it from Germany? I'm afraid. In 7th place. So, Sumaya is from Team Kailas, right? From the brand new Team Kailas.
Yeah.
Amazing. Great job for her. Great job for Ruth and Ida. It was a great battle out there.
A great shot there of the photographers that are at the finish line. Some familiar faces to us there who take those incredible finish line shots. Let's see.
Palma and Transvulcania, and also want to say congratulations for this amazing 3rd place, 8 hours, 20 minutes. Another amazing performance in Transvulcania. What can you say about the race today, Buddha?
Race is very tough, it's too hard. You know, the first climb, the beer.
What nos dice que fue una carrera muy calurosa, was very hot, right?
The downhill is crazy, technical is crazy.
You felt dizzy also going downhill?
I don't feel dizzy, but it's okay.
Que nos está diciendo, por supuesto, de la dureza que tiene esta bajada hasta Tazacorte. But now, I only can say congratulations. Go to take a rest because you deserve it, because you are the 3rd queen that we have here in Transvulcania, adidas TERREX 2024. Un gran aplauso, damas y caballeros, por Buddha Sunmaya.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
some magnificent scenes down there at the finish line as some of our runners there wave their hands in the air in joy, in celebration. Oh, it's with David Luzarzo, one of the athletes here from the Canary Islands, from over in Tenerife. He's given it everything there today. He's got an incredible CV over the last couple of years as well. He's won the Tenerife Blue Trail on numerous occasions, and today he has been right up there with the very best in the world over the 73 kilometers of the Transvulcania.
Great job for David too. Tough race today.
Yeah,
super tough competition.
21st for David Luzardo, just outside the top 20, and again that just shows the caliber of field that we have, that one of the very best athletes here in the Canary Islands hasn't even made it into the top 20. 21st.
What a great job. Let's say, I don't know if you say goodbye to our friend Thomas, who's going for a run after he complete his promise. Thank you for being out there during the whole day with us. For you, Thomas, and for everyone, we are super happy on how you've been hanging out with us in the chat, making some fantastic commentary and helping us, of course, because it wouldn't be. We talk a lot. We have a lot of information in our brains, but it's always helpful to have some extra insights, some extra details, or things that we may not know about the runners, about the athletes, and about the island in general. So thank you so much for being with us today. We are still gonna wait to make some interviews. We still have a couple more minutes, so stay with us. We're gonna be showing some finish line footage, hopefully some extra footage from the 4th and 5th women that should be on the way. Yekaterina Midjaeva and Hannah Osowski, who should be the next ones to cross that finish line. Tell us, what do you think so far? Are you excited about the race? Are you excited to come try Transvulcania one day? Where are you watching us from? Look at that. We have David with the Trans Gran Canaria bracelets from this year and last year.
Yeah.
We ran the advance and the classic.
And a big shout out, Marty, as well to all the family members of runners that are no doubt tuning in on the English stream, because we've got over 50 different nationalities here at this year's race. I'm sure there's a lot of mammies, a lot of daddies, a lot of husbands and wives who are tuning in to see their loved ones here come across the finish line in La Palma. So a big shout out, guys. Thanks a million for joining us on the live English stream, and we hope you have a great Saturday, guys. Of course, we've got a big Eurovision party tonight to look forward to, and will we have another top performance from the Swedes in Malmo later on. Good luck, guys, if you're having a Eurovision party later on tonight. I know I'm certainly having one in my house when I get back home later. I'll be flying back to Las Palmas later this afternoon over in Gran Canaria, and it looks like we have a couple of athletes coming in. We've got Tom Evans in the house, and I think he's going to come on over to the English stream.
You want to do it? Oh,
yeah, sure. Come on over, Tom. What a real joy, Tom, to have you here. Thank you very much. Tom, great to see you, buddy. Well done. Love the shoey, by the way. Tom, stick on those headphones there. Guys, if anybody has a question for Tom Evans, what an incredible joint second place today with your teammate, with your buddy Dimitri. Tom, I could see you were working really, really hard today to ensure that you defended that podium position between the two of you. How are you feeling, man? I'm sure very, very tired.
Yeah, I think for a first time coming out here, I don't think anyone runs particularly well the first time they come out here. I think because there's so much, you don't know how much the altitude's going to affect you, you don't know what the heat's going to do. So, yeah, it was brutal. Absolutely brutal race. Felt pretty good at the beginning, and then got maybe like 3 hours in to the altitude-y sections. I've done nothing at altitude since Western States last year, so that was a bit of a shock to the system, and just had absolutely no power at all. And yeah, I don't know what where I came into Los Muchachos, but further back than I was 10 minutes before. And then had a sort of a Popeye moment, sort of crushing a can of Red Bull at Roque de los Muchachos, and immediately it's just exactly what I needed. Bit of focus, descend, and I'm definitely not known for descending well.
I was going to ask you, Tom, because how do you prepare for over 10 miles of descending like that? I mean, do you have the opportunity over the winter time to get up to 2,400 meters and run back down to sea level, or is it just an accumulation of hopefully the training all coming together?
I raced the cross-country world championships over 10K on grass 6 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And I was 10K training until then.
Yeah.
So I have done very, very minimal. I've hardly done any descending. All of the workouts have been uphill only.
Yeah.
Just on the treadmill. My wife, who's a professional triathlete, is racing to hopefully qualify for Paris in 2 weeks. So we made the decision to, sort of stay in the UK over winter and help her to prepare. So and it shows that you can live in somewhere relatively flat as long as you think slightly outside the box. And my coach Scott Johnson, who also coaches Ruth Croft, he knows what to do. And
then tell us about that, knowing what to do, because training for a world championship cross country with Team GB, I mean, what does your Sunday long run look like? I mean, are you keeping around the 2 hour mark, probably like most cross country runners would be, or are you going up to the mountains for 5 or 6 hours like your competitors on the ultra scene? How do you get that balance right?
For me, it was just putting all of my eggs into the world cross basket, I guess. Okay. So my training looked like a
cross-country runner.
It looked like a cross-country runner. It was still, it probably looked a little bit more like a marathoner.
Okay.
Half marathon to marathoner. Long runs were, 2 hours. I think I've done in this block 3 3-hour runs and a 5-hour run, and that's it. So this has genuinely come off like really consistent, good volume and good training.
Yeah.
But not specific at all.
Well, isn't one of the most important things to be healthy, to be fit, to get in the consistency there? And if you do have that consistency, well, then that's going to give you a great chance, no matter what the race is, whether it's 10K cross country or 73K in La Palma. Once you're healthy,
I think that's it. I think being excited to race is one thing, which I've not raced an ultra since Western States, which is coming up to a year, which is crazy. I had planned on racing in South Africa, but that didn't happen. And then focused on crossover winter as a let's get fast, let's get fit, and let's get healthy, and then use that to then try and build into a summer season on the trails. And I'm really happy with how today was definitely not the super polished product, but it was never going to be, because it wasn't today was a really nice to have. And having said that, even on the best day, John was just pure class today, and I think he definitely deserved it, because he was the main character of the race today.
Talk to us, Tom, about those final couple of kilometres. Myself and Marty here on the commentation station, we were wondering where he's going to battle to the line and where he's going to have a sprint finish in between the two years. Was there a conversation, or was there just a respect and understanding nearly that there was a little bit of to and fro? I could see Dimitri pushing on in the uphill, looking around to his left just to see if you were still there. That elastic band, it never snapped. You've always stayed close to close. Was there a conversation or just an understanding nearly at the end?
So we had been running, I could see him for most of the descent, and the gap wasn't getting any bigger. And then at El Mirador Time, so just before the switchbacks start, the famous switchbacks, which are significantly worse going down than up, I got onto the back of him and I said, come on, let's work. John's not that far ahead, and we don't know how far the people are behind. So let's work together.
And you reduced the gap. I think it was about 4.5 minutes, and you brought it down to maybe 2.5 minutes or so towards the end.
Yeah.
Another couple of kilometers, who knows?
Yeah, and then he was definitely Dima was definitely strong on the uphills, and I was thinking, okay, well, I can afford to get dropped a little bit because I think I'll be quicker on the flats. But like you say, the elastic just never snapped, and it wasn't until we'd gone through the arch and we were turning right, and we were like, there's nothing in it between us. Let's do it together.
It was brilliant to see. I thought maybe one final question before you go, because I know my Spanish colleagues would love to have a chat with you if you had a couple of more minutes with us today on the live streaming. Plans for the rest of the summer? Will we see you in Chamonix later on this summer? I was there for the first big win you had there in 2018 for the CCC. It was fabulous to see you that day. You look so smooth crossing the finish line. Will you be back there again this summer?
Yes, I've got a pretty big summer coming up. I'm racing the European Mountain Running Championships.
Fantastic.
Basically, I'm trying to tick off all the boxes that I feel like I need to before putting all the puzzle pieces together to then go back to UTMB.
Fantastic.
So I'll race the European Trail Running Championships in 3 weeks in Annecy, and then I will then race Zugspitz 85k, and then I'll then just go into a big training block building up to UTMB, and then post UTMB 2 options, either an attempt at the Bob Graham round, or I've been invited to a very cool multi-stage race in Bhutan.
Wow.
Which after my altitude performance today, maybe it's best that I don't do that. A very cool year, and hopefully a Paris Olympics in the middle.
And listen, Tom, just to say, great to see you wearing with pride both the Team GB singlet and the Adidas TERREX singlet as well, because sometimes a lot of the pro trail runners, they don't always go back to their national squad, to their national team, and race the world, race the European Championships. So I'm sure, your old club mates back home must be delighted to see you representing Team GB at a cross country and at a European Championships as well.
I think for me it's super important. I was a product of the club system in the UK. I still go back and race the county cross country league, and you're rocking up in like the Adidas Pro kit, and so you've got people looking at you thinking, oh, where's he bought this from? He's got it off eBay. And I think it's really important because to be able to at World Cross, for example, talking to people about what I do, and they just can't begin to imagine. And if it inspires one person, then brilliant, and I hope it inspires many, many more. But running's running, and whether you do couch to 5k, what does that then lead to? And I think in the UK the club system is such a thing that the highest honor of the club system is to represent GB at Worlds, and I've been fortunate enough to now represent world champs for trail running, mountain running, cross country and road for the half marathon. So I have the track to do, but
just the Olympic Games left to qualify for. That's exactly. All. Who knows, Tom? Stay healthy, stay happy, and who knows?
Who knows? I think we'll be waiting a while for that one.
But listen, Tom, a pleasure to talk to you as always, mate. I said hopefully you can keep the injuries away, you can keep on enjoying your trail running, and here's to many, many more years of great success, buddy.
Cheers,
Thanks a million.
Thanks very much.
Well, guys, there we go. Tom Evans, one of the absolute gentlemen of the sport, an absolute superstar. Great to have him here with us on the live streaming. Inspiring and motivating as always. He spoke about how he loves to represent Team GB in those cross-country championships, road championships, world athletics championships, and he'll be very soon off to the European Championships, the mountain running European Championships in a couple of weeks' time as well. What an incredible performance. He had to dig deep earlier today to hang on to that podium position with his teammate Dimitri, and boy did he absolutely do it. Well, guys, let's get back to the roads, and I think that's maybe one of our female runners here. Is it one of our top 5, top 6 runners? Let's see where we are in the overall position as our top 10 female runners come through the streets of Los Llanos de Aridane. And that looks like, is it Is it Hannah Osowski? Yeah, Hannah Osowski. Running for, I think she's running for 4th place, but it's Ekaterina Mitayari is there as well. I think perhaps Ekaterina is just 1 place ahead of Hannah. Ekaterina is in 4th place at the minute, taking the high fives as she's very, very close to entering the final 100 meters of this 73-kilometer Transvulcania Ultra Distance 2024. It's been an incredible couple of days as we close out our top 5 in the women's race overall. First place, of course, went to Ruth Croft with a new course record of 8 hours and 2 minutes. In second place, Ida Nielsen from Sweden, the 3-time champion. The fantastic athletes from Nepal, Sunmaya Buddha. And in 4th place, as we get ready to welcome from Team Adidas TERREX, Ekaterina Mitayeva with a fantastic place to make it top 5 as we welcome the champ. Jonathan, good to see you, buddy. How are you? I'm sure you're in good form after that fantastic win. John, how you doing? How did you enjoy that? Or did you get to enjoy the last couple of kilometres? Were you able to savour the atmosphere, the crowd, or was it just concentration, keep one foot in front of the other? I got to take this home because the Adidas boys are chasing me down.
I think I almost enjoyed the start, but sometimes at the start you feel a little bit stressed because you're waiting to be tired. I really enjoyed the middle section. I probably didn't fuel optimally, and then the finish was absolutely horrendous. It was disgusting. And then at some point I was on the switchbacks. I hadn't had that many time gaps, and some guy went, Elbon, Dimitri, and I thought, oh my.
Because it was about 4.5 minutes, then it went down to about 2.5 minutes.
I was in a bad way.
You had to concentrate, you had to keep on going. Tell us about your form coming into the race. How were you feeling coming into the race? Were you prepared to put the hammer down from the start, or were you going to just suss out the competition, check out the first couple of miles, see how they went?
It's the first proper trail race of the year, so I think the form is good, it's just not race good maybe, and that's why I'm here to try and sort of to get some race experience for the year. But I mean, I think the form was good, maybe not quite good enough for a 7-hour effort like it obviously showed towards the end, and I've got some work to do, especially on the nutrition side. But a tough day, but obviously I'm really happy to manage to have pulled off the victory. Having looked at how the guys finished, I definitely think they probably had the legs to get me and beat me, because maybe I just used a little bit more of my heart to get the win in the end. Yeah,
well, it's been a good couple of weeks for you. I saw you had a bit of fun in Abu Dhabi, was it, a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah, no, it was
you had a bit of fun there. You got another win there. A nice big prize fund coming home with you there as well. Fair play. So it's been a nice couple of weeks for you. You must be thrilled at how the racing season is shaping up.
Yeah, I think especially there was quite a lot of prize money with that race, and that kind of takes the weight off the shoulders. You know, we don't make the most money, so to have that in the bank makes me breathe a little bit easier for the rest of this year, and to be honest, the years coming as well. So it's always nice to have a bit of a buffer there.
John, as you were coming home over the final couple of kilometres, I was reading off your running CV, let's say. And one of the questions that I wanted to ask you was, after winning so many various world titles, OCR, trail running, sky running, world championships, over the course of a decade, where does the motivation come from to keep going, to keep the likes of Tom Evans in your rear view mirror, to keep on knocking out those world championship winning performances? And listen, today's field, it was a world class field. The organisers brought over 100 elite athletes, and you've come out on top. Where does that desire come from?
To be honest, I think I just love the lifestyle. I love training, and I love trying to improve my fitness. It's not that I don't like racing, I don't like the week before the race when you're resting and you feel a bit off and there's a lot of tension and things. But then actually when you are racing, I do enjoy that too. It's just, I'm not really sure what drives me to keep doing the races I do. I think it's just, I have this inbuilt knowledge that I should be able to run well, and therefore I should. Like, it would be wasted talent if I didn't. So
yeah, so that sounds like you're ready to go for another decade of big races, of big championship performances.
We'll see.
Tell us what your plans for the rest of the year. It was so exciting to see you here today in La Palma. What are you planning to do for the rest of the summer?
So the next race is Western States.
Oh wow!
So I mean, that will be like quite an interesting. My first trail 100 miler. So I've done obstacle racing 24-hour races before. So that'll be interesting. But I really am starting to see myself more as a mountain athlete, which likes just to move efficiently in the mountains, and trail running plays a big part of that. But I do think that at some point racing will take more of a back seat, and there'll be other things that I want to try and do and accomplish as well, because I am starting to realise that racing is fun, but really moving efficiently in mountains is what I absolutely love. So I don't know, maybe I should make a bucket list of other things to do as well as races.
Yeah, I suppose the most important thing, as we were just saying with Tom a couple of minutes ago, is to stay healthy, isn't it? Is there any tips, Jonathan, that you can share with the guys that are viewing on the YouTube streaming about how to stay healthy? Because to put in that decade worth of gold medals across various different world championships, one of the keys must be to not get injured, to stay healthy. Is it a special nutrition diet? Is it a special sleeping routine of 12 hours sleep per night? Or do you think you're actually born with a natural gift that you're just built like a robot?
No, actually, to be honest, I think some of the other athletes do run far more than I run.
Okay.
And I think that's what I have to do to keep myself less injury prone. So I think finding a fun form of cross training so you can do lots of hours but not necessarily be running is really important, especially for me. So you can build a really big engine and then start running and sort of tune that engine to a running race. So that means you can get out and just limit that impact, and also progression. So it's the first thing you do in January. You go out, you do too much, and then your biggest training weeks, and then you get to the racing season and you haven't progressed gradually. And I really do think to start and train for how fit you are at that time, and then steadily progress and do more and more as you can manage more and more through to the season is also really important. But actually, one thing that I did work on, especially for this race and Western, is a way of managing that impact that you get from running, and it's a new algorithm which it quantifies the impact you get from running. So that means if you run faster, you get more impact. If you run more downhill, you get more impact. So that means if you can look at that number rather than say how many hours you're running or how many kilometers you're running, you can actually see the impact that running is having on your legs, and then you can progress that number instead of like how many kilometers you're running.
And
that's been really helpful.
Through your app, Jonathan. Don't you have a training app? Tell us about the training app. Where can people find it? Where can people go and look for it?
Well, you can download it on the App Store. So there's a free version and there's a paid version. The data analysis I was just talking about is actually a beta version, so you'd have to message through to test that, but we will hopefully have it live soon. But that certainly really helped me. So from the winter, I've just been gradually increasing that impact number rather than how many kilometers I'm running, and that's helped prepare my legs but then not do too much, because obviously one big downhill and your legs can be absolutely fried.
Like today, like over 10 miles of downhill.
I'm dreading to look at what my numbers are now, but at least I get a good week of recovery, and then hopefully to build again towards Western and increase that impact fitness even more.
One final question, Jonathan, for me, as somebody who loves to run myself, who loves training and the whole academics of it, at any stage over the course of building up to a race like today and Western, do you do any speed work at all, just in case you might ever have a sprint finish in over the final kilometre? Or are you very much just ticking along all winter, all spring long in zone 2, zone 3, that nice steady state effort? Or are you doing your strides towards the end of runs, any short 400 metres, any short 5x1k type sessions, or is it all just engine?
Yeah, I think earlier in the training season it is more about engine, and that's like a really good ratio of zone 1, 2 and 3, so everything under threshold. But then I always do some hill sprints as well, which is a good form of strength training.
You get the power from that,
exactly, so that's really nice. But then as you get closer to race season, I do a lot more specific workouts for the race. That means running and trying to mimic the terrain, the climate, the fuel I'll be having and the kit I'll be using, but then also do some harder workouts to peak my shape unsustainably if you will. So I mean, all through the winter, I'm to sort of really make sustainable fitness gains that I can really keep going and going and going. And then when a race starts to get close, that's when you want to do some real spicy sessions to try and peak your form, which you couldn't keep going for the whole season or a whole year, but just for that short amount of time you can really get some fitness gains ready for the race.
I can't remember any sprint finish and all those big world championship wins. I think you've always been pretty much ahead of the chasing posse. Have you ever had a sprint finish in for any of those gold medals?
I think sprint finishes are relatively uncommon in trail running. We could have seen a great one today.
Yeah. Or did you see the one last week in Menorca in the 185k race? Check it out on YouTube if you get a chance later on. There was a guy winning the race for about 170 kilometers, and he got overtaken in the final 50 meters by a French guy who had won the race 6 times before, and he was given no quarter, and he took the win in the final 50 meters of 185k.
To be honest, that was running through my mind in the last 5k of this race, because I knew I was in a bad way. I knew I must have had a little bit of a buffer, but I knew there were people hunting me down. So I think I was fortunate today, and I think I got away with it by the skin of my teeth. But I mean,
absolutely. Good luck to the man that tries to beat you in a sprint finish, Jonathan. Jonathan, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thanks a million for spending a couple of minutes here with us. Continued success. Here's to many more world champions, many more great victories, because you inspire and motivate so many people all around the world, mate. Congratulations on a fantastic win in La Palma today.
No, it's been fun, and thanks for everyone for watching along. Hopefully the live stream was successful. It's really hard on, like, the trails are beautiful, the mountains are beautiful, but they're also rugged and wild, so it's really hard to put together a good live stream. So hopefully people got to see some of the trails we were running on, and then hopefully some of them are inspired to get out here and take part in the race as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you'll enjoy some of the imagery when you're maybe in your ice bath later on, or doing some yoga back in the hotel. Make sure you stick us on, mate, and you'll see some nice shots of yourself. Well done, mate. Thanks a million.
Thanks everyone.
Thanks, Jonathan. Thank you. Well, guys, what an absolute privilege to have one of the greatest of all time there with us, Jonathan Albon. Again, just to go through his running CV: Sky Running World Series champion, 5-time obstacle race world champ, the 2019 trail running world champion, OCC champion in 2021, CCC champion in 2023, world champion with Team GB in the 2023 World Championships, 35 years of age, from Essex, currently living in Norway. What an athlete, what an incredible guy. And thanks a million to Jonathan for joining us for those couple of minutes and sharing some of his incredible knowledge, his incredible experience. And hopefully, guys, you might have picked up a tip or two for your own trail running. Well, guys, let's go back down to the finish line area and see how we are doing, see where we are in terms of our top 10 in the women's race. Yeah, we still just have 5 finishers so far in the women's. Ruth Croft in first, of course, with a new course record. Ida Nilsson in second. Buda in third. We had Ekaterina Miteyev in fourth. And Hannah Olszewski from the United States of America recently just crossed the finish line there in 5th place. You can see there, guys, in the images, how hard some of our athletes have ran, how deep they've had to dig. A relief indeed, as she reflects on an incredible 73 kilometers. A big thank you to all of our team down there at the finish line. There's a big team of race announcers, officials, volunteers. The whole town of Los Llanos de Aridane is really involved in this race, putting on a fantastic show for the over 2,800 runners that have taken part in this year's race. Our 4 races that we had this weekend, we had, of course, the half marathon, the marathon, the 73k ultra, and the fantastic 7.3k uphill only race on Thursday evening. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage, guys. It's been an absolute joy, an absolute privilege to be here. We've got another couple of minutes of our live stream, guys, so if anybody is still on the comment section on YouTube, on the chat, do, guys, let us know your thoughts. Let us know what you thought of the race. Hopefully you enjoyed it all, guys, and you had a really nice time. There we go, guys. Just our official results coming in there. Our top 10. In first place, the champ himself, the incredible Jonathan Albon, 7 hours and 3 minutes and 13 seconds. Second place, Dmitry Mitiev. Third place, Tom Evans, who we had there just a few moments ago on our live stream. Jesh Small from the United States in fourth place with 7 hours and 10 minutes. Lionel Christian Manole from Romania, 7 hours 19. A good day for the US athletes, fourth and sixth. Ben Stout in sixth place. And the first of our Spanish athletes there in seventh. Well done to our Spanish athletes. I think we had 3 Spanish athletes there in the top 10. And onto our female athletes there. Confirmation of a new course record, 8 hours 2 minutes and 49 seconds. Ruth Croft, what a fantastic champion, and the 3-time champion doing an incredible race once again here in La Palma. Second place for Ida Nelson, 8 hours 16 minutes. Budasun Maya from Nepal, 8 hours 20. Ekaterina Mitaeva, fourth place, 8 hours 40. Hannah Ozoeski, 8:43 in fifth. And we do have our top 10 there. We've got Mariana Hogan, 8 hours 11. Catalina Hartmut, 8 hours 18. Sara Garcia de los Salamones, La Tormenta, the Storm as she is known here in Spain, 8 hours 37. Well done, Alvaro, one of our local runners there crossing the finish line. Getting a heads up, getting a high five from our race announcer down there, Jaime. One of the most famous race announcers in Spain, doing a tremendous job with the team down there. As we see Angelo there as well on the other side. As one of our athletes there is struggling a little bit with the heat. Hopefully he's okay. Temperatures haven't been too bad today. They've been about 22, 23 degrees. It's been a lot better than previous years. You know, in some years here we've had some really hot days. We remember that year back in 2012 when the great himself, Kilian Jornet, struggled in the heat and Dakota Jones went on to take the win. But again, guys, if you've liked what you've seen, if you've enjoyed the coverage, guys, book yourself a flight here to the Canary Islands. Get yourself over to La Palma for next year's race. One of the epic races of global trail running. We've got 8 hours 56 minutes on the clock. We're here, guys, for another little while as we have our cameras down at the finish line in Los Llanos de Aridane. And if you're still tuning in, hopefully hoping to see one of your family members, one of your friends, hopefully, guys, we'll get lucky and we'll get to see them cross the finish line. There we go, a happy finisher there, one of the Hoka athletes. I'm sure she is happy, that looks like a good run, well done. Now, guys, let's just check while we have a bit of a pause in the finishers here. Let's quickly just go through some of the key results from earlier on this morning. In the marathon, we had such a fantastic race and a bit of a surprise, to be honest, as well, if we think about it. Francisco Jose Anguita wasn't one of the big favourites. When you're in a field with the likes of Pablo Villa, Saeed Atmalek, Peter Frano, of course, as well, the fantastic Slovakian athlete. So Francisco wasn't one of the favourites, but boy did he put the hammer down, and he won the marathon in the end by 4 minutes, just underneath 4 minutes, with Peter Frano in second place, and the Cabo Verde runner Mili Vanilli dos Santos Lopez de Brito, what a fantastic name, Mili Vanilli dos Santos, in third place. In the women's race in the marathon, we had Gemma Arenas Alcazar with a fantastic win. I think our second Spanish winner, our third actually Spanish winner, I think, of the day, when you count Dani in the half marathon as well, Dani Osanz. And in second place, another Spanish runner, Ines Astuden Moreno, was with 4 hours 38 minutes. And then the German athlete Kim Schreiber was in third place. Let's just recap as well the winners of the half marathon race. In the ladies section, it was the Spanish runner Andis Iturbi Arginzonis with the win. Camila Maglioni from Italy, such an experienced runner. And then the local athlete from La Palma, such a brilliant smile she had on her face as she crossed the line, Moana Lidi Curtis, with a fantastic third place in 2 hours and 46 minutes. So guys, I actually think, is that 4 Spanish winners we had today? We had 2 Spanish winners in the marathon. Let me just double check that. Yeah, guys, that's it. We've had 4 Spanish winners, 2 in the marathon, with the win from Gemma and with Anguita. And then in the half marathon as well, we've got 2 Spanish wins as well. So a good day for Spain. They're going to be happy with that. It was Dani Osanz that took the win in 2 hours and 12 minutes in the half. Fabian Venero was second from Spain as well with 2 hours 13. And Alvaro Escuela Perdomo, third place in 2 hours 18. So guys, I think everybody will be happy going home today, both the race organisers and our elite field, with the spoils shared between some of the local Spanish runners and some of our fantastic elite athletes as well. A really special day of racing here at the 2024 Transvulcania Adidas TERREX, as we just go by 9 hours on the clock. Well, I'm just going to reopen our chat, guys, to see if we have any more comments coming through. Great to have you here with us all morning long. We've had over 2,000 people tuning in with us today. It was really fantastic to see. And here come our highlights from today's action. Sit back, enjoy, guys. Here we go, the best of Transvulcania 2024. There we go, that famous start. As the bulk of our 2,800 runners started their adventure over the 73 kilometers of this beautiful trail running paradise that is La Palma. Jonathan Albon there giving a high five there. That just maybe showed how comfortable, how confident he was. Just look at those views, guys. Look at those views. As they were moving through El Pilar, Thibaut there battling hard. And Dakota Jones, of course, 2-time winner here. He went out hard. He tried to break into that top 5, into that podium. It just didn't quite work out today, as I'm sure he would have liked. And there's the champ. There's the record holder, Ruth Croft. as we see Ruth powering up there towards the peak. Great climbing there from Ruth, such a tremendous victory. The challenge was laid down to her earlier on, but boy did she respond. Two of the greats of trail running over the past decade. Ida, she didn't go down without a fight. She challenged for that victory today, but Ruth there, that was the moment when Ruth responded. She made sure that she stayed cool, and boy did she get her racing strategy right. Spectacular views as we look at Jonathan Albon there coming down those switchbacks as he goes towards the Puerto de Tazacorte, as he powered home towards the finish line. He knew that the Team Adidas guys were hunting him down, Tom and Dimitri, and there's the moment where he knew he had the win. Hands up in the air, special moment. He's won so many races, he's won so many world championships, but that was a special moment indeed. And there's our Team Adidas guys crossing the finish line together. Great team job. Well done, Dimitri. Well done, Tom. Well done, Jonathan. And then we see there's Ida as she comes up the final ascent through the banana plantations. And what a moment that was for Ruth Croft, taking the course record, 8 hours and 2 minutes, beating Ida's 8 hour and 4 minute time. Brilliant running from our top 3 runners. And Buddha with perhaps maybe the race of her career so far. Great images, great stuff. And there's the start of the marathon, I think it is, early this morning at 6 o'clock. Six o'clock this morning, our marathon runners went off. A special day. Of course, whether it's 73 kilometers or 43 kilometers, these guys have all trained so hard to make it to the start line. Of course, that's one of the most important things, to make the start line healthy, to survive the training. And once you've done that, you're in with a great chance of getting through the 43 kilometers or 73 kilometers or whatever it might be. Marty, how you doing, buddy?
Let's see. I am back. We were trying to chase down ladies down at the finish line. But yeah, it's been it's not a moment for interviews, let's call it that way. They are recovering on the finish line. So yeah, that's a bit unfortunate, but they were you know, for anyone who has ever run an ultramarathon has seen some puking and rallying in the finish line. But yeah, how was it? What a day! What a day!
Incredible day, and a real treat to talk to Jonathan and Tom Evans there as well over the last 20 minutes or so, Mary. You know, great to learn from some of the best in the world, to get their insights into their training.
Yeah.
To see how they stay healthy, what their mindset is like as the race goes on, as we see some more spectacular images from out on our course.
That is from earlier today in the marathon while they were reaching El Roque de los Muchachos, the leaders. Look at that. That's Said Aid Malek also running as he did a fantastic downhill, as he's one of the downhill specialists. Now we're going to do some recaps of today's images. This was the morning, not the early morning, but the mid-morning up at the Caldera del Taburiente. Here was the battle between Inés Astraín, Gemma Arenas, and Kim Shriver, the top three women at top al Roque de los Muchachos, and with some changes back in the end. And then we see down at Puerto de Tazacorte after that long 16K downhill for the marathon. It was Fran Anguita who took the win, who had this massive effort, massive win for him in the marathon today at Transvulcania 2024. Adidas TERREX. It's a great job for Fran, and I'm pretty sure they'll be both proud of themselves with Fran and Manu, who was top 10 in the ultra. His brother, Peter Frano, completely crushing that marathon too. In second place, the Slovakian from Team Scarpa, and third place from Cape Green, one of the men of the day, Mili Vanilli dos Santos. Great job for him, also finishing in third place. As we are in 9 hours, 10 elapsed, still people coming through the finish line. They're gonna be coming until I think it's 18 hours, the final cut. So we see this beautiful start of the half marathon at 9 a.m., 9:30 a.m. this morning from El Faro de Fuencaliente. Same start as the ultra, sharing the first 26K of this beautiful day. They had a bit of a different landscape, already different light of the day, considering they were coming up Las Deseadas, Los Canarios, Las Deseadas, the first summit, already during the daylight, and the first runners of the ultra did it still at dawn. So here we are seeing Daniel Sanz and the Salomon representative from Spain. Also, they had a fantastic battle, Daniel Sanz and Fabián Benero, from start to finish, but it was in the end Daniel Sanz, the Adidas TERREX athlete, the doctor, the little kid. Well, not that little kid anymore, let me say.
And he was delighted to get that win there today after that disappointing run for him on Thursday. You can see he's working hard there.
Yeah.
He really wanted to get the victory, and he nearly lost it, but he managed to just use all of his experience, all of his power, all of his strength to get over the disappointment of Thursday night and to get the win today in the half marathon.
Absolutely, great job for both Dani and Fabián in both this race and on Thursday on the BK. It was also a fantastic race for Álvaro Escuela, who ended up in third. And then we don't want to miss out on the amazing race by the Basque Ondit Iturbe from Basque Country, who did she just ran by herself straight from the gun, crushing it and winning from start to finish over the Italian from Team Ultra, Camila Magliano, who ended in 2 hours 43, and then the local talent, the local youngling from Team Wild Trail Project by Nike, Moana Lily Kers, in 2 hours 46. Okay. So as you can see, the image is also from the half marathon were beautiful. This is the climb right out Los Canarios up to Las Deseadas. Here we have Ondit Iturbe.
Ondit, yeah, she looks so strong, Marty, today, didn't she?
Yeah.
Really, really strong Spanish runner. Such a brilliant CV. As we see those famous volcanic climbs up these wonderful, beautiful mountains here in Palma. And again, guys, if you liked what you saw today, if you want to be a part of it, if you want to experience a moment like that Daniel Sanz enjoyed, look at the joy sign up, guys. Get yourself over to the Canary Islands, over to La Palma for next year's race, and experience a moment like that with Daniel Sanz.
Great job. This the finish line of Fabian Benero. The three, Álvaro Escuela, Daniel Sanz, and Fabian Benero from left to right. Our podium finishers.
Well, Marty, I think we're about to say goodbye.
Yeah, we're about to say goodbye after this fantastic weekend we had this in this 2024 edition of Transvulcania. How do you feel?
I had a blast. I mean, from the 7.2k race on Thursday night, and just to see some of the imagery, some of the most spectacular images you're going to see a course record from Ruth today was so fantastic. To see a true legend of the sport, to see a multiple world champion deliver one more time, and to get to talk to him here in the booth here after the race as well, to learn about what continues to motivate him, what continues to drive him. Two fantastic champions that we've had. It's been a spectacular couple of days, and guys, if you've liked what you've seen, come on over to the Canary Islands. Join us next year here in La Palma. Marty, I'm sure you'll be back again.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'll be back again if all goes well, either here behind the mic in English, in Spanish, or just participating, whatever. I'll definitely be back. With my beautiful, lovely wife, Tammy, we're definitely going to be back. I fell in love with this island 10 years ago, and I'm managing to make Tammy fall in love with the island too. So, and to get today, once again, this race delivered it's one of the most beautiful races in the world, and it's back at its full throttle. So I'm really, really excited to have been part of it. Of course, there is a lot to improve. There's a lot to learn. It's a good experience for this live coverage. Owen, thank you so much for your time, and thank you for being a great partner.
An absolute pleasure, Mary, and thank you all of you guys at home for listening in, for viewing the fantastic scenery that we've had. Guys, until next time, enjoy your training run if you get out for a run later on tonight. Enjoy your long Sunday run tomorrow morning. Guys, it's been an absolute privilege. Take care, everybody, and we'll talk to you all very, very soon.
Ciao, ciao.